Hey there, MVP Days fans. Welcome back to another edition of MVP Days Online. I'd just first of all like to send a big shout out to all of our subscribers out there to the YouTube channel. We have now over 750 subscribers. Hey, if you like the show, I saw this on another video, smash that like button. Just smash it and make sure you subscribe to the channel. We really appreciate your support. It's a lot of work over all these years, but it's really, really great to see the community coming together like this, isn't it, Cristal?
It sure is. It sure is. We do miss seeing all your faces a great deal, but I'm very happy that we at least have this method to share with you all and keep in touch with our community.
Well, and this edition here is pretty special, Cristal, because we're going to be talking about Endpoint Day, and it's pretty important, especially
it's our first Endpoint Day.
It is
MVP Days.
When we look at Endpoint, what are some of the things you can think of off the top of your head that are important for our viewers to think about?
Well, security is the number one thing that jumps into my head when we talk about
Absolutely.
Endpoint. Management and security.
Yeah, absolutely. Management, security. We've been part of many ransomware recovery efforts this year. And, you know, in this, what we'll call pandemic world that we live in, I was hoping that we'd be able to say post-pandemic world, but it really isn't looking like it's ending anytime soon. So, you know, hopefully everyone can be safe out there. And, you know, this just means that we've got a lot of unsecured endpoints that are out there that need to be protected. And, you know, we're going to be looking at a lot of topics and especially a lot of things around the new modern desktop, modern management for kind of our work from anywhere scenarios that we have.
Yeah. So before we jump into introducing some of our sessions that we have today, I just want to make sure that everyone knows about our blog, checkyourlogs.net. If you want to check out some of the stuff we've been working on, us and our MVP team that we have, we've got a lot of books out there for you on LeanPub as well, and a lot of content. If you haven't seen some of our MVP Days shows that we've done, there is a lot of content on our YouTube channel as well. So if you want to go back, if you've missed maybe our Azure Day or our, what are some of the other ones we've had?
We do a lot of work with storage, just Azure General all up, Windows Server. And we felt it fitting this time to do an Endpoint Day. We had never done one before. So this is a whole day dedicated to all things desktop, all things endpoint, from security to management to operations to pretty much everything you can think of.
And if you're new to MVP Days and wondering what it is all about, it is literally a bunch of MVPs that get together and present our content, our knowledge base to you in a format, many different formats really. But MVP Days, the conference itself, is a bunch of MVPs coming together to share our knowledge and keep that knowledge circulating, because that is what we do as MVPs, is to share everything we learn and hopefully keep our community together and going and full of smarts.
Well, and one day we'll be able to see you again in person, because that's our eventual goal. You know, we're in an online format right now, but we hope that this isn't a forever thing. We hope to be getting back to some in-person shows at some point in the future, but as it stands right now, we're all virtual all the time. So it is what it is. And with that, I think I'd like to lead into our keynote presenter that we have. We're so pleased for this presenter to have joined us for the show here today. He is none other than the godfather of group policy. He is none other than a champion karaoke singer, and his name is Jeremy Moskowitz. And if you haven't heard of him before, just go Google anything group policy, and you'll probably find Jeremy's name attached to all the good things. He runs his own company, produces a product called Policy Pack, and is a really actually great add-on to anything that you're doing for mobile device management or group policy. And Jeremy is actually put together a very special session for us here, Cristal. He actually is going to talk a little bit about ransomware. So we're going to start off on the security topic here. And his session is based on discussions with a ransomware attacker that took home $4 million. and he's going to deep dive inside of the anatomy of what one of these attacks look like. And the attacker was even so nice as to give him some tips as to how to prevent this in the future. So with that, Jeremy, take it away.
Hey everybody, this is Jeremy Moskowitz. Thank you so much for inviting me to this event. I'm super psyched. I get to kick us off, and I'm very excited to be here. Let me tell you the story behind this speech. I was reading some, tech journal article, and I'm gonna rip apart this tech journal article for you. And I was like, this is a speech. I don't know where I'm gonna do it. I don't know when I'm gonna give it, but I'm gonna give this speech. And so this speech is called How Not to Get Hacked Again, Recommendations from an Actual Ransomware Attacker. Now, if you've never met before, my name is Jeremy Moskowitz. I'm a 16-time MVP, first in group policy and now in enterprise mobility. I also wrote these two big fat books, one on group policy and one on MDM. All I think about is the desktop and protecting it. Now, I'm also the founder and CTO of PolicyPack Software, and Dave gave me permission to do a little PolicyPack demo in the middle. So hopefully that is useful, because it does hook into exactly what we're talking about here. All right. So with that in mind, imagine this is you. You wake up to this in your world. We have downloaded more than 2 terabytes of your private sensitive data, including your billing info, insurance cases, spelled wrong, financial reports, business auditing, banking accounts. We also got corporate correspondence, clients about your clients such as AXA, Abbott, AIG, Amazon, Boston Scientific, Facebook. You can see those are in alphabetical order and so on. Okay. And we even have more information about your partners and staff. And then you look, they've got some screenshots there from like a screenshot sharing service to prove that they mean business, because that is proof that they have what you own. Whew, okay. Whole data gathered from your private files and directories could be published to the mass media for breaking news. Your partners, clients, and investors would be notified about the leak. But if we make a deal, everything would be kept secret and all of your data would be restored. Now, there's a phrase for this. It's called a pants wetting experience. You don't want to wake up to a pants wetting experience, for sure. But let's walk through it. So if you want to go through this article, not now, you can read about it, how this company called CWT, which is a travel agent, which I'll explain what they do a little bit, paid millions of dollars in ransom to cyber criminals. Now, what they did, and I don't know how it happened, but the chat between the bad guys and the good guys is in the article. Now, you don't have to read the article because I've got it all right here. It says, what do we need to do to get our data deleted from your servers and unlock our files? And the friendly support. It says, yep, we've got 30,000 infected devices of yours in different countries. Our price consists of 2 services, decryption and deleting. And then they say, all right, well, if we can pay you within 24 hours, then we can wrap it up and give you a 20% discount. It's like, wait a minute, this isn't just a couple of guys in their basement. This is clearly well thought out. Now, you can see that this is where it gets really interesting between the good guys and the bad guys. The good guys are clearly keeping a level head, and I think I know why, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But it says, I appreciate the discount and kind words here, but to be honest, we're hoping something that actually we could do and have available on cash on hand for. I completely understand this is a business for you, so he's treating the bad guy like a professional. But right now, I'm tasked with keeping our business afloat. In honesty, $8 million puts us in a spot where we need to double our current revenues just to keep our doors open. We could get you $3.5 million potentially today if we found some common ground. I'm not saying or belittle your team's work here. It's all very professional and sort of reverent here. I'm just trying to help prevent future layoffs on our side. The bad guys. We appreciate your offer, but understand us too. This is the market, and you've been offered an adequate price. Unfortunately, the amount you've offered is not enough to close our deal with you. We gave you 20% discount because we're ready to bargain heavily, but because we see your business spirit and immediately give you a good discount, we can offer 5% discount more or payment by installments. So if you give us $4 million, we'll give you the decryptor, and afterward you'll pay the rest, and then we'll delete your private. Yeah, this is like doing a transaction on a house. You give me a credit here, and I'll not have to do the aluminum siding there. It's like they've got the angles. They knew what they were getting into here. So, thank you for all this in a very timely manner. Oh, you're welcome, and it's a pleasure to work with professionals, say the bad guys. If there are any questions, feel free to ask. And please confirm you wrote down all the important information because you need to keep it in case it goes bad. And then this is, I don't have a screenshot of this, but it is in the article. Okay, let's get this moving forward. What are the next steps? And that's, I don't know what happened from there, but they paid it. All right. So they paid the ransom and they unlocked it and the company still exists and they've moved on. But here's the best part. Here's where it gets really cool and really interesting. The final resolution. Okay. So this is the bad guys on the way out the door saying, basically, thank you for your money. That was great. Now, here's a list of recommendations to avoid such things in the future. And this is what my talk is really about. I'm going to bust into all of the advice that they're using here to help keep the next bad guy at bay. Turn off local passwords. What does that mean? Force end of admin sessions. In group policy, set up wdigest 0. We'll figure what that means. Update passwords every month. Check the granted privileges for users and make them maximally reduced privileges and access only to exact applications. In most cases, it would be enough to use software like AppLocker. Approve to run only necessary applications only. Don't count on antivirus. There's no AV that really helps. They can be useful only in long-term infections. If hackers for some reason didn't attack in a short time, I'll cover that. Install endpoint detection and response, EDR, and teach the IT admins how to work with it. And for huge companies, we suggest 3 system admins working 24 hours. Working 4 admins working 3 hours, 8 hours a day would be enough. Wow, it's pretty specific about telling us how to do our jobs. Fair enough. I guess they won. They can tell us whatever they want. They got the money. We didn't get jack. So anyway, long story short, now what I want to do is I want to unravel and bust apart all the tips. What are they talking about? Turn off local passwords. What does this mean? So, it is true that local passwords exist on Nboxes by default, but they don't have to. And Microsoft, rightly so, is pushing us toward this passwordless future. There's very little downside if you're going to have a local password on the box to make it incredibly long and strong. Okay, so the problem though is that you already do this for websites. You already have like a password manager for websites where if one website gets hacked, then you want to make sure that the password used in website ABC isn't used against you in website DEF. Well, so this turn off local password translates to 2 tips. One is use Windows Hello or Windows Hello for Business and go passwordless for standard users, and use long, strong, unique passwords for all local admins and have one single local admin on the box. Gosh, how do you do that? Well, Windows Hello you can do right now. You can just turn on PIN or fingerprint or facial recognition for a lot of these newfangled laptops that have these special 3D cameras just like your iPhone does. And you could do it for that. Or you can use Hello for Windows business settings and force them on, and it requires them to do it. And bing, bang, boom, you are heading down the road toward passwordless, which is great, at least on the box. What does this mean? This means that one password here can't be used in another place there. The second piece of this is around LAPS. LAPS is Microsoft's local admin password solution. Again, it's sort of like a password vault for all of your computers joined to Active Directory, and it manages the admin passwords. So how does, what's the deal? I can't tell you how many organizations where, I'll be teaching a class or talking with them or doing some software stuff, and they're like, yeah, what's the local admin password? Oh, it's the same one we use everywhere. And I'm like, oh, no, don't tell me that, using the same local admin password everywhere. Why is that? Because if I know the local admin password, if I can get the local admin password on one box, I then have the skeleton key to get it on every freaking box. So what are we going to do? Microsoft LAPS enables unique local admin password solutions. So there's 2 pieces to make this work. There's the your machine piece and the their machine piece. Your machine is the admin station where you are going to install the admin tools. So you are going to install the LAPS admin tools. On their machine, you're going to install the group policy client-side extension. So that's the way you extend group policy. You increase the depths of coverage in the MMC snap-in land, and you extend what the client can do with a client-side extension. Okay, so that's all there is to it to get LAPS. There's a little bit more to it, but not much. After that, you use group policy ADMX to configure the password length and strength, and computers just start, bang, resetting their local admin password for the capital A administrator account, and boom, send it back to Active Directory. Now, there are not too many downsides to LAPS, but one downside is that it will only manage one account. So if you've got 9 local admin accounts on the box, LAPS is not going to work for you. It'll only deal with one admin on the box. So when it's time to crack the glass to then get the password, you can do it in a couple of ways. I've got all three here on the screen at once. On the left is what's called the Fat Laps client. It's kind of a gross name, but that's its name. You double click on admin password UI, and then if you are in the group that has the ability to open the password, well, then you have the ability to see, to get that password, right here. You can also do it from a PowerShell method and grab the password there. And there's actually sort of a third method. If you look in Active Directory users and computers under Attribute Editor, you could then actually see the password here as well. So there's three different ways to get the local admin password that's stored in the database that is Active Directory. Now, is it in clear text? Yes, it's in clear text, but don't panic about that because again, the point is that you as an admin, you're going to have ridiculously strong passwords or password lists, and the point is that these things are against ACLs. So you do have to believe in ACLs in the first place, right? You are storing data in NTFS land and in the registry and the operating system under ACLs. You kind of have to believe in something, and the point is that this is stored in kind of the same way. So it is clear. So if that freaks you out, then LAPS may not be the right thing, but it is sanctioned and Microsoft does bless it, and it is used by lots and lots of organizations, which is pretty awesome. Okay, tip number 2. What is it saying? Set W digest to 0 to block storing creds in memory. I didn't know this one. I knew a little bit about this one, but I had to look this one up after I read the article. Set W digest to 0. Now, this is the advice the bad guy, gave the good guys. And so I looked this up, and this has to do with Mimikatz. And so let's sort of go through. I'm not a Mimikatz expert. I'm not this isn't like my main bag, but I get the idea. The idea is that if I'm a big dumb user and I convince an admin to remote control into my machine and log on with that admin's big bad domain admin creds and then log off, that domain admin's password is stored in memory. Not good. So what Mimikatz does is it tears through memory and looks for the password. You can see it right there, okay? So you can go check this out when you want. Now, once you shore up, again, this problem is only for Windows 7 and 2008. My understanding is that this is not a problem anymore, but it was clearly a problem with this company, okay? And therefore, the way to solve this is to use, registry item to add it. I tend to use group policy preferences for that kind of thing. And you set the use logon credential to 0. And what happens? Boom, Mimikatz is like, no, can't find the password, and you're off to the races. So this this tightens up this vector of the administrator coming in over the wire, doing some work, and logging out and keeping that thing in memory. Again, my understanding is that this isn't a problem anymore, but what the heck? Do it anyway. Who cares? It doesn't hurt anything. Tip number 3. The bad guy said, force the end of administrator sessions. Ooh. So I had to disassemble that. So I thought about this and I read the word sessions and I started thinking, okay, what does he mean by sessions? Oh yeah, he means RDS or Citrix, right? Because you know that admins log on remote control into boxes all the time and they leave them there and then they get the admin password, they are logged on. It's just not a good thing. So it turns out there are lots of ways to tune how to disconnect sessions. So here's my favorite one. Set time limit for disconnected sessions. Bang, 1 minute. And if you walk away, because it's cold in the server room or you lose your connection because you're remote controlling from home into some other box or the VPN, whatever it is, hey, at least the session is going to disconnect and terminate, okay? X number of minutes in. And who cares? You got to put your credentials in again with your smart card or your 2-factor or whatever it takes in order to make that happen. That's fine. Security for you should be annoying. Security for users should not be annoying. So the point is that these are the kinds of things you can tune right there. All right. Now, if you wanted to do the same thing for any normal account, you could do that as well. Okay. How do you do that? Well, what you could do is you could set a scheduled task. I found this blog entry. It walks you right through it. It's called, set the user logout, and you just enable it on idle. You just run the log off command and you do it when the computer is idle for X number of minutes, and bang. This will prevent a user session from just sitting there, spinning its wheels, having the ability for somebody to hack at it over the network, which is nice. Tip: update passwords every month. Remember the bad guy said that too? I call this the red herring. I think actually his advice is well-meaning. I think like he thinks this is good advice, but Microsoft has suggested that maybe this isn't such a great idea. Why is that? Because what people will often do is they will have passwords like summer 2020 hello world 123, winter 2020 hello world 123, hello summer 2021 123, that kind of thing, and they'll be repetitive. So the idea, and you can see, so in these cases, the next password can be predicted based on the previous password. So ultimately, and again, this is coming down from very smart people who've worked for Microsoft. If you put all the analysis in a blender, their suggestion is that forcing password expiration requirements for users tends to be something that does not really make a huge impact over the long haul in terms of increased security. And it also even says that often requires no containment because cyber criminals almost always use their credentials as soon as they compromise them. I can see the other side of this. Why could it be bad to rotate passwords? I get it. Again, this is coming down from the mountain. Microsoft's suggestion here. All right, here are a bunch of other little side tips. Don't count on antivirus. No one really helps, he says. Useful only in long-term infections that the hackers didn't attack in short time. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, I'm not sure I would necessarily throw away my antivirus, but I do agree that the days of the one-stop shop antivirus, anti-malware, finder, protector, killer thing, I think those days are, in fact, over. Check the granted privileges for your users to make them the maximum reduced privileges and access only to exact applications. Yep, that's important. We call that the principle of least privilege. Approved to run necessary applications only. Gosh, if we could only ensure that users could only run securely the things that they needed to, that would be amazing. And in most cases, software like AppLocker would be enough. Kind of, sort of. It depends on your environment. So I'll give you the quick pros and cons there. But hey, we're going to talk about Least Privilege Manager, which actually does all these things, right? So it's not an antivirus. It helps maximally reduce privileges for exacting applications and ensures that only necessary applications are only going to run. Now, again, if you've got AppLocker, that's great. I do want to point out that it doesn't run on Pro. It only runs on Enterprise. Least Privilege Manager will run on any version of Windows. But moreover, it really, AppLocker just unfortunately isn't enough for most organizations. Well, why is that? Again, you've got Windows 7 or 10 Pro in some places. You want to manage non-domain joy machines as well as domain joy machines. You want to specify user or computer policies. But most importantly, if you want to implement least privilege and overcome UAC prompts, AppLocker doesn't do that. So if you just turn on AppLocker, there's no magical overcoming UAC prompts when the guy isn't a local admin anymore. Okay? So I've got a white paper. You can go to policyback.com and download it. AppLocker versus Least Privilege Manager, explaining how you have to typically spend like part of your whole life managing AppLocker, and we just rip the knob off of that. I'm going to demo that for you too. Setting it up, super easy. Hey, remember in Labs where we had the admin console for you and the client-side extension for them? Same idea. Admin console for you, client-side extension for them. And it's time to do a quick demo. So let me go ahead and close this out. Okay, here is my test lab here. It's very simple. I have a domain controller, GPO land over here. I have a machine over here. I'm going to do two quick demos. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about overcoming UAC prompts. Like I double click on an application that requires UAC, like Procmon, or if I were to go to my disk imaging software, my backup software, or try to install PowerPoint viewer, or install a thing like Skype setup. I mean, all these things require full admin rights to be useful. My gosh, not to mention go to places like the operating system, like Device Manager. This is a fun one because it even tells you, hey, you're logged on as a standard user. You can look, but you can't touch. So if you go over here and then you right click, you can't like upgrade a driver or change a printer or something like that. So what we'll do, I'm going to show you how to, I'll for my East sales users, I'll do PPLPM demo 123. Okay, so I've got my least privilege manager GPO here. Now, Policy Pack does a ton of stuff. We do, in fact, I'm not going to be able to go over all this, but just to prove a point, we do like 17 humongous things, like manage the start screen and the taskbar, the file associations, VPNs, scripts, consolidate GPOs, and a whole bunch of other amazing things. I'm just going to focus on one little aspect. Well, it's a big one, least privilege manager. Let's go ahead and create a new executable policy for our process monitor. So I'll call this a simple rule. I want to use a hash, which is getting a fingerprint of the file. So I'm going to take procmon.exe and say, you are now allowed to run with elevated privileges. Bang, zoom. That's all there is to it. I've created my rule. Let me go ahead and add a second rule for my control panel applet, which is going to be device manager, bing, 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 device manager, there it is. Next, run with elevated privileges, and you are done. And the last one, let me do a Skype installer. That's going to be a Windows installer policy. And in the Windows installer policy, I'm going to create a combo rule and make this more secure with multiple angles. I'm going to say signed by the Skype guys, and the inner digital product info is a particular version. So how do I do that? Select Skype setup.msi, so signed by the Skype guys, and the inner product info is this version or higher. So I'm going to let the user install it with elevated privileges, but the actual application itself will run just fine. Let's go ahead and see this all in action. Let me go ahead and run GP update. I'll go ahead and give this a second to settle in. All right, now that that's done, let's go ahead and do one by one. Procmon, do you run now? Yeah, you sure do. And what I'm going to also show you is what's happening underneath the hood. If I were to go to Control-Delete and go to Task Manager here, let's see what's actually happening. And I were to take a look at the details of what's happening, there is a flag that you can select columns here, and one of them is elevated. Bang, zoom. Okay, and let's take a look. Nothing is being elevated by the user because the user is running with standard user rights, except for Procmon, and Procmon itself is running with the scissors. And we have all the dials and whistles where you can make it so that you can't use Process Monitor to then jump to hyperspace or then run something else with admin rights. I'm not going to show that now, but it's available to you. But the point is that just Procmon is running with admin rights. So just what needs to run here. Let's go ahead and do the next guy, which was Device Manager. Go to Device Manager here. Before, we got a little prompt. You could look, but you can't touch. Now you can right-click and update a driver for somebody from home or a printer or a network card or whatever. And then lastly, Skype setup. We said, hey, how do we make it so that my standard user, okay, can now install stuff that's important to them as an admin, but then only run the damn thing as a standard user? This is how you do it. So now we've installed the application. When it comes time to run the application is running as a standard user, but the install is happening as an admin or with elevated rights. Now, last but not least is the how to securely block and securely run the good stuff from the bad stuff. Well, so let's take a look. Here's my lash up. I want you to pretend all this stuff here is stuff you installed correctly, either through SCCM or MDM or Carrier Pigeon or PDQ Deploy or whatever the heck it is, and all your stuff here is crap your users downloaded off the internet. Okay, so if it's crap users downloaded off the internet, you know what? Windows loves to run crap they download off the internet. That's Windows' job. Yeah, spoiler alert, that's Windows' job. Letting users run crap off the internet, like ransomware. Okay, bad news for you. Or any given script or any junky thing they get through email or Java malware, right-click PowerShell malware. It's just a bloodbath out there, man. Okay, so all these attack vectors. So how do we quickly separate the good stuff like Chrome or Firefox or Fox IT Reader, any of these things, the good stuff that you installed from the bad stuff that they downloaded off the internet? Well, let's go ahead and do it together. So this is how we compete with AppLocker. Okay, we're going to do it in one click. We're going to call it the Secure Run policy here, and I'm going to enable it. I'll explain how it works in a minute, and then I'm going to run with a customized message, and I'm going to say, let's investigate together. Okay, we're not going to beat up the user for doing something naughty. You know, they might not even know they're being naughty, so we're not going to say, you're in violation, you're a bad person. I'm not going to worry about that. let's just turn it on first. Say, let's investigate together and see how that goes. So let's go ahead and run GP update here. Give this a second to catch up. Okay, now that that's done, let's go ahead and retry exactly what we did 5 seconds ago. Notepad P, we downloaded off the internet. What's its story? It's blocked. Let's investigate together. They call you up and let's figure it out. Ransomware simulator. Let's go ahead and double click that. Oh, let's investigate that together. How about all those scripts and all those other naughty things? Well, let's investigate those together. They could be good or they could be bad. What about Chrome? Does that run? Yeah, that runs. What about Firefox? Remember, you installed this stuff for the user. That runs. How are we magically separating the good stuff from the bad stuff? Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at Chrome's properties and look at the security settings, okay? Look who installed it. You, the admin. You are the owner. Let's look at crap the user downloads off the internet. Who owns that? Them, the big dumb user, okay? They're the owner. So how does PolicyPak Secure Run work? What we do is we have this blessed list, okay? If you're on the blessed list, when you install stuff, then other users can keep using it because you're blessed. Who's blessed? Admin, system, trusted installer. You got some wacky guy that runs around from machine to machine like Mr. Runaround Installer guy. That's fine. You can bless him. Or if you got a teacher you want to bless to install software and let the students be able to run that software, all those scenarios are supported. The point is that if the person is on the secure run list, they're blessed. Everybody else, cursed. Let's look again. Who's blessed? You. Who's cursed? Them. So what happens when you go to run the software? They try to, you installed Chrome, Chrome's going to run. They try to run Notepad P, it's not going to work. They try to run ransom simulator, that's not going to work. Now it says, let's investigate together. When you hit F1, little secret F1 key, we tell you what's happening underneath the hood here, and you can investigate more and get some more details about this thing. All right. So the last piece of this is, what if you have a good application that you need to let through the doggy door, like CamPlay? I know it's from this company called Camtasia. What am I going to do? No problem. You just right click, add a new executable policy for the thing that you investigated. I'm going to create a simple hash rule for my little buddy CamPlay here. I don't need to run it with elevated privileges. It doesn't need to run with the scissors. It just needs to be allowed and logged through the doggy door. Okay, because like I said, before I run GP update here, you can see it won't work. But if I run GP update here, give this a second to catch up. All right, now that that's done here, let's go ahead and close this out. We'll go ahead and go to CamPlay and boom, it's sanctioned, okay? We let it go through the doggy door. And another thing that's sort of quasi-related here, and you can test this out. I have nothing to do with this company. This other company called KnowBe4. They do ransomware simulations attacks. The idea is that they'll send your users fake emails and phishing attacks, and you get to see who clicks on stuff. But they have a cool utility called Ransim. Cool name, right? And when you run Ransim, it'll tell you how bad you're going to take it in the shorts, right? It's going to tell you how bad it's going to be if you're not protected. Now, what's great about when you use PolicyPak is that before PolicyPak, you are barbecued, and after PolicyPak, you are completely perfect. I didn't plan it that way. I just got lucky. But when you have PolicyPak Secure Run on, Ransom, it's just like, yeah, man, you crushed it. So that's the good news here. All right. All right, last but not least, you can also take anything you've done in PolicyPak, like the least privileged stuff you just saw, you can export it as an XML for use not with group policy, but if you want to do something fancy pants, like if you want to export your settings as XMLs and wrap them up into an MSI, which would give you a utility for, you can then use Windows Intune or your own MDM service or another service like SCCM or LandDesk or whatever you want, and you can take those exported GPOs and deploy the client-side extension, the moving part that makes it go, the licenses, and the exported directives, and you just go to your endpoint using MDM, you go ahead and click on sync, and magic occurs, okay? So the point is that we work with group policy and also not group policy, which is great for projects that are not just least privilege manager related. You have any kind of thing and your MDM service is kind of, not quite doing it for you. You should take a look and see all the stuff that we've got. Maybe something in here like taking all real GPOs and getting them into MDM land can help you out, and not just, the cool least privilege manager stuff. Tons of stuff here. All right, moving on. Back to the recommendations. So let's see let's go ahead and take a look at them one by one. So we covered turn off local passwords. We talked about forcing the end of admin sessions. We talked about setting the W digest value to 0. We talked about the red herring of updating passwords every month. We talked about granting privileges for users with maximum reduced privileges and access to exacting applications. Okay, we talked about that. Ability to approve and run only the right applications. Don't count on antivirus. There's no one AV that really helps. The last one is, install endpoint detection and response security software. It depends on your story, man. I being able to have like 24/7 and knock and having people alerts and phone calls come, I don't know. I think prevention is the best medicine. I think, detection is good too, but prevention is for me really where it's at. So, okay, final thoughts that are not part of his takeaway. These are part of my extra takeaways. So these are just extra things I think would be useful for you. 1, test the crap out of all your backups, my friend. Everything around data first, okay? Because if you have your data, you can do whatever you want, okay? You could tell them to go scratch. It doesn't matter. But if you can back up and restore your AD and do a test run of that and your GPOs and make sure you can get those back, great. Protect your GPOs from attack. That means to make sure that you don't have any wacky write access where you shouldn't have in your, any GPO could be writable by somebody who shouldn't be doing that. It's easy enough to check. You should just do that. Remember, the older your systems are, the worse they are. I mean, it's just as simple as that. Where do you think Microsoft's putting their efforts? Back in Windows 7 patches? Or do you think they're putting their best coders on like what's cool, new, and security in Windows 10? Right. And you need to make sure that every PC is throwawayable. What does that mean? That means that if a laptop gets lost in a lake, on an airplane, or whatever, it becomes a non-issue. You should be able to bomb new software on the box, quickly get on top of their data, and life goes on, man. Shouldn't be a whole thing. You should be able to do it a half hour or less. Some additional final thoughts. I just want to say thank you very much for inviting me to this event. I'm super honored. And again, if you liked what you saw with regards to Policy Pack, you can email sales@policypack.com and you can start a trial. And thanks again. I really had a great time. Have a great rest of the conference and talk to you soon. Thanks, everybody.
Jeremy, my friend. Whoa. That was probably one of the most informative ransomware sessions that I've ever seen. And I hope that, all of our viewers that are out there really paid attention to that session, because there was a lot of great information in there. A lot of what I've seen as maybe unpublished or undocumented truths in there about ransomware.
And straight from the horse's mouth is always helpful too.
Yeah, I found it particularly interesting when the attacker was actually negotiating with them via like chatbots and stuff like that. Please contact our customer support. Are you willing to negotiate? Sure, we gave you a 20% discount. Are we going to get any more? No, pay it. That's what you get. If you don't like it, leave your files encrypted. Ooh. Or we'll release them to the world. Scary stuff. Now, along those lines, Cristal, having good defenses like what Jeremy was talking about are very important. So this is actually a very good segue into our world-class speaker that we have
Sami Laiho,
winner of almost every speaking event that he has
yes.
ever. And
I think it's still cute how shocked he is when he wins.
Yeah, and I think when we go to these events and Sami's speaking, we all just challenge for second or third place.
That's right. We just assume it goes Sami and then whoever else.
That's all that's left, and we're okay with that. I'm happy to come in a strong second sometimes, so that's great. So Sami's a dear friend of ours. We're co-chairs at the Tech Mentor series of events, and we're actually very pleased to announce that we have an open call for speakers right now for Tech Mentor live
in-person event.
Florida.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
December 2020.
Fingers crossed.
You won't see this in Florida. Crossed. You won't see that.
Yeah, in case you haven't noticed us shivering, we are in our little recording studio and the heat is not cooperating with us. It's supposed to be spring, but spring in Canada actually contains 4 seasons in a day.
Yeah.
And so I got my little blankie for between takes.
So Sami's going to talk to us today about protecting endpoints in a zero trust world. I got a sneak peek at this session. It looks amazing. Going to talk a little bit about App Locker. Going to talk about the principles of zero trust and how domain administrators should only log into domain controllers, things like that. Make sure you tighten up your security. And going through this at the end of the session, hopefully you can close up some of those holes that you might have in your infrastructure so you don't have to loop all the way back around to Jeremy's session at the beginning and have a ransomware attack. So that's kind of the goal, is preventing all of this. So with that,
take it away, Sami.
Hey everyone. Welcome to this session called Protecting Endpoints in a Zero Trust World. My name is Sami Laiho. I'm a senior technical fellow at my own company. I live in Finland. I'm based near Helsinki. I'm a Microsoft MVP in the core operating system since 2011, so about a decade now. I specialize in troubleshooting and security, and I'm here today to talk about zero trust security. I normally tour around the world. For the past about 365 days I've been sitting in my basement, where I actually am sitting right now as well. Can't wait to get back on the road, as speaking to the same camera for every day of the week just starts to get me a little bit of cabin fever, and it's really hard to remember if I told the jokes to you already or not. It's really hard to keep up which day it is and which course it is, as it's almost the same content every single week. When it comes to COVID, and of course everyone talks about the pandemic, there is a problem now here in Finland currently as well, and I'm quite sure you heard the same, but the Finnish people are actually quite horrified, because now the government has told us that we have to actually stand 2 meters apart, and that's freaking close. I mean, we're not used to this. We want to stand more than 2 meters apart, and now we're forced to get so close to each other. Anyway, getting to the actual topic itself. When Ignite, the last one that was still in person, happened, I remember I was touring around different sessions, and Microsoft was still very much liking this concept of BYOD. So everything was about light management, everything was about super light autopilot deployment mechanisms, and just barely using an MDM to set some settings, but not that much. And people were complaining about Intune not being able to manage all the settings, but Microsoft was more answering that you don't need to manage all the settings because we're only lightly managing this. Well, I always called this the bring your own disaster model, and I never liked it. Now, the great thing about this is that if you heard the last 2 Ignites 6 months apart, the last one was just like a week ago, a month ago, and now Microsoft is all about zero trust. Full management again, full visibility to what users are doing. So we're moving from a very lightly managed to a very tightly managed environment. And today we're here to look at what this zero trust actually means. One thing I hate about zero trust sessions that I listen to is that they kind of give zero trust a really bad sound to it. Everyone makes zero trust sound like it's a bad thing. I mean, it sounds negative. There's zero trust in anyone. We don't trust any of our employees. The IT doesn't trust us at all. It sounds very negative, although we should remember that there's a very good thing that we're trying to achieve with zero trust. So zero trust is there to make us able to work exactly the same whether we're in the office or in Starbucks. It's supposed to be productive, fast, as easy to use as on-prem in the office before. Yet it's still supposed to be as secure as it was before, only inside of the barriers or the borders of our office spaces. It's supposed to make this digitalization happen faster and better, meaning that we can have anyone sitting in any office, on any seat, on any desk. It's also trying to answer very common ways of attacking an environment. where we actually compromise a single machine and then laterally move around the office, or let's say around the network itself. This fights against things like mimikatz and other things that can do past the hash attacks. Zero Trust core principles are verify explicitly, always use least privileged access, and always assume breach. We'll talk about these components of Zero Trust that build up, but these are the main core principles of Zero Trust. There used to be a saying that there's only two kinds of companies in the world, those that have been breached and those that don't know they've been breached. And now we're kind of just putting that into effect. I mean, we're really starting to treat everything assuming that we have been breached, there's someone listening, and this is not a secure network. Of course, the middle one here, use least privileged access, is a favorite of mine because my company has been gaining most of our fame and our money from actually getting rid of end user admin rights. So now it's something that is not just for most regular office users, but also for admins, also for devs. And of course, one of the big problems in our networks is phishing, which means that we really want to verify everyone with a strong authentication mechanism in any case, not depending on whether you're in the internal network or if you're in the external network. If we think about one of the biggest things there is in Zero Trust is kind of think of it like moving the border of your network from being around your office building to being around your data center. And just think about how you would build your environment and your configurations if you would treat your office network exactly like internet. Just think of your office building providing a public wireless LAN for your users to connect to and make them connect exactly like they would from the external network. So don't treat internal networks like you treat external network. I mean, don't treat them different than you would treat an external network. So just make sure that there's no of that old style of let's loosen up the firewall when we're in the internal network. Forget the whole intranet, the whole internal network concept. Just start treating all the networks the same. If you need a VPN to connect from Starbucks, then you would use the same VPN connecting from your office network. The core mantra of Zero Trust is never trust, always verify. And this just means that not depending on any factors, we never ever trust anyone. We always verify what devices are used. We always verify what users are used. We always encrypt the communications. We always encrypt the data. Zero Trust is built up of different components. So the main components, identities, we always verify everyone with strong authentication. Devices, gaining visibility into all the devices that are accessing your networks, making sure that they are compliant, healthy, they have their antiviruses on, they have their firewalls on before you even let them access. And you can identify every device. Applications, meaning discovering shadow IT, making sure that people are not running what they want, but what you want. As we would previously let people use applications that we had not specifically approved, that's not the thing anymore. Now all the applications need to earn their trust before we will allow them. Then there's data. When we used to do more of a perimeter-based data protection, now we're concentrating on the data itself. So it doesn't matter where the data travels, where in our previous lives, data would be encrypted in certain networks, but not in the internal networks, for example. Now, instead of only encrypting the thing around the data, we're actually starting to encrypt the data itself. That doesn't mean that you wouldn't need BitLocker, but instead of only relying on BitLocker and having it travel through normal networks unencrypted, now we will have BitLocker to make sure our computers are still intact and the data cannot be stolen by a physical theft. But on top of that, we will also encrypt the data itself. So things like encrypting file system will reappear after being gone for quite a long time. Infrastructure itself. So we're trying to investigate the things happening in our network. So what we're going to do is we're going to monitor all the connections, even if they're internal connections. We're trying to see if there's risky behavior. We'll try to flag bad-looking ways of using our environment. And we're going to make sure that everyone has only the required access. So we're going to employ the least privileged access. We're also making sure that our admins don't have excessive privileges. So if they only need to manage Exchange or in modern ways the Office 365 components, then they will only be allowed to do that. So we're not having everyone being a global admin. We're not having all of our Active Directory infrastructures admins being domain admins and so on. We'll highly tier all our networks or our infrastructure. And as I already said, we'll encrypt all communication, even internal networks. Everything will be always encrypted. We'll also detect the network so that if someone is connecting through a secured line, we will allow them to have more access to our data and our services. If they're using a web interface only, then they will have less. This means that we will have conditional access policies, potentially microsegmentation of the network, just making sure that things on the network that don't need to talk to each other will not. So one of the core things is forget the internal networks, which means that you're going to have a lot of more VPNs or IPsec, different ways of encrypting and especially authenticating the communication, even if it happens in an internal network. This will actually be our first demo. So let's talk about this a little bit, and I will first draw a little bit about what I'm gonna make happen, okay? Just need my pen here. So what I'm gonna do is we're going to have a DC here. This will be our domain controller, and then we're going to have a few different laptops here. This is my number one client. What we're gonna do is this is going to be our domain network, and then in the same physical network, I will get these enemy computers, unidentified computers connecting to the network. We're going to allow communication to the domain controller because we're going to build IPsec based on Kerberos. And in Kerberos, we have to authenticate first, which means that we will talk to the domain controller, and the domain controller can answer us and provide us with policies and authentication. We'll protect that in other means or by other means. What we will make sure is that although the domain people could talk to the enemies can never ever talk to anyone in our domain. They're in the same virtual network. They're in the same physical network. So there's no firewalls in between. We're just going to purely build an IPsec protected network. And in our case, we're going to use the AH protocol. The AH protocol is the authentication protocol. IPsec is built of two different protocols. So we do have ESP as well, which provides us with the potential encryption. We're not going to do that right now. We're purely going to authenticate all the networks, but we could easily just add encryption if we wanted to. So let's build this in a demo environment. Let me just find my demos here. Let's not update that right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build an IPsec group policy here. Nowadays, we are talking about the Windows firewall with advanced security and connection security rules. First, I'm going to build an exemption for our domain controller. This will be 172.16.0.12. And we'll build another rule, and now we're going to build an isolation rule for our whole network. We're going to require authentication for inbound connections, meaning no one can talk to us unless we trust them. and requesting authentication for outbound connections because I still want to be able to get to Google even if Google doesn't want to speak IPsec with me. And we're going to identify both the computers and the users with Kerberos 5. We could do this with certificates as well if we would have things like iPads or Linux or Mac OS X or stuff like that. And this will be all profiles. This will be called isolation. There we go. That's super simple. Let's just GP update this. And then we'll need to GP update these machines as well. This is the enemy, this is the Windows 10 machine. This is our internal computer. I mean, this is our trusted computer. So that's the domain computer. And then this one here will be our enemy. To make this a little bit more fun, I'm actually going to make it so that this will be trusted first. So what I'm going to do is I'll just show you ping CDC1. That's our domain controller. That just pings 1 millisecond or less. Okay. Then I'm going to ping our student 25.2. And you can see that it takes a little bit overhead on the first packet because we have to do authentication. But there's no overhead after that. So many people have the instantly when I start talking about IPsec. I've been teaching and deploying IPsec since year 2000, which is 21 years ago. And people always assume when I say IPsec that we're talking about VPNs and encryptions. In this case, for example, we're not encrypting anything. We're just making sure no one talks to us unless we trust them. Okay, so I'm going to do that, and I'm just going to leave this pinging here. And then what I'll do is I'm actually going to drop this guy out of the domain. And you can see this happening here. I also need my network interfaces. So what I'll do first is I'll just drop this down to a work group. Okay, and I won't boot it now. What I'll do is I'll just I have a Kerberos ticket. And I still have an authenticated TCP/IP connection, which means that I could wait and it would just die. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say disable. And then I'm going to say enable. Now you can see that the network interface is coming back online, but we can't even talk to this machine anymore. So it's just totally out of bounds when it comes to this computer. If I join it back to the domain, it could talk to this one. There's no like one single port open or only 8 ports open. I mean, there's 65,536 ports, which none of them would be speaking to you unless I trusted you. And now when we have this, then this makes things even cooler because that means that we can actually start using Windows firewall rules where we can say that, okay, from now on, I will allow, and I'll say a custom rule, and I will allow remote desktop. Well, okay, let's do all programs, any kind of program talking to my TCP port 3389. That's my RDP port. And instead of the old way of saying from this subnet to this subnet, it's allowed, from IT management to production, it's allowed, stuff like that. Instead of that, I'll just go forward and say, I don't care where the heck these are. I only allow this if the connection is secure. And then I can say I only will allow it if this connection is coming from our G classroom admins, and only if they're using their computers, which would be, for example, in this case, only from our management computer, which is called student 25. Okay, so now only when that user would be logging on to this computer could they talk to my RDP. Only from privileged access workstations. All right. I have to get this back online, but I'll have to boot this now when I'm joining it back to the domain. Okay, we'll just let that boot. And while that's happening, we can go forward. So known and healthy devices. Well, we have to know that all the devices that are talking to us are of a certain compliance level. That means that we will always say that we only trust devices if they're proven that they are worthy. Well, if we are talking about identifying people, and if we're talking about identifying devices, then you have to remember that the Windows 10 machines that you usually have for enterprise use, they have a TPM chip, and that TPM chip is already one factor, which means that technically if you want to do two-factor authentication, or call it multi-factor authentication if you wish, then that you're already doing that if you're using Windows 10 with a PIN code. That's a common question that I get when people are asking, like, why is the 6-digit PIN code safer than a 16-character password? Well, that's because the PIN code only works on that device, not the next one, as the password would work from anywhere where you can do password authentication with that user. So the PIN code is tied to the TPM chip, which means that the TPM chip is something you own, that's one factor, and the PIN code is something you know, which is the second factor. Same goes for protecting the TPM with your fingerprint or your facial detection. Now, this is something we've hopefully gotten accustomed to using with our cloud services. This means that when you go to your email or you go to your Outlook online, it will ask you for MFA. That's something that you should deploy for everyone. But when we're talking about authenticating to devices, then we can make requirements of the MFA easily on Azure, but what has been a little bit more difficult has been to do that on the actual devices themselves. And what I'm doing here is I'll show you an example of my privileged access workstation. And I'm using Cisco Duo, but you could be using other things that provide MFA as well. Currently, Microsoft doesn't really support what I need from MFA, which is actually using MFA for logging on to the physical device itself. So here I have a computer, and I'm just gonna log off this machine now. I'll show you, this is my privileged access workstation. And here, when I start logging on, I'll use my password to log on. But when I do that, Cisco Duo actually pops up a note on my mobile phone which says login request from Microsoft RDP. And then I'll have to press approve on my mobile phone, which I'm doing right now. And there we go. Okay, super easy. Duo is actually free for up to 10 users. So if you don't have anything else, then you can use that for your most critical admin accounts or stuff like that. It doesn't have all the features, but this one, for example, where you can protect the actual logon to a device, I would heavily recommend this at least whenever you're doing RDP to something and on privileged access workstations. The MFA that Microsoft provides will only work for the next step, which would be to talk to your Azure services. They will later on, of course, allow that, and even today you can use tokens. So you can use keys from Phaeton or YubiKey, and you can have like passwordless logon with those. That was my MFA demo. If we think about the times that we've been living in, many of us probably started our careers back in what we call the admin epoch. This slide is actually from a very good friend of mine that we sadly lost very recently. His name is Chris Jackson. Maybe you know him as the App Combat guy. But sadly lost Chris. And this is his slide. And he gave me the permission to use this. So This is we were living in these stone ages, which are called the admin epoch, and that's the time when people would install whatever they wanted. Apps would be trusted by default. No one would check them beforehand, and no one would list good apps. You just install whatever you wanted. Then we're trying to move, and have been doing this for the past 15 years or so. We're moving and being in this non-admin epoch. And this means that the end users don't install anything by themselves, but the admins install the software. But still, we didn't have the concept of allow listing, which means that people could do whatever they wanted, and then we would help them installing their software for them with things like MEM-CM, but we wouldn't list trusted apps. We would only try to reactively detect bad things in the network. So instead of that, we want to do proactive security, which means we're moving to this app control epoch where we list good things instead of trying to list bad things. Principle of least privilege. If you think about the user guide for NT 3.1, the first NT, the user guide back in 1993, it actually says that in Windows there is no security if you're logging on as a local admin. But many devs are testing their software only on or only with admin accounts, which of course is kind of the source of the whole problem. There are a lot of things that don't seem to work without admin rights. So we kind of like somehow have to face this problem, and we have to deal with it if we're going to get rid of the admin rights, because we can never have security hindering usability or hindering productivity especially. The good thing about the no admin approach is that we get better performance because our computers can't write garbage on the disks as much because you're not an admin. We get less tickets. I have multiple customers, some of them with more than 10,000 users, for example, and we got rid of the admin rights in 2018 from a Swiss company, and in 2019 they had 75% less tickets. The problem is that people seem to think that if you don't have admin rights, you can't fix your computer. As in reality, it is so that if you don't have admin rights, you can't break your computer. It's kind of like Microsoft just had this submerged data center. I'm not sure if you heard about it. They had two containers submerged, like, I don't remember if it was 10 meters or 30 meters below the ocean. They submerged two big containers full of servers, and they kept them there for 2 years, and then they took them up. And in that 2-year time, they had to replace 9% less servers than they did for the normal non-submerged containers on the surface. And now people are thinking, why would you have to fix 9% less servers? And people would assume that it's because of the cooling, because it would be submerged in liquid and that would keep it so much cooler, but it had nothing to do with that. When they made their research, the only difference was that they had to replace 9% less servers because people couldn't touch them. We get less reinstallations. If I run my own computer with full admin rights, I used to install Windows over and over again about every 6 months to 12 months, so 1 to 2 times a year. When I got rid of admin rights, that went down so that I only had to install Windows once per 5 years. So that's 5 to 10 times less reinstallations. I like that. I'm lazy. Nowadays, of course, you do build upgrades probably, but still, less reinstallations, more productive users. Of course, less malware. I would dare you to take a look at all the hacking conferences you can find, DEF CON, Black Hat, whatever, and see their demos. And remember that none of those demos are cool if they require admin rights. Because the book says in Windows there is no security if you're running a local admin. We get to be lazier as admins because computers break less. I'm actually super annoyed. My family owns a clothing factory here in Finland. We currently produce mainly facial masks because of the pandemic, but we usually build uniforms for companies. And I want new computers because the new computers have secure boot, they have UEFI, they have SSDs, so I would love to get new devices. My problem is that the freaking devices don't break. I mean, I was just fixing a computer and my cousin was worried that it starts to seem a little slow. And it was installed 11 years ago. So I was kind of like more surprised that it was even alive. But the problem for me is I don't get as many new computers now because there's no need, because these computers just keep working. So it's a little bit annoying sometimes as well, not having admin rights. I would never go back to using admin rights myself. I never log on to my machines using admin rights. So I will only elevate when needed, but I would never ever log on as an admin because I know how much better Windows works without. Here are some numbers. Many people want numbers to back up these claims I have. 2019, there were more Microsoft vulnerabilities than ever before. And removing admin rights would mitigate 77% of all critical Microsoft vulnerabilities. But if you think about how malware gets to run on your machine, you should remember that you always have to protect the thing that loads, the entity that loads the binary into their memory. So for example, if you have a software executable on your server share, you don't have to whitelist the server or allow list the server, because you have to protect the endpoint, because the endpoint will first load the executable into its own RAM. So there's no use in trying to protect the server. The servers are protected by endpoints, and you protecting the ports, of course, if they're network connected, or when they're network connected. But if you think about what actually executes a malicious payload on your machine, most of it comes through email. That means Outlook, which means Office. And then the second biggest way of getting that is your browser. That means your Chromium nowadays, because it's either Chrome or Edge. So if you look at these numbers, in 2019, 100% of critical vulnerabilities in Internet Explorer would have been mitigated. So no patching required. Think about this, 858 vulnerabilities to patch. Yet you wouldn't have to even patch, but if you were not an admin, there would be no problem with Internet Explorer. Well, hopefully you're not using Internet Explorer anymore. But Microsoft Edge, this is the new Edge. This means Chromium engine as well. And 100% of all critical vulnerabilities in Microsoft Office product. That means your Outlook. Think about that. Reactive security, where you patch things and try to keep up to date and brag to your friends that you're up to date in a month's time from the publishing of those, or 2 weeks, or whatever crazy numbers you get to. Some people might forget to patch and they're better protected than you are. So we have problems with this as well, I'm quite sure. So let's look at a few demos. I'm going to solve this problem of principle of least privilege, let's say. Actually, that's the wrong demo machine. This is the correct demo machine. So we have kind of a similar environment. We have a domain controller and a client, but you could do this with Intune as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a software from a fellow MVP who is speaking on this conference as well, Jeremy Moskowitz. So Jeremy will probably show you more. I'm not going to go deep into detail with this. I'll show you the basics. And let's take an example here. I would like to manage my devices. The problem is I'm not logged on as an admin, so I can't really update my devices. I can see my devices, but I can't really do much with them. I also would like to change my IP addresses, and if I try to change my IP addresses, I'm prompted for an admin account. So that doesn't work, but would be, in some cases, you have engineers that need to connect their laptops to devices with a cable, and that's actually like you're preventing their work if you don't allow them to do this. Also, your limited users can't install printers. So if you try to do this, you can do it if it's coming from Windows Update, but if it's a local printer and you don't have a driver for it, you're out of luck. You can't remove programs. If you try to use tools like Procmon, that won't work, because Procmon needs admin rights. It installs a driver. Okay, let's fix those. So first of all, least privilege manager. We're just going to add a new rule here. And we're going to do an executable. But actually, let's do a control panel policy first. And I'm going to allow my user, without being an admin, he's going to be allowed to use device manager. This will run with elevated privileges. That's it. I am going to create an executable policy. And I will actually just create a rule for a path. And I will just add a folder. And on my machine, I can browse. And I'll just go and find it for us. See program files, policy back. Just find my should be here. I was actually sure. Here we have, sorry. Just I missed that somehow. Okay, so list privilege manager tools. Okay, and okay. Everything will run from that location. And then I will add one more new executable policy. And I will just simply say that this policy will be running if we have a file that is, I don't know if I have Brockmon here. Let's do Brockmon.exe. Oops, I forgot. Let's just see. Should have it somewhere here. Computer 1C users, so I think I can get from here. Okay, so that'll just hit that one certain executable. Okay, actually, I think we did. I just messed up one thing because I think we already did a path rule. I just forgot I did the path rule there. Let's actually do another one. Let's do a executable policy, but we'll create this based on the publisher rather. So we do a signature. Next, find the reference file. This will be Brockmon 64, and this will be Microsoft. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that the certificate has to include the company Microsoft Corporation, and that would be a different rule. Okay, let's go back here. I'll just TP update this. All right, so device management without any tricks works. I am still the same user. I'm not using run as or anything like that. Then network connections, Ethernet properties works, and Brockmon works. Okay. Well, this is something we know the users will want, but at some point they will probably want to do something ad hoc. So they want to do something and we don't know that beforehand, so we can't build a rule for it. So let's just make sure we can deal with that as well. We'll do a new policy here, admin approval policy, which will be enabled, will be shown on the secure desktop, and it can also be approved over the shoulder by an admin. We'll need a secret key, so we're just going to generate a random password here. Just copy that to my clipboard. Okay. Then what we have here is GP update first. And now, when I want to let's say, well, actually we could run Process Explorer because it's actually signed by Microsoft. so, so, so that would not be a perfect example, but let's see, let's just use that anyway. I can actually go and just remove I have one signature here that I actually kind of messed up with this. So let's just delete that from there and do that one more time. So that we have procmon running, but not Process Explorer. All right, so now if I'll right-click Process Explorer and say run as admin, then that would require me to do that. But what if I'll do right-click and run with Policy Pack? Then we have a different thing here. So it gives me a request code. I can call my service desk, and my service desk, I'll just type in the one I had on the policy, and then I'll just protect this with a password so that from now on I don't have to remember that password or that secret key anymore. Yes, please. And then the request code. So let's see here. Let's see if we can copy paste this. And this one says a little bit of information about what we just had, and then we're going to copy that response code and just type that in here and hit OK, and now we can run Process Explorer with elevated privileges once. Now the thing here is, the greatness of this is that we don't have the problem where we would have two user accounts, because when you have a normal account and an admin account, then when you launch something as admin and you save something in my documents, it's the admin's documents, not your documents. So we have this thing we call the dual identity problem. And here you can see we have this elevated here. So I, as a limited user, I am not elevated here. But if you look at my Process Explorer running, it actually is still me, demo user, but I have more privileges. So if you look at this with Process Explorer, now that we have it running, you can see even more here. Go for properties, and you can see that I'm actually part of the administrators group when I run ProCXP64. But if I run like Explorer, for example, I am not part of the administrators group. So we forget the standard Windows way of saying that admin rights are given to users, or per computer, we're starting to give admin rights to processes or tasks. If we have a person here who needs to do this, and we're in a, like I use this in our factory where we have the manager on duty, the manager on duty can also come here and say approve with alternate admin credentials, and I can actually say that I want to allow this. This will allow now it to run. But if you look at Process Explorer and the token of it, you can see it's still me. I'm an admin, still me. So where we used the manager's user account and password, that was only used to provide the authorization to elevate to admin. And with these tools, we can do, I believe, everything needed for actually getting rid of end user admin rights. I've taken away admin rights from hundreds and hundreds of devs as well. So don't let that fool you that people say you can't get admin rights out of devs, but you can. All right. So the last thing on the list here about when it comes to demos is allow listing. So one of the core principles of Zero Trust is that the applications need to earn their trust before they're launched, which means that we use allow listing instead of trying to fight against 1 million new pieces of malware variants that are found per day, which makes antivirus useless because you can't keep adding 1 million lines to your blacklist every day. That's reactive protection. That's supposed to be done by your antivirus. What we're going to move to is proactive security, which means allow listing. And in allow listing, we list the trusted apps. Hopefully maybe one addition per month instead of 1 million additions per day. So if you don't want to be like this, but rather be like this, you should look at things like Microsoft App Locker or Policy Pack. Policy Pack can do a better job because it can allow you to, when you launch an app, we can say block it, allow it, or allow it elevated. As with App Locker, we can only do like deny or allow. But on the other hand, App Locker is in box. So I don't have a single week this year that I wouldn't be doing a whitelisting, or sorry, it's supposed to be called allow listing nowadays. There's not a single week in my calendar that I'm not doing an allow listing project. If you want to do an allow listing project, send me an email. I can send you a quote and I can help you get that sorted out. Like the admin stuff as well, I am for hire. Here is a simple version of App Locker that kills 950,000 pieces of malware per day with no anti-malware even installed. I mean, it just says that you can run everything from program files and everything from Windows folders. If you're an admin, you can run whatever, but anyway, there's no security in Windows if you are an admin, so that's why it's there. And we'll just allow you to run anything from program files and Windows, and because you're not an admin, you can't put things there. There are certain things that we need to have exceptions for because there are known weaknesses to App Locker, like you can see in Sergey's session on this same conference, but I mean, we can make it secure as well. So the top one there on the list says that we will allow anything that's signed by anyone. Well, that doesn't mean that it just needs to be signed. That means that it needs to be signed by a trusted CA. So you can't self-sign stuff. I mean, you have to have a real certificate to do that. That's trusted by your computer. Am I exaggerating when I say it kills 950,000 pieces of malware per day? No, I'm actually underestimating it heavily. I'm just being safe here. I mean, in all honesty, only 5% of malware per day is signed, which would give you the number of out of 1 million pieces of malware per day, 5% is signed, which means you would kill 950,000 pieces of malware at a minimum per day, but actually you kill way more because this means that they have to be signed by a trusted CA. And for you to get malware that's signed by a trusted CA, then we're talking like Stuxnet level things. So anyway, that should not happen more than a few times a year. So you should be blocking almost everything. I'm not going to have a separate demo on this, but I am going to give you a peek of what my whitelist looks like, or my allow list looks like. And my allow list looks like this. I've been doing allow listing since 2001, and it still fits on one page. As many people think that having a allow listing solution makes you work a lot more. Like I went to Norway for a customer, and we started a project like this, and the first thing they asked me when we got into the meeting room was that, Sami, now that you're here, can you verify one thing? We decided that we're going to hire 2 new people to take care of our allow listing solution. And I said, like, no, I don't agree. Maybe you should fire a few. I mean, when you get this, you save so much time in reactive work where you have to fix computers that got malware or ransomware on it, that this will pay back and this will make you work way less than you did before. So that's a big mistake. I did whitelisting or allow listing for our capital, and we started with the list that was 8,000 lines long. And when I was done with the project, we were down to 72 lines. So trust me, you can do this in very, very different ways, very correct ways and very incorrect ways, if you ask me. Of course, everything that we've been talking about needs to be monitored. So one of the core principles of ZeroTrust is you have to be able to have a CM that you keep tabs on even when things are running normally. That's actually a picture of Sentinel, but some sort of a solution that can monitor constantly on what's happening in the network and what kind of events you're having. And they vary in price, they vary in color. Splunk and Sentinel, quite expensive. Greylog is free for up to like 5 gigs of data per day or something like that. And I mean, there's so many different solutions out there. You can use Windows' own event forwarding if you want to. But somehow you have to keep an eye on what's happening in the network. Hopefully it's cloud-based so that it will work the same whether you have the VPN connections on or not. stuff like that to think about. This is my office where I'm sitting now, I wish. This is a slide here just to remind you that you should think about having a security operations center, SOC. It doesn't have to be like this, but you will need one. Maybe it's just you with your big monitors next to you, but somehow someone needs to keep an eye on your environment. One thing I would like to remind you of everything we've spoken about. I think the most important rule in security is that in security, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. If you can't easily get admin rights out of everyone, get them out from everyone you can. If you can't make MFA work everywhere, make it work wherever you can. I mean, there are so many times when a security division shoots down administrators' ideas because they find a potential hole in that system. Like I had a Norwegian customer that wouldn't use BitLocker. Now they don't have, currently they don't have device encryption at all because they can't use BitLocker because there's a potential bug in BitLocker. There's no way to actually hack the TPM chip. And that's true. And to hack it, you need physical access to the machine and you need an electron microscope. So atom by atom, you can alter the content of the TPM chip. I don't know about your neck of the woods, but at least here in Finland, those electron microscopes are not really carry-on size. So now you could get 99.999999999% of security, but because there's a known problem, you end up with 0% of security. I hate it. If you think your app locker is not perfect or your whitelist allow listing solution is not perfect, make it as perfect as you can. Still better. Like a very smart Finnish guy called Mikko Hyppönen, the Chief Research Officer of F-Secure, he said, he was speaking at my birthday party, and he said that you don't have to make your security perfect, you just have to make it better than your neighbors. So targeted attacks are, of course, a different thing, but most of the attacks are not targeted, but random. And to protect against those, just make sure that you look less tempting than your neighbor does. If you have any questions, find me on Twitter. I post a lot on Twitter. That's my most active platform. So at Sami Laiho on Twitter. You can send me email at any time at sami@adminas.com. If you're interested in more stuff like this, there's a free code, a free trial code for my video on demand library that has everything I have produced online. And if you need a Pluralsight code, I got the 11 Pluralsight courses that I'm more than happy to give you a code for. So just send me an email, I'll get you the code. If you need help with any kind of deployments, whether it's allow listing, getting rid of admin rights, I do a lot of security audits for companies around the world that have been very, very successful and liked. Just contact me with any needs. But with this, I'd like to thank you for listening, and I hope to see you somewhere else and hopefully in person after some time. Make sure to check out Tech Mentor conferences where me and Dave are the co-chairs. So maybe I'll see you in Orlando. With that, thank you and bye.
Put my blanket.
So the battle of the two amazing sessions right at the very beginning of our show. It's funny. If you see these guys out in person, you want to head out with them to the nearest karaoke bar because it is a real hoot to watch these guys sing.
Almost as much fun as their sessions.
Exactly. I might, you know what? Next time we're together, guys, I'll come sing too. I'll find something that I can sing along to.
Metallica.
Yeah. Maybe.
So who's up next, Dave?
Who is up next?
I do believe it's us.
It is us. We get to talk about a brand new feature in Intune called Diagnostic Client Logging. And so this will allow us to take and to collect logs remotely off of broken endpoints that are out there. And we're going to walk through not only these broken endpoints, we're going to take a look at some of the really cool reports and logs that are generated, tools, registry keys, and everything else. Important part about this is that, you know, You have to make sure that your clients are online though, right, Cristal?
Turned off, it doesn't work.
Remote logging doesn't work very good if your machine's not turned on. So only one really big prerequisite, make sure that your test
Now they
machine
don't need
is
to
turned
watch the
on.
session. That's all. That's the main thing we teach you in there.
No, there's more in there. There's more in there. Hope you enjoyed the session. John O'Neill Sr. also helped us out with some content creation on this one as well. And with that, Dave and Cristal, take it away. Hey there, MVP Days fans. We're back to you with another amazing session on endpoint management. It's a fantastic endpoint day that we've been running here all day long. We really hope that you've enjoyed all the sessions that we've been able to put together for you. This is actually our first dedicated endpoint day. We've done lots on data center and security and things like that. A lot of Azure topics that have come up with prior MVP days. And this is our first one dedicated to endpoints. And I'm Dave Kawula, and I'm joined here by
Cristal Kawula.
And in spirit we have
John O'Neill Sr.,
who unfortunately, if he was presenting with us here today, he would sound like glurg, 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 because he is
out diving with the sharks.
He is underwater right now. And so we're going to present for him here today. He is an amazing speaker if you've ever had a chance to listen to him. And it was instrumental in the creation of the content that we're about to deliver for you today. So he's not only going to get an honorable mention, he is a big part of what it is that we're presenting here today. So what we're going to talk about here today is Diagnostic Client Logging, a brand new preview feature in Microsoft Intune, also now known as Endpoint Manager. I'm still going to call it Intune because I am old school, and it helps me differentiate between our on-prem version versus our cloud-based endpoint management. So please don't beat me up on the video for this or in the comments. And if you do have comments about that, feel free to click and subscribe and like our videos.
and then comment.
And then comment, exactly. So this is actually a really important feature, Cristal, because when we take a look at managing our endpoints that are out there, especially in what we'll call an ongoing COVID era, I was really hoping
I call it the temporary normal. I'm refusing to accept the new normal as a terminology for what we have going on right now. The temporary normal.
I was really hoping that by the time that we were going to record this session that we would actually be able to say that COVID is done. We're scheduling more conferences, which we are. We're scheduling in-person conferences, but everything is still kind of up in the air.
Still a fingers crossed situation.
Right now, and we're desperate to get back out in our conferences and see all of you guys, our friends that are out there. So this new feature that we have, Diagnostic Client Logging, is in preview right now, released about a couple months ago. And is really cool for me because for the first time with Intune, we're able to see some of the debug and diagnostic logging that would be delivered when we're troubleshooting this as experienced IT pros. For example, a client's having some type of a blue screen issue. A client's having applications crashing. A client is having software that's not getting delivered, or settings or policies or things like that that are just not coming down properly. We now have a way to remotely collect and scrape that information from the clients. So, and it's basically a one button push and you can download all of your information. So great tool for our help desks out there, our service desk engineers that are out there. All right. So with that, see if I can advance a slide.
So what is it that we're gathering?
So the things that we're gathering, Cristal, is going to be any of the data that we would find relevant for troubleshooting. For example, there's an Intune client management extension log. There are event logs that we want to look at. There are registry entries that we want to look at. There are files that we want to gather off the system. And when we think about troubleshooting, this might not even be an Intune specific issue that we're troubleshooting. Maybe the client is actually experiencing some type of connectivity issue. Their connectivity issue actually may be centered somewhere around their wireless experience. So maybe we can collect some information around their wireless experience. And we're going to take a look at that specific use case.
without having to go out there, without having to test everything. You can
Yep.
actually scrape that information.
No remoting in, and it's a silent action that gets performed on the client's device.
And
So,
what about the client themselves? Their user data, everything, are we scraping that?
no, absolutely not. So no user data is harmed or impacted in the scraping of these logs. It's only system data that's going to be captured off of that machine.
So it's not even collected.
That's right. So if you're in a situation where you've got some type of a compliancy situation where you be very careful about your user data, this is going to take and protect that. So we'll only collect system-based information that's going to help us troubleshoot. It is a remote action. It is available right up on the console, the Endpoint Manager console. I'll call it Intune again. Some of the key things here is that your diagnostic data is stored for 28 days. So after you collect it, you're not going to have to take and worry about filling up a whole bunch of extra space. And each device can have up to 10 collections stored at a time. So when the help desk is working with an end user and they're having an issue, we can actually trigger this particular action as a very early on troubleshooting step. That way, if there is an escalation, boom, it's just a zip file that our escalation points can take and download and take a look at.
And it will store it so we can actually track if they're having consistent issues.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So with that, I think it would be logical to look at some of the requirements for this.
Okay, so I'm going to jump to one that sticks out to me. Do you need to have global administrator access to run this? Because we know how everybody loves global administrator access, but do you need it?
So first of all, it will work if you have global admins access.
Good.
Like most other things, it will work. And it will even work if you have Intune admins. But if you're in an organization that's taking and using some type of identity management solution like Azure PIM, you might want to take and use one of the built-in roles that are available for you called Collect Diagnostics, and you can then delegate that down to the group of your choice.
So you don't have to give your entire help desk global admins.
No, you could have a subset of rights that are available, and with PIM you can turn on that right in a just-in-time fashion so that you're not giving more rights than are actually required for them to do their day-to-day jobs. And for me, as an IT consultant, I never want to have more rights than are absolutely required for the task given, and then once done, I want them taken away.
Perfect.
So a couple other ones of note here. Cristal, do you actually need HoloLens 2 2004 or later?
If you want to actually manage HoloLens, yes. Otherwise, no, it's not a requirement to run the tool.
Yeah, so we should have said maybe some minimum requirements on this slide, I think. We'll have to talk to John O'Neill Sr. about that, so we'll clarify that a little. These are all of the supported versions that are available. Windows 10, 1909, and later. Hopefully you're in an upgrade path to some of the newer releases of Windows 10. It has to be an onboarded Intune device.
So I can't just go scan my mom's computer just because?
No, you can't. Unless you onboard it into your Intune tenant, then you would be able to do that.
Which I will not be doing.
It can also be co-managed devices with Config Manager. And they also have to be corporate-owned devices. So we can have a combination of personal-owned devices and corporate-owned devices in our endpoint management solution. But they do have to be corporate-owned, and they have to be online, which would make a little bit of sense considering we're trying to grab remote logs off them. There's no magical way to take and grab logs off of a device that is turned off. So having the device on is a very strong requirement.
We probably should have put that at the top of the list.
So make sure it's on, otherwise this feature does not work very well. All right, so with that, Cristal, what do you think?
Demo time.
Should we see a little bit of a live demo here?
Yes, please.
Here on MVP Days, we don't pre-record demos. Everything is live. So hopefully this goes well, because we will not be re-recording this again. Okay, so let's jump over to our Endpoint Manager Intune console. We will go over to one of our devices, and I've pre-selected a device here called Kawula NUC 03. one of the things that I'd like to point out to you, Cristal, is the fact that the device model on this is actually Kawula's Rule 1010. That's great.
It's my favorite model.
So with your NUCs, you can sometimes set custom OEM identifiers in there like device models. So I figured it would be cool to try that. Nice little serial number in there as well. And at the top, you can see we have this new Collect Diagnostics button. Inside of Collect Diagnostics is very simple as long as you have the rights to do this. You say, okay, Mr. End User's having problems. That Wi-Fi issue has come up again. And it's actually for a very important critical user that we have right now. Maybe it's our CEO. Payroll, accounting, right? And so we need to check, see what's going on, because we want to make sure that those checks get cut on a prompt fashion. And so we'll just click on Collect Diagnostics. It says, are you sure you want to collect this? Say yes. We can see the job is running right now. And so you'll see that come up under your device actions. And after that's done, just come down to the new Device Diagnostics preview. Inside of Device Diagnostics Preview, you can see that I've got one that's been completed just earlier today. And let's go take a look at this one. So we'll go download this.
How long does it usually take?
I
guess it depends on the size of your environment. Off the top of my head,
it's like maybe less than 5-10 minutes. Depends on how fast that thing can actually upload everything, right? I don't actually know the exact time. I didn't track it. Okay, so now we'll open this file, and it comes in a beautiful format like this. So our format that we have that's over here, we can take and we can see a lovely series of numerical folders. So Cristal, from a help desk and troubleshooting perspective, which folder are you going to click on for certain information? And so we'll scroll down.
I pick 37.
So
results.
inside of folder 37, let's see what this looks like. I see something called events. So this is a little bit problematic. So the first thing that you need to understand when you run these diagnostics is all of your table of contents, we'll call it, for the commands that are run are stored inside of this results file. So if I just double click on this results file, hopefully this will open this up in the right pane. Of course it doesn't. I have to go drag this back over. Hold on. It is a live demo, and magically...
And he has too many screens.
And magically, we'll just abracadabra this over here. Ta-da. And there we go. And so we can see the different folders that are inside of here. So if we count down on the folders, this would be like folder 1, folder 2, folder 3. And if I count backwards from the other side, this is easier to see because there's one in here called a WLAN report that I'm really interested in, because this user was having some type of a connectivity issue. So if I count up from the bottom, we have 50 folders in there. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this should be around folder 40. Unfortunately, the format is kind of what it is for right now, but based on what I'm actually getting out of here, I'm okay with this. So we'll go to number 40. It wasn't 40. Let's see if it's 39 or where is it here? It's going to be in here somewhere. There it is. I finally found it. So it's not a very pretty interface. I'll tell you that right now. But Microsoft, thank you very much, because the contents that you're giving me out of here is absolutely incredible. So I'll deal with this.
Thanks for not waiting till it's pretty to get it to us.
Exactly. And there is a little word in there called a preview, because this is a preview feature right now. So it's meant for us to try out. And so I could see this having a nice little UI or some type of a dashboard that's scraped together for the results in the future. But I get everything that I need in here. And so if I double click on this this WLAN report, great, I can see no events for the last 48 hours in here. So that's fantastic. So that means that thing's running properly. And if I scroll down, we can see some really great information. And I have to say something to all of my friends from Microsoft. Please make all of your reports look like this. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I've got ipconfig/all, and it looks like a command prompt window that's scrollable. Hello, that's pretty cool.
Beautiful.
I can take and I can see all of my NetSH information in here in scrollable windows. This is pretty darn cool. Now, I did have an example of this. I'll have to see if I can dig it up a little bit later, and maybe I'll post it in as a blog post. But I did have a system that was having significant wireless disconnects and such. And so that system was actually showing me times and dates of everything disconnecting. So I can see started connection from a network, disconnected a wireless and things like that. And so this one here is
Was it
actually
your
running
son's Xbox?
fairly well. It wasn't the Xbox, but it was his laptop actually was having very big issues. So anyways, that's a pretty cool report. That's one of them that's in there. Some of the other reports that are in there, if we go back over to the XML file, I can see that I'm collecting all the CCM logs. I can see that I'm collecting all of my Windows update logs, my MDM logs, my
What about
energy
your
reports.
Threat protection there.
I can see threat protection information, and these are registry keys that are being gathered. I can see different commands that are being run in here. So if anybody that's worked with Intune and they've been onboarding devices and they've had enrollment issues, I can almost guarantee you that you've run dsreg cmd/status. It'll tell us what our machine is joined, if it's joined up properly. We can also run MDM diagnostics. This is equivalent of running it through the control panel applet, or it's equivalent of running it through the store for business, or not the corporate portal. We can run diagnostics and see what's going on inside of here. And you can also select different areas inside of here as well. So if you're looking for the command line strings to run all these commands, they're here. And something that you can try yourself, maybe even as you're watching along, that report, that netsh wireless report, is actually just this command. So it's netsh wlan show profiles, and that's what actually gave that. And so, oh, sorry, this is the next one down. It's wlan show wlan report. Now, I didn't see one available in netsh, Cristal, for wired connections. This was only for wireless. But that's kind of cool because now we can see that. So if you want to write your own scripts around this to extract this data, even from systems that are on net, that's pretty cool because you can actually see a lot of the commands that are run. So what do you think about that? Interface maybe meh for right now, but some pretty cool commands, right?
Like I said, I'll take what I'll call a dirty interface in exchange for all the data that I need any day.
All right. So let's go back here. And let's take a look at some of the things that are actually captured for us. So we saw that we can collect the diagnostics. What are some of the registry hives, for example, that stick out to you that we're capturing?
The advanced threat protection jumps out at me right away because that has been near and dear to our hearts of late.
Absolutely.
So that jumps out at me right away. And then I've also got our policies, which makes me excited. And well, basically all of it, honestly. It's stuff that I don't have to go hunt for. It comes to me.
Yep, exactly. Anything that we're going to need kind of from a troubleshooting perspective is going to be there and available from me. I do a lot of work with onboarding and the engine that is kind of provided with Intune and Endpoint Manager. So those Intune management extension registry hives are going to be very important to myself.
The fact that you don't need to know all these commands either is helpful. It does it all in the back end for you.
Yep, and it's going to collect them, and they're just going to be sitting there for you, ready to go. Okay, now how about some of the different commands that are executed in here? So this is pretty cool. One of the big issues, Cristal, that I wanted to point out to everyone here was the certificates. So when we're doing something like autopilot with Intune, what's going to end up happening is that we typically need to do certain things while we're on the network and while we're off the network, especially if we're in a hybrid join scenario where we're going to now join into an Active Directory domain in a hybrid fashion. And we're going to need to be maybe pulling some custom installers over the network, and maybe we have some things like Cisco port authentication that we have to deal with, and we've got to get past the Cisco ICE servers to get there. And in order to do that, typically we would have to load certificates on these devices. And so that could pose some type of a connectivity issue that these users might be having, because maybe they've got expired certificates, maybe they're just not coming down properly, maybe we've got issues with our SCEP infrastructure that's pushing those down. So being able to grab all of those certificates is going to be very important, and check them to see what's coming down.
Before you do it.
Absolutely. And the other thing is that we could be having some type of firewall issues too. So the other one that really stands out to me is the NetSH Advanced Firewall Show All Profiles. Because one of the big issues, and you've probably actually seen it in your environments out there today, is the fact that Windows Firewall will sometimes trip up on itself and move you from a domain-based connection to a public connection to a private connection, all of which could have separate sets of rules. So all of a sudden connectivity gets lost because the system thinks that you're in the wrong zone. And so now you're in an untrusted world, and of course you're not going to have access to things. Well, maybe that's possibly what's going on. So that's a list of all the commands. I love the fact that in this tool, Cristal, we show all of the commands that are run. Because let's say for argument's sake, you wanted to build your own tooling. You wanted to build your own just enough administration PowerShell tools to go scrape this yourself. You actually have all of the details here to do it yourself.
Absolutely.
And we do love our PowerShell.
We do love to make custom PowerShell.
And just in case you didn't think that there were enough commands, we've got more commands. This is the ShamWow part of the presentation. And so my personal favorite out of all of these is that NetSH WLAN show report. I didn't actually even know that that existed prior to doing some work around the diagnostics. What are some of the other ones that you think are important inside of here? How about some of those energy reports?
Absolutely. I mean, but I honestly think they're all important.
Mm-hmm.
That's just me. But yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at the firewall show global there.
Yep. It's grabbing
Sorry.
our LAN profiles as well.
I'm also trying to read them all as you're going through them.
A couple little pings as well.
I'm wearing my glasses.
All right. Some of the event logs that we're going to grab, of course, the usual suspects that we have are going to be our application logs, our system logs, and our setup logs. Now, some of the things that are very cool is that we can push down app blocker-based policies so we can push app blocker policies down with Intune.
Yes.
So you might want to be taking and grabbing that information. Maybe BitLocker, drive encryption information, right? So these are all the event logs that are going to come down. Obviously, you'd have to scrape through those to see if there's any issues that are popping up.
Do we have any we can show, or have we run that?
The event logs, no, that's okay.
We don't care.
Yeah, it's the event logs are event logs, right? So we want to take and be able to just go do that for further system troubleshooting.
So where do you find them?
They're going to be inside of those folders. So
in the same.
Yep, everything is captured under the device diagnostics zip file that will be downloaded and viewable for your system. All right, these are some of the files that will be grabbed. So after those commands are run, we want to take and capture this information and pull it together inside of that zip file. So these are the individual files and folders that we're taking and scraping to get all of that data. And so, for example, we're getting our component-based servicing log. Maybe you're having some issues Windows Update related. Maybe some CCM setup logs. If we're in a co-management scenario, maybe the config manager agent's having some issue. All the CCM logs, MS Info 32 to show some information about the history of the systems. I'm going to grab all of those most critical MDM logs because we're talking about a modern desktop here today. And then, of course, above you see all of the WLAN reports. So the structure of the tool would be like this. I would trigger the action that would execute all of those commands to be run. It will store those files in kind of their local temp paths or their local paths that they've got. And then the final phase is wrapping everything up into a zip file that's going to be uploaded into the cloud. And then we can in turn download that. So these are all the files you capture. Once again, very important information if you're going to be building your own custom tooling around this, because a lot of the engineers that I know in this space love to tweak things. So they love to look at some of the stock settings that you get out of box, and then they'll try to build their own custom extensions or report gathering tools to make those available. Okay, how about this one? What if you don't want to use this feature at all?
Why wouldn't you?
So let's say for whatever reason you didn't want to use it. Is it possible?
Security purposes and such, right?
Yep. Is it possible, Cristal, to disable this at a tenant level?
Why, as a matter of fact, it is.
That's absolutely true. So we can go under tenant administration, device diagnostics, and we can globally disable if we want to. Now, this looks all great. This looks all fun. Everybody's going to try this out until it doesn't work. So what are some of the issues that are out there right now? And these are current as of the recording of
Today?
this session today, which
What
is
it,
today.
April 11th?
I don't
2020?
say what date it is, but if that's the date that you say it is, that's the date that it is. So you might have a timeout on certain devices without patches, so make sure that your devices are patched up. That's a very important key thing. These patches contain fixes to the diagnostic CSP logs, which prevent them from timing out during periods of upload. You may also need a reboot after applying these. So you might need a Patch Tuesday cycle to go through before this starts working if you're not fully serviced. The other thing is that if the device was not able to receive that triggered action for collection,
Like if it's turned off?
Within a 12-hour window, this could result in a failure of the action. So make sure your device is on, and a device sync or something like that could be triggered down to that device as well. And the last thing that I wanted to show here, Cristal, was it's not really part of the diagnostic collection, but it's one that's very important and very close to this from a troubleshooting perspective. Inside of the Intune portal, the Endpoint Manager portal, you're going to take and you're going to see something just sitting right above the device diagnostic preview. It's called User Experience. And some of the things that are very cool about user experience are the fact that I can see all of the update and reboot cycles and restart categories that are hitting these machines. Also, I can see if the systems are having catastrophic failures. So this particular example, the reason that I chose this device, Kawula NUC 03, was because we have been having a few blue screen issues with this, driver related, various different reasons that they could be coming down.
I know the reasons.
So let's go pop over to our device here and click on user experience, demo time again. Hopefully my connection didn't time out. Doesn't look like it did. Okay, so some of the interesting things, if you're in a co-managed scenario or hybrid AD joined, you might be using some group policy as well as Intune policy. This is just a pure AAD device right now, so there is no group policy that's hitting it from a corporate perspective. But I can see that we would be able to see this, and I can see sign-on times. Like my sign-on times for this thing are pretty fast. Sub 1 minute. That's pretty darn good. We're looking at about roughly 10 seconds for most of this. That's a pretty utopian level of logon experience in my case. I've seen this as high as like 5-10 minutes.
Yes.
Right? And so you could be getting locked up group policies and stuff like that in there. We can see the sign-in history. We can take and we can see top processes, and these are the ones that are important to me. So I can see that on the 13th there was some type of an update that ran on here, and that's probably shortly after a Patch Tuesday cycle that hits the system, and bang, we get a blue screen. Now the first two blue screens that hit were memory corruption. So initially I thought, well, okay, maybe we're having some hardware issues on there. Maybe there's something physically wrong with this device. But if you take a look in here, it's almost a full week and a full week later. Each of these are running on almost weekly cycles for these blue screens.
Yep.
And especially these latest recent ones here. And it almost looks like there's some type of an application that's not behaving nicely, that's got some type of a triggered job or process that's crashing the system. So, okay, so that'll show me like hardware related issues or, process related crashes. How about application reliability? Let's go take a look at app reliability. I'm seeing a lot of red in there, Cristal. A lot of red.
It's pretty, but I don't think it should be there.
No, and if we take a look at what's going on, it looks like there was some type of an application crash, and it looks like PowerShell was running.
Someone must have been running a script that kept rebooting our systems over and over and over.
I don't know who would write a script that would do something like that, but I was trying to write a script that would force Windows updates on an autopilot sequence, and apparently they locked up and looped for a little while. So,
and what did you succeed in doing?
I succeeded in rebooting everybody's machines 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
While
9,
they're
10,
trying to
11,
get their
12, 13,
online
14,
schooling
15,
done.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So after roughly 20 reboots, the machines were nicely fully serviced.
It was a fun few days.
Yes, and it was basically this. We're on some of our lab-based, home-based network machines, and you'll never hear kids scream louder than if you take and you just remotely start rebooting their machines while they're in the middle of a Zoom call. So anyways, lesson learned from that, but it was interesting to see that that was all tracked inside of here. So that was pretty cool. And so yeah, I highly suggest you check out user experience, you check out your device diagnostics. And with that, I think that is what we have for this session, Cristal.
Oh, look at that. We're done.
So I'd like to send a big thank you out to everyone for attending the session here. We really appreciate your time. Remember, if you do like these sessions, do subscribe to the channel, like the
Absolutely.
videos, comments.
We do check those comments, by the way, and you can also tweet us.
Yeah, always reach out to us on social media. We're always available for you. We do our best. We are a free community service. We do this for all of you guys. And the other thing that I'd like to point out is that we do have a collection of books available for you on LeanPub, also available on Amazon, as well as our blog at www.checkyourlogs.net. And with that, I think we're pretty much right on time here, Cristal. So I think we'll wrap it up.
All right. Take care, all.
Well, that was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed our session. I know we really enjoyed having you. Remember, as you're watching these sessions, there is a live chat option. You can chat with our experts. We're here for you. And also remember that all of the sessions that you're seeing today will be available post-show, recorded up online for you, and available for viewing on demand. Our next presenter, Cristal.
Our next presenter is Peter Daalmans with basically embracing modern device management.
Modern device management. I love it. Let's see what Peter's got for us. Peter, take it away.
Hi, thank you for joining my session. Don't bother your users with mobile device management. Embrace modern. My name is Peter Daalmans, and I'm a trainer, architect, author, and a lead of the Workplace Ninja user group in the Netherlands. In my daily life, I help customers moving towards Microsoft Intune, Azure AD, and all those other products which are in the Microsoft Cloud. I wrote a couple of books in the past, and for that and being active in the community, I am a Microsoft MVP. Today, I want to tell you a story about the administrator and the administrator modern managing all those mobile devices, all those different flavors of Android, iOS, and in the past we had also Windows Mobile. Of course, when allowing users to connect their mobile device or a corporate device, we want to lock it down because we do that the same with all our Windows devices. So our first thinking is, oh no, we need to lock that device down with a complex PIN, with a lot of restrictive settings. And of course, we need to check for compliance if the settings are still applicable or still valid on the user's device. And of course, maybe there are some use cases when you work in a financial company and dealing with a lot of financial data. Often we have there for that purpose we have a corporate device. But what about bring your own devices? Do we also want to manage that way? Do we want to bother our users with a complex PIN, with encryption, which maybe slowing down the device? People forget that 8-digit PIN again, and at the end we get frustrated users, and frustrated users end up in a phone being erased because after trying it for X number of time, the device will be erased as a security measurement. And frustration often leads to broken devices. And of course, we don't want to have those broken devices because we want to have those users productive on their own device. So instead of looking at securing all those mobile devices, we need to rethink how to of where to focus on instead of focusing purely on the device. maybe we need to look at securing the apps and the data. Of course, it's a thin line we're working on because we have data at rest, we have data in use and data in motion, and all of those are part of the complete security life cycle when we talk about protecting data in apps. And we need to ask ourselves, how are we going to use security measurements, and how are we going to achieve this without really locking down and annoying the user? A good feature, and a very good feature of Microsoft Intune, and a unique feature, if you ask me, is app protection without enrollment. And basically, with this, we can protect apps which are enlightened for Microsoft Intune without being enrolled, without the need of all those restrictive policies I've discussed earlier. So what is required to be able to do this? Of course, apps. And in the past, when I was working with Intune 2015, almost no apps were available that could use app protection or app protection without enrollment. But in the last couple of years, Microsoft and all the third-party vendors invested a lot of time and money to also develop apps that support Intune. And this list is already old. So if you look up the complete list at the Microsoft Docs, you will definitely find more apps for sure. So basically what it is, we can use Microsoft Intune Enlightened apps to configure policies on those, and protection policies. And all of the most Microsoft apps support multi-identity. So if we look at the Outlook app, for instance, we have a corporate side and a personal side. And with the app protection policies, we only manage the corporate side of the app. The personal Outlook.com address is for the user themselves, and the corporate address is managed by the company's policies. So if a user leaves the company can remove the corporate data, but not the personal data, which is great. We can also configure policies to restrict copy and paste, for instance. You can copy personal information to your corporate account, but not vice versa. So we can restrict a lot of things. Also, by adding conditional launch, we can check if a device is rooted or jailbroken, or we can check if a supported version is installed, like iOS 14 or Android 10. And if Android 10 is not available or higher, then the app cannot be used, for instance. Of course, this is done without MDM. You can use it together with Intune or any other third-party MDM, but you can use this without MDM. And this is a really powerful tool for your bring your own users, or for users that use their bring your own device. So how does this work? We have on one side Azure AD and Intune, and Azure AD takes care of the authentication process. Is the user trying to log on really the user? And after the authentication is completed, the Intune will push down the policies and manage the apps. Add a PIN, maybe use facial recognition to log on, and so on. So what are the differences for regards to Android and iOS? For iOS, we need the Authenticator app installed to be able to use app protection without enrollment. For Android, we need to have the company portal installed. But why is this? Why don't you use the same app? Why have a different app? Basically, the reason is that the platform OSs are different. And where iOS is really sandboxed, one app cannot communicate with the other app. And on the other side, Android is really open, where an Android app can use resources from other apps, and that's basically the real reason, is because of Android is a really open platform. It can use resources from the company portal. So most of the Intune SDK, which is required for apps to use or to apply app protection policies, to use the Intune SDK, most of the Intune SDK is integrated in the company portal app. Instead of on iOS, the Intune SDK is integrated in every app themselves, and the authenticator is being used as an authentication broker, which is required to be able to authenticate. So if we look at the capabilities, and we have policies that can block the backup to, for instance, the iCloud or the Android Google Drive. We can encrypt the data, encrypt the business data. We can restrict transferring data to other apps, or only managed apps, for instance. Only apps that support the Intune SDK. We can configure the requirement of a PIN, the complexity, use of a fingerprint, facial recognition. And if you want to bother your users really, you can require the corporate ID. But this session is all about embracing modern, so we wouldn't want to configure something like that. Of course, also an offline period. So configure a time that every X number of hours a user need to be checked in, so that the device can be checked, or at least the app can be checked if it's still secured or not. And then of course we can check for the rooted jailbroken devices if the right app version is configured. And nowadays we can check if a user is disabled or not. And if something happened, we can selectively wipe the device or block access or reset the PIN, depending on the conditional launch. So when are those policies applied? And normally this is done at check-in when somebody signs in with the app, or otherwise every 8 hours. And then unless another policy is applied, then every 30 minutes. A selective wipe is done instantly when the user signs out or at the next check-in. So the app is now protected. But how can we enforce this? Because if somebody wants to use a native mail app, for instance, instead of Outlook, normally a user would be able to do so because it also supports modern authentication. So therefore we can use conditional access, which is part of Azure AD. And conditional access integrates with the Intune protected apps. So how does this work? We basically have two options. One option, which is there already for a longer time, is that when the user logs in to Azure AD, the Azure AD STS service checks to see if the app which is being used is on the approved client app list within Azure AD. And that approved client app list is basically a fixed list maintained by Microsoft with secret keys which are part of the apps being developed by Microsoft and being used. If an approved client app is being used, the STS provides an access token, and the user will be able to get their email from Exchange. Like I said, this method is only supported for Microsoft apps because it's a fixed list, so no third-party apps are available that supports the required approved client app control in conditional access. So nowadays, or since a long time already, Microsoft developed a new feature, and this feature in Azure AD conditional access is able to check if the app that is being used, if it is protected by an app protection policy. This feature is still in preview, but it works like this. A user logs on to Azure AD. The Azure AD checks to see if Intune has reported that the app protection policy is applied to the app that is being used. In this case, Outlook. If Outlook is reported as protected, then the STS provides an access token. If not, then access will be denied. But if access token is provided, then the user will have access to Exchange Online. So, in the meantime, until the required app protection policy is out of preview, we can use this both together. I will show you in a bit how to configure this, but always make sure to use at least conditional access to restrict to the managed app, and hopefully you're able to use it in conjunction with the new feature because it is really great. But what about spyware? And what about if there's some kind of malicious app installed on a device, or a malicious Wi-Fi network is being used? What should we do then? Do we require MDM to be able to check this? Because, to be honest, mobile devices are also huge target for malicious people, of bad actors. They want to be able to access those mobile devices because a lot of information is being held there, and a lot of financial information is maybe available there. So what can we do about this? We are able to add an extra layer to the security. And this is done by using a mobile threat defense solution together with which supports app protection policies. And basically what it does is, by integrating conditional launch with the mobile threat defense, we're able to check for the threat level of the device without being enrolled. The mobile threat defense partner app is being installed and is protecting the device, and if something happens, the threat level will be shared with Azure AD. The information will be stored there and shared with Intune, and then when somebody tries to open the Outlook app and it sees that a threat is being detected, then we block access or maybe instantly wipe the data. To my knowledge, Intune is the only one doing app protection without enrollment and also integrating with the mobile threat defense partners like this. So how does this work? Typically, your device is being managed or protected by a mobile threat defense partner. Intune is protecting the app And if a malware is detected, this will be shared to Intune and by the Mobile Threat Defense Console of partner, and access will be denied. If the threat is being remediated, you will definitely have access again, which is awesome if you ask me. So let's first have a look at the Intune side. If we are in the Endpoint Manager Admin Center, if we go to Applications, we have a node called App Protection Policies. And in the App Protection Policies, we are able to configure the policies like described earlier in this session. So we are able to pick and choose the apps which supports app protection policies. And this is a huge, extensive list nowadays. So if you look here, you don't see only the Microsoft apps, but also the apps, third-party apps, that support app protection policies. And you're just able to pick and choose those and click select and then save. Regards to the app protection policies, we can restrict access to the backup, of course, restrict cut, copy, paste, how we can deal with the dialer app, if we can use any dialer app or a specific dialer app. You are able to tune this for your needs. So supporting third-party keyboards or not, or just blocking them. We know that in third-party keyboards often, or not often, but there can be keyloggers in if you have a malicious keylogger. So we are able to block this to be able to access corporate data. We can restrict opening URLs to only use the Edge browser, because Edge we are also able to manage this and protect the data, so we can keep it all contained if required. Next, we are able to configure things around the access requirements, configure the number of digits for the PIN, if it is numeric or a passcode, and so on and so forth. And the conditional launch is basically conditional access light, but we can check the app versions, if app is of a account is disabled, if it's jailbroken or rooted, or like discussed just now, if for instance a threat is being detected. So if a threat is detected with a minimum value, we can either block access or instantly wipe the corporate data, which makes this solution really secure. So if even any threat is detected, if it needs to be secured, so even no low threat may be available, then we can instantly wipe corporate data, not the device, of course. Which is great if you ask me. And the user needs to activate the application themselves, but it is pretty easy and pretty straightforward to activate an app and protect an app with corporate data. So if we move over to conditional access, we have a couple of things we can do. And of course, let's just create a new one. We can create a conditional access rule for the complete Office 365 app. We can select the users. If we select all users, make sure that you don't lock yourself out. So don't use too restricted conditional access policies. or just user group, which you can use, for instance, together with Lookout. So in this case, we are able to select the Office apps, the Office 365. So basically all applications part of Office 365 are automatically protected by this conditional access rule. And we need to configure the conditions. So we want to target this to only iOS and Android devices, because only iOS and Android devices support app protection without enrollment, or at least the app protection policies we are using. We want to do this from any location, and we want to create conditions that it is for the browser access, but also for the modern apps, the mobile apps and desktop clients. And next, we can configure the grant options, where basically the grant controls, access controls, require approved client app is listed. And if we click here, you see the apps that are currently supported. And like said, those are only the Microsoft apps. So Microsoft knows the secret key, and they are able to exchange that data. For the require app protection policy, the list is getting bigger and bigger every month. Slowly, the apps will be added here, and the reason why it is still in preview is because of the fact that the latest SDK needs to be implemented, so that the policy assurance can be implemented also. So all the app vendors, and 2 of them are third party, have already implemented this, but also the other third parties, but also the internal Microsoft teams need to implement the latest Intune SDK to be able to use this. And this is much more powerful, if you ask me. So you can use this in conjunction, like I said, and instead of using the require all selected controls, you can select one of those. So either if the app is protected with a policy, then you're allowed to access, or when the app is on the approved client list. This one, of the first one, require approved client app, doesn't guarantee that the app is protected, because if a user doesn't have an Intune license, the app can be used and conditional access will allow it. But if you don't have an Intune license, you will never receive an app protection policy. So you will never be able to protect the app. So if something went wrong in the provisioning of the user, you will end up with unprotected apps. And basically, this should be enough to create this app of this conditional access policy. You can configure to report only or to on. So what is next? And you hear the thunderstorms. What's next? We need to embrace modern. We don't want to bother our users with all those MDM policies and all those protection policies. If it is a bring your own device, and if a user is just using mail and SharePoint access or whatsoever, we will result with happy users. They can be productive with all those big hurdles, and it is a pretty good security. I've used this as a couple of financial customers, and they embraced this concept, and they reviewed this concept because they are really risk and security focused. So it is good enough for them, then it's most likely good enough for you also. With that, thank you for joining me. Make sure to join the community. If you haven't looked at User Voice is a good source for you to gain knowledge about what is happening in the Microsoft Intune space or Config Manager space or Azure space. What's being worked on. If you have an ID, submit it. If you searching for something and you see, hey, that's a great idea, vote for it. Make sure to do that. And join the other communities on Reddit, YouTube, the Workplace Ninja network, and MMS. And with that, thank you very much for your time. Hopefully you have an awesome day, and talk to you soon, hopefully in person. Otherwise, to the next session. Bye-bye.
Peter, great session. Really enjoyed that. We actually learned a lot inside of that session. Up next for us is our resident blogger, resident MVP, and great friend of ours, Émile Cabot. And he's going to be talking a little bit about MDM and MEM better together. It's actually an important topic because when we look at the journey to, modern device management and application management, it's important to have a good level of understanding around this. So, Émile, show's all yours. And remember, everyone, if you're liking the show, don't forget to comment. We'll try to answer any of that. We've got.
And if you have questions, don't be afraid to post them in the chat window, and we will do our best to answer every question you guys have.
Awesome. Émile, take it away.
Hey Dave, thanks for the intro. And hi everyone. Thanks for joining. Today's session is about mobile device management and mobile application management and how the two products are better together. So this is an Intune session. Mobile application management is really a tool that's available through Intune, but it's actually an Azure thing because you need some other components in behind Intune configured properly in order to make the MEM component as fully functional as it's really designed to be. So first off, you need to have your AAD. Your AAD is going to give you your authentication, your authorization. It's going to tell Intune what groups you're a member of, and from those groups, what level of access you're supposed to have. And that's where conditional access comes in. Conditional access controls will define what gates a device or a user has to pass before they can get access to data. And then Azure Information Protection is going to provide Intune with the flags, the sensitivity labels for each of the documents so that it knows what level of challenge to provide the end user and the device before that data can be accessed or manipulated. So basically, it's fence posts, right? So because in a mobile application management world, what we're not doing is managing the device. So as a result of that, we can't go through and force changes on them. All we can do is say, before you can access the data, your device needs to meet this criteria, or your user account needs to meet this criteria. And then if either of those aren't true, then you're denied access. So we know MDM. What's MEM? As I mentioned, mobile application management is for non-managed devices. We use them primarily for personal devices. There's a transition right now where not everybody, especially right now, where not everybody has the ability to use a corporate owned or corporate issued device to access work. But everybody has a machine, everybody has an iPhone or an Android. So we need to give them the ability to use those devices to access corporate data. But we also need to ensure that our data is still protected and our data cannot be compromised or lost as a result of this new form of connection. So if we look at MDM, when you enroll a device in MDM, that now comes under corporate management. Corporate management has the ability to define the configuration of the device by removing or adding applications automatically. They have the ability to wipe and reset the device at any time. They have the ability to track the device. All of these things may not be what either the organization or the end user or both wants to have happen to personally owned devices. So MEM provides us the ability to control the corporate aspect of this connection. So we will know when Joe connects into Office 365 using his personal device. We will be able to tell that he connected through, a Samsung Note 10, and this was his patch level. We can't tell pretty much anything else. We can't tell his phone number. We don't have his location ID. We don't have the ability to wipe his device. What we do have the ability to do is called an app selective wipe, or we can remove all of the corporate data off of that device without affecting any of the personal stuff. So that gives us the ability to control data on that device without actually impacting or affecting anything personally. And we'll go into that a little bit later. So how's MEM really different from MDM? MDM is more for corporate-owned devices. MDM will give you full auto-enrollment capabilities and full auto-provisioning capabilities, both for Windows devices, Android devices, and iOS, macOS devices. So we can take a device that has never been broken, the seal has never been broken on the box, and deliver that to an end user, and when they power it on for the first time, it'll say their name and welcome to your organization, and please type in your password, right? So we have the ability to control all of that at the very, very initial stages through corporate-owned devices. From Windows devices, not only can we do that, we can also force down application deployments or device configurations and do a lot of the day-to-day operations that we typically would do in Config Manager. Now, from mobile application management, again, remember the devices are not enrolled. You can't manage them. So you don't have the authority to push an application down to the device, right? So what we'll be able to do with mobile application management is make those applications available inside of what's called the company portal, which is just an app you download from the company store. And we can make internal applications, corporate written applications, or proprietary licensed applications available to machines that we don't manage safely and effectively through that company portal. And we can require authorization into that, or authentication into that portal. So when users log in, we can ensure that our internal applications aren't getting installed on, the general public's devices, but we can also enforce, we can't enforce. We have the ability to publish applications based upon group membership. So members of the management group, for example, would have the admin console for the timekeeping system, whereas all of the general staff would have the time entry system, right, as an example. AIP and conditional access are absolutely critical for mobile application management. if you don't have AIP and CA turned on and configured and policies or labels created inside of there, what you're going to get from a MEM enrolled device is merely registration data. You'll know, like I said earlier, that Joe logged in with a Samsung 10 on this date at this time to access this resource. That's really all you're going to be able to do. You don't have, you have the ability to delete the accounts, the entire accounts off the device, but that's really it. So what you'll do is you'll use Azure Information Protection to define sensitivity labels inside of documents. Now, AIP is, if you think back to, oh my God, 18 years ago now, when Exchange 2003 came out, they had these privacy labels that you could apply to emails or documents. And by putting a certain filter on the document, that would prevent it from being forwarded or printed or whatnot. Now, that was great, but the big problem with it is users didn't actually do it. So what Azure Information Protection does is, from an organization level, it'll allow us to define sensitivity labels to be placed on corporate data. So as a perfect example, I can say that anything that has a credit card number in it, right, a 16 number format inside of a document will automatically be labeled as protected and cannot be forwarded, printed, or saved to a local device. And that will ensure that even when users are accessing corporate documents from their personal devices, the documents themselves never actually leave our ecosystem, right? They still have the ability to view them. But if they want to save them, they can only save them to their OneDrive for Business folder or back to SharePoint effectively. And then we can have different labels for different requirements, right? So based upon the type of organization that we have and the type of documents, we may have different labels for social insurance number, social security number, credit cards, as I mentioned. Could also be patent information or internal R&D numbers. So if those are located in a document, then they automatically get flagged. What's really cool about it is it happens automatically, and it happens as soon as that document touches the Microsoft ecosystem. So if it's saved to OneDrive, or it's added to an email attachment, or even if it's an unsaved document in Word, a blank document in Word, and they start typing, they have that, they type one of those criteria into the document, the label will automatically get applied. So it prevents data loss very, very easily and configurable, from an included feature. So that's pretty neat. And then to wrap those two around, we need to use conditional access to define gates to evaluate the device connection and the user connection to determine whether it should or should not be granted access and what level of access we're going to be granting to that session. Based upon whether, even from a personal device, right? Based upon whether the user is connecting from a trusted location, like an internal wireless address, or whether they're connecting from a Starbucks, we can give them different levels of access, or even make different levels of challenge to ensure. So if they're, on a trusted network, we may just require their biometric authentication to go through. But if they're on a public connection, we may frequently require a PIN as well, for example. Okay, so some typical conditional access policies are here, and these are really, really cool. Now, what I found with implementing Intune over the last few years is a lot of organizations that have already had some sort of Azure adoption and have workloads already in the cloud. A lot of them have already created these conditional access policies, which is good and bad. because now we have a framework to work from. And more importantly, we also have a resource that's already been assigned to manage these policies. And from an implementation perspective, that's very important, because now we don't have to go through a lot of the discovery through the other teams to find out what else is required to implement as we're going through and doing this. So some typical policies are up here. The most important one of all is on the bottom, the break glass account. If you don't know what a break glass account is, that's a special Azure account that we create that is specifically used in the event of an emergency, right? In case of fire, break glass. So these conditional access policies are global and they're very, very powerful. And inside of here, if you make the wrong click and you grant or deny in the wrong place, you have a very, very real possibility of locking yourself out of your entire Azure tenant. And Microsoft does not have a back way into your tenant to get this. So you're into disaster recovery and restoration mode if you do this, and it's critical. So when you're going through the process to create these conditional access policies, you absolutely have to create a properly configured break glass account and make sure that on every single one of your policies, these accounts are excluded from enforcement on there. Now, because the policies are excluded, that means that they could be potentially vulnerable, right? Because they're not going to have these restrictions in place. So there's a very specific process to also create these break glasses accounts. And at the end of the slide deck, I'll have a link to where you can go to see how to configure those. So as I mentioned earlier, a lot of times when we go to implement Intune Mobile Application Management or MDM, the organization already has conditional access. And from a modern desktop perspective, hybrid join doesn't really happen, right? Because you have machines that are now going to be AAD only joined if you don't go through and force the domain join on them. But it isn't required anymore for a lot of these actions. So what we're facing is the conditional access policies that have been created and they're essentially epitaphed, right? They've been added in through production, and getting any changes at this point is really hard. And their conditional access controls were all based on allowing a connection if the machine is hybrid joined. So if a device is both domain joined and Azure Active Directory joined, then we can allow that connection through. And this prevents people from using personal devices, right? Or personal workstations at home, which is a perfectly good policy. But the problem now is if now we start to have devices that aren't domain joined, right? If people never come into the office or they never come onto a corporate location, then forcing them to domain join is hindering both operations and performance for the end user. So we want to get around that. And what we need to do is make that transition from just granting access based upon a hybrid join device to granting access based upon an Intune compliant device. And then what we do is we work with security to define the compliance settings that need to be enforced on the device before it's granted access. So we'll still achieve the same level of enforcement, because from an MDM enrolled device, what we'll do is we'll say that we'll configure Intune so that the only devices that can be joined are the ones that are corporate owned, right? They've already been enrolled through the corporate asset manager. and that will prevent people from manually enrolling their personal device under MDM. So by switching from hybrid join to compliance and then ensuring that we've restricted the enrollment, we've configured the enrollment restrictions properly, we'll still achieve the same goal of only allowing access to the Azure resources or corporate resources by a corporate-owned device. It's just not necessarily calling out a domain joined device anymore. So in operations, this is really important because it allows desktop engineering to make the same applications available to both their corporate-owned devices and the devices that users are using to connect to work that aren't managed. So be that, even a licensable product that's available both on the App Store that we've purchased internally and licensed internally, we can push those applications through to these users if we have the appropriate licensing for it. And as I mentioned earlier, internal home written applications, this is a great and easy way to get those applications out into the user's hands on those unmanaged devices. But again, remember, we're not pushing. We can't enforce or require the installation of these applications. What we can do is we can make the applications available to the end user to download. And on the other side, we can also restrict access to corporate resources unless these applications are present on the device. So this helps IT because we don't have to start managing devices that we don't own. Which, especially from an imaging and an ongoing maintenance perspective, is a major pain. The other side of it is this is a SaaS solution, so the infrastructure itself we don't have to manage, and we get a full visibility into all the devices that are connecting into our infrastructure from that single console. From an application perspective, again, we can make those applications available to both enrolled or both corporate and personal owned devices. From a personal device perspective, we don't have to force end users to enroll personal devices into company management in order for them to do their work. We have a way to make it work for them without them giving up that level of control to a device that they bought, right? Now, from support perspective, they don't have to support personal phones. So as this adoption goes up and up and corporate device use goes down and down, it starts to reduce the amount of support requirements on that team for managing device issues like space or other applications or performance, stuff like that. From a security perspective, we've got all the controls. There are CIS standards for all of these configurations, so we can implement all those ad nauseum or configure them, as needed. This checks off a lot of boxes for them, because now they don't need to be constantly worried about ways or users that have circumnavigated the enrollment process and managed to, get their home machine imaged by the management system or something. From a management perspective, of course, people can work from anywhere. And in the COVID world, this is very, very important, because we may not, from a corporate perspective, have been ready to provide everybody with a device that they can work from home. And users like using devices that they have bought and selected and use on a day-to-day basis. They're comfortable with them. They have their productivity apps. They've tweaked their everything to, the way that they want to make it work. And it's generally just a better working experience for them because they're using, their own tools. So here's some links that are important if you're looking at deploying mobile application management with your Intune MDM solution. The break glass account for anybody doing conditional access, whether you're using Intune or not, this is a very, very, very important thing to do. So definitely go to that link and make sure that you have break glass accounts configured. There's a very good conditional access guide published by another MVP, Alex Fields. I've included that link there. For Azure AIP, we've got a SharePoint MVP, Nikki Borrell, who has a nice blog on that entire process. So that's posted. Apple Business Manager is very important for enrolling and managing your corporate-owned devices, your corporate-owned Apple devices. So both your Macintosh workstations and your iOS, iPadOS devices. Apple Business Manager is what allows you to really get the full level of corporate management that Apple will allow you to do. And finally, how to implement mobile application management by another MVP, Aktay Sari. And that link is there, and that walks you through the entire setup of each of the things that I talked about today. I hope this was helpful for you, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the sessions today. Thanks, everyone.
Great job, Émile. Thank you very much for that wonderful session, but don't go anywhere because I'm pretty sure you're up again.
And this time it's going to be talking a little bit about migrating an enterprise from Active Directory in 2021. A lot of Azure Active Directory users out there, hundreds of millions of users, in fact. So it's important to know a bunch of tips and tricks about this. So tips, tricks, techniques coming up via Mr. Émile Cabot. Émile, show is yours again.
Hey Dave, thanks for the introduction. And hi everyone. My name is Émile Cabot and I am an MVP in Cloud and Data Center Management based out of Calgary, Canada. Today's session is going to look at the process for migrating an enterprise from Active Directory to Azure Active Directory using tools that are available to us in 2021. So from a high level, we've done a few of these over the last couple of years where we've either moved organizations from their on-prem AD to AAD only, or we took a couple of new mid-sized businesses and architected a full environment that was 100% Azure-based. And despite all of the blogs that you read out there, it is possible you can do it. But it's not a like-for-like comparison, right? It's not apples to apples. Active Directory is so much more than just user authentication and groups. There's a plethora of roles that we have deployed and utilized and relied on for years. And these services are not only critical to the organization, but also to the security implementation of our operating environment. So when you're looking at migrating from Active Directory to Azure Active Directory, you're not just thinking about users and groups and where those reside. There's all of these other components that go in behind that we're now going to have to figure out. Right, so we've got login scripts. A lot of people still use login scripts and kick scripts. We've got map drives. We've got group policy objects. We've got OU memberships and OU targeted policies. We've got site targeted policies. We've got, and then the Active Directory roles, right? We've got DNS. We've got DHCP, we've got certificate services, we've got direct access, right? We've got VPN, there's a whole plethora of them. And in reality, as we go through and start to look at this transition from AD to AAD, really what we're doing is we're migrating to the modern desktop. And one of the biggest problems that you'll come across when you try to do this transition is grasping onto those legacy management practices and trying to find a way to force that same policy through into the modern desktop. So before we go further, the question will arise with some of you as to what is a modern desktop. And the modern desktop is not a technology. It's more of a framework and a way of thinking of managing the tools. It takes into consideration what's most important for the end user, what's most important for management, and what's most important for security, and provides that level of control without the extra complexity and restriction that's not necessary. We want to make the experience as beneficial for the end user as possible, and we want to drive adoption. We want to make sure that when they're using these tools, it's easy for them, they're comfortable with them, and it's engaging. So modern technologies like biometrics and passwordless authentication, using authenticator apps and stuff, is more than acceptable form of authentication. The reality is that a username and password is very, very vulnerable, and it's the other levels of authentication, the multi-factors, the multiple factors that are important, right? The biometric, the PIN authentication, so on and so forth. So based upon what we can do is we can assign a threat level to a device based upon how it's connecting, right? Like if a device is Intune compliant, right? That means it's enrolled in MDM and it's on a trusted network. So it's on a known location that we've defined. And the Wi-Fi profile is private, then we're fine with just the biometric authentication, and maybe a 5-minute password or a 5-minute screensaver. But if they're connecting from a private device or a personally owned device on a public location, then we may not want to give them access at all. So what we do is we define the gates, what allows people to access based upon how they're accessing. So rather than just say, no, nobody that's outside of the on-prem network can authenticate. And that's a very, very popular thing. So what people have done with like their ADFS implementation is they've prevented authentication outside of their internal network. So when you try to go log into Office 365, it's going to port you over to your ADFS server, and then you type in your password there. But if you're not on-prem, ADFS can't verify your password, and therefore it can't authenticate you and can't authorize you access into the environment. And it's an easy way to block people. In a COVID world, that doesn't work because everybody's at home and, these aren't known locations anymore. So what we now need to do is we need to make ADFS available externally, because the first thing I need to know when a connection comes through is if that user is properly authenticated, if that is in fact one of my employees. Now, once I've validated that this is in fact an employee with a valid username and password and whatever SSO or multi-factor, now I can define whether they're going to be authorized for access or not. So if they've connected externally, that's fine. Are they connecting from a private machine from an Intune compliant device? Yes, okay, then I'll give them access. If they're connecting from a private network from a non-managed device, then we will only allow them access to email, for example. So it allows us to, instead of blocking the authentication we're now controlling the authorization of access based upon where our connection is coming from. I hope that makes sense. And then we want to utilize stuff like cloud storage and OneDrive and SharePoint. We need to move away from those shared drives and map drives. We also don't want people to be storing stuff locally on their machines, at least through unknown folders, right? So with OneDrive, we can configure what's known as known folder move and automatically add any file that's added to the desktop or documents, for example, right into OneDrive. So that'll allow us to protect our corporate data, even on devices that are anywhere in the world. So when you're looking at migrating from AD to AAD, as I mentioned, one of the big things that we're going to have a problem with is group policy. The older the environment that you have, the harder this is going to be, because group policy's been around for more than 20 years. And if you haven't been using a tool like Config Manager, historically, then group policy was really the only way to get stuff out to your machines. So a good analysis of group policy needs to be undertaken. And until recently, there wasn't really a good process for that. The next thing is the AD integration. So as you're moving from this, you have AD integration through Intune, so you can automatically enroll all of your existing devices into Intune through a group policy. And this is amazing because I've found in operation that enrolling Macs and enrolling Windows is inherently different. The Apple process to enroll a device into Intune is so easy. For corporate-owned devices, is so easy and requires very, very little manipulation by the end user or the administrator to make it happen. From a Windows perspective, if you're autopiloting the device and you're able to capture that device and get it into Intune right from that out-of-box configuration, then it's very easy. If you don't have that and you've got an existing fleet of machines that you need to import into Intune, there's like 8 different ways to do it, and each one is inherently more convoluted than the last. And it requires a lot of different things, both from the admin side and the administrator side, to accept stuff. So the auto-enrollment capability through AD integration can't be discounted, because without it, all of the other processes aren't quite as seamless. AAD Premium, there's 2 levels, P1 and P2. P1 will get you most everything that you need to do this properly, but there are a couple of things that P2 will give you over and above, and I'll get into those in a second. So self-service groups, apps, and password reset. This is very, very important to implement as you're moving to modern desktop, because we want to be able to give the end users the capability to request both their password be changed after confirming their identity, and have the ability to self-request additions and modifications to groups and application deployments, right? As we move to that modern desktop, and especially if you have an AD that's 20 years old, you may decide to start your group memberships from fresh and base them high level at a department level and go from there. If you're going to do something like that, you really want to lighten the workload on your service desk and give some automation capabilities down to the end user and to management to self-resolve a lot of these things. Multi-factor authentication isn't actually available for anything other than Office 365 for users that don't have AAD Premium. So unless you have a third-party MFA tool today, you're definitely going to want to have P1 to get your multi-factor authentication turned on for stuff that's not in Office 365. Azure Information Protection will assign labels to your documents so that it'll allow you to control data loss and privacy protection on those documents. So that's a very important P1 tool. Now, PIM is Privileged Identity Management, and PIM is a P2 tool. Now, what PIM will do is it will allow a user, or let's think of an administrator. It'll allow them to go into Azure and request elevated privileges for a set amount of time. That's really beneficial for this type of a migration, because all of the same Active Directory roles that we had on-prem are not going to be the same roles that we have in AAD. And a very, very perfect example is the local admins group. There is a role in Azure called the Device Local Administrators. But if you add somebody into that, you give them local admin to every workstation and Azure VM that's there. And that's definitely not what we want to do to our service desk. So we have to go through a more complex process to properly define a local workstation admins like we had traditionally done. And this goes back to my earlier point about modern desktop, where we want to kind of transition the way from where we used to do things to the modern way with the features that are available to us without creating a bigger vulnerability. And PIM is one of those ways to do that, because we can provide admins with a privileged account that effectively has no privileges. And until they need to go and perform an action, will we go and enable those permissions. And then from a PIM perspective, the permissions are only made available for a specific amount of time. And then we'll be able to go through log analytics and view the audit trail of those activities to see what the user was doing during those elevated actions. And that will, if we can, forecast, if we can capture that and grasp that over a series of time, then what we'll be able to do is maybe build a role, a specific custom role for that user that gives them just the elevated responsibilities that they typically would need. So one of the cool things that was added in the recent months inside of Intune is this group policy analytics section. So what you can do inside of here, it's pretty neat, is you'll there's an import button right above my screenshot that's not there, and it will allow you to import your ADMX templates. And then what it'll do is it's going to do two things. So it's going to look at those group policies as they've applied onto managed workstations, and it's going to come back and it's going to give you a performance score for each of those policies, and it'll tell you the impact of the device or the impact of the policy on that device, which is really neat. Now, the other thing that they've added in here is over on the right of the screenshot, you see CSP name and CSP mapping. Now, this is cool. So what they've done is now when you import the policy into Intune, it will tell you whether it's MDM compliant or not. And that's the second column there where you see the yeses and the one no. That says whether the policy, there's a corresponding policy in Intune already for that setting. And then it'll tell you on the far right exactly where to go to configure that setting, because they don't always match up. So that's pretty neat. And this is the other side of it where they've added in. So now when you go through and create a device configuration profile for a Windows device, you're going to get two options. One is going to be settings, which is what we're looking at here. And then the other one is called templates, which was the traditional menu that we had. For policies, traditionally, our only option was to configure OMA URI settings, which is basically script-based and didn't provide us with a UI like this to go and enable and disable options. So adding this in here is huge, because now what we can do, even if we're not looking at this from a migration perspective and we're happy with hybrid machines and still having AD and AAD, again, perfectly fine. What we can do is start to migrate some group policies from AD GPOs to Intune compliance or Intune configuration items. And this is very powerful because, especially for computer policies, it's really, really hard to get those to apply on devices that are off-prem. So by migrating these settings from your on-prem AD group policy into Intune, you're going to be able to enforce compliance and ensure reduced configuration drift across the machines that don't connect into the environment very often. Okay, so next we have the on-prem servers that are left over, right? The ones that have not been migrated to Azure. You can, with Windows Server 2019, you can join them to Azure Active Directory and get them in that way. Again, as I mentioned, don't use that device local administrator role. Use PowerShell OMA URIs to configure your local admin memberships if you don't have another tool to do that. If you've still got file servers online, now's the time to start looking at a SharePoint migration. SharePoint is awesome for file servers, and the synchronization capabilities and functionalities with the OneDrive sync client pairing with SharePoint really addresses a lot of the concerns that we had with moving file servers to the cloud for years. So definitely look at SharePoint and include the feature set for OneDrive for Business when you do that analysis. For your application workloads, there's 3 or 4 different SQL options inside of Azure. You can always, do an IaaS virtual machine and then do your SQL on that. They've also got managed SQL, which is a PaaS version, or Azure SQL, which is a SaaS version, and those will ease responsibility for those SQL admins. And then if you can move your databases up there, you can move your app servers up there. For any application servers that can't get migrated up for whatever reason, there is a feature in Azure called the Azure Web Application Proxy, which will make the app URL for your app server externally accessible on the internet. And while initially that sounds scary, remember what we do is control access to that via conditional access. So through a conditional access policy, once that's published, we'll still ensure that only our corporate users are able to get in there. And then, of course, if you've still got stuff on-prem, there is an always-on VPN client that's built into Windows. It works with a plethora of third-party providers as well, and we can auto-configure that to both install, configure, and enable during the autopilot process. But in reality, from the modern desktop perspective, we want to start to get away from requiring VPN to do work. So we need to look at really why that needs to happen. So once we're up into Azure, and everything is up there, how do we manage it all? And so the first one is log analytics. Log analytics needs to be turned on all the resources. Most of them don't get turned on automatically, so you've got to go turn it on. You've also got to have a log analytics workspace created where all of this data is being saved to. Now, it is important to mention that the Log Analytics workspace does consume space and you are charged for it. So the more devices and the more information you have porting in the Log Analytics, the more expensive that cost will be. Azure Monitor will work with Log Analytics to provide you that full monitoring capabilities, and it utilizes that new Custo query language to go through and create the queries for the reports that you want. So it's very, very flexible. And then finally, Azure Update is a patch solution that will keep your workstations up there updated. Coming down the line, hopefully soon, is what's SCOM managed instance. It's called Project Aquila right now, and it's effectively SCOM in Azure. And for anybody that's using SCOM today, that's awesome, because SCOM is a pretty beastie application from an infrastructure perspective, and even for small organizations of less than 1,000 seats. You still need a couple servers, right? So it's nice to see that option coming, and I'm excited to see how that interface is going to look and what the connection experience is going to be like. Now, I did show you all the cool stuff from the UI inside of the settings catalog in here. But it's important to mention that not everything that you need is in there. And even some things that Intune says is not possible is possible, just through a different way. And there's lots of cool little tweaks that we can make using OMA URI settings. And we can also manage Intune and our devices through PowerShell and connecting into them using the Graph API. So it gives us the ability to, from a command line, reach out and hit, I think it's up to 1,000 machines at a time. So that's pretty neat. And then, of course, there is still a large third-party systems management market out there that will address any little gaps that you happen to find inside of this transition process. So before you start, a couple of high-level notes. The first one is this isn't a desktop project. This is an organization transformation. If you're looking at project planning for this type of a project, you need to include all the functional groups inside of the organization. The management groups that make the operation, the day-to-day run, they need to be on board. We need to include networking and security. Believe it or not, one of the hardest things that we run into when implementing or migrating a organization from AD to AAD is port authentication and the network requirements for access. So we need to make sure that they're on board and abreast of the modern desktop and what solutions or what options will be available to us and them to configure restrictions moving forward. Equally for security will need to know that their compliance items and their required processes are still being adhered to once we move to this AAD only environment. And it is a new environment. There are very, very few similarities between an AD organization and an AAD organization. So you need to go through everything from onboarding to procurement to organizational changes to termination, and through all of these functional groups, and ensure that you're able to keep operations and keep the day-to-day moving under the new model. A final note on the Microsoft Fast Track program. This is a great little program Microsoft has had out for, 5 years or so now. And they will have a dedicated team work with you through the implementation process and help guide the project and assist with any potential roadblocks that occur along the way. I hope this was beneficial for everyone, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks.
Up next, oh, by the way, thank you, Émile. You know what? I got to say something. It's not easy to put these sessions together, and Émile actually stepped up huge. He actually has the most sessions of MVP days that we've got here. He's doing 3. He's actually got one a little bit later on this afternoon. And thank you for that. I know it takes a lot of time and effort to put these together. And you know what? To all of our presenters out there, they have all donated their time to us to help make sure that these shows continue to run. We do this completely free of charge to you, the viewers, and our speakers generously donate their time and their content, and we really appreciate that. Up next is a local MVP to us. I believe he's from up in Edmonton, if my memory serves me correctly, and it's Trevor Tye. And he's going to be talking a little bit about setting up your Office 365 subscriptions from scratch. You don't see a lot of these greenfield sessions anymore. So he's going to be talking about DNS, initial configurations, migrating your domain namespaces over. So that's going to be a good session, especially if you're just setting up initial tenants for Intune and device management and endpoint management. Super interesting session, because this is the stuff, honestly, that most people have to skip at the beginning because they're jumping into a pre-configured environment. So this is some really awesome content.
Take it away, Trevor.
Hello, welcome to my MVP Days session, Microsoft 365 Setup and Configuration. I'm Trevor Tye. I work as the Systems and Network Coordinator at the St. Albert Public Library. I've been a Microsoft MVP since 2017 in the Cloud and Data Center Management category. 2020 has been an interesting year. I've noticed many smaller companies moving to the cloud, mostly for the flexibility that those services such as Microsoft 365 offer. In my conversation with these users, the COVID-19 pandemic has forced many to change the way they look at providing products, services, and how their staff work. In my experience, most users, organizations, and businesses select the business standard or above version of Microsoft 365. I've been told mostly for the installed Office applications for Windows and Mac. With that said, once you've demonstrated the collaborative power using OneDrive, a switch flips and people get it. I've been involved in 4 migrations to Microsoft 365 in the last year, and all have been happy with the advantages Microsoft 365 offers them and their staff. The graphic below shows some of the differences in the service offerings in Microsoft 365 between Home, Basic, and Standard. Obviously, a business would not want to go with Home, even though it offers many of the same kind of features that Business Standard would offer for offline apps. However, for data control, management, and overall experience, and using services such as Teams, that way then people can actually be offline when they're not supposed to be working, is a big win for those businesses. Also, when it comes to email management, with Business Standard, once you get the domain connected, and Business Basic, you have your full email with the domain. The Home version allows you to tie it to a Microsoft account, which is completely different. And one of the things you don't want is having a business email tied with somebody else's personal email address that's being run through a web service. Microsoft 365 is quite a bit different than the regular consumer product offerings, such as getting notifications about issues with services such as email, SharePoint, or other services that they may start using, which they wouldn't get with a Outlook account or with their typical ISP email provider. So let's talk about what we need for a Microsoft 365 account. You need a name or some way to differentiate your Microsoft 365 account from somebody else's. Typically, that would be your business name, domain name, what have you. When you sign up, you're going to get your business name or your domain on Microsoft.com. So, for example, I use option key, so it would be optionkey.onmicrosoft.com. And a domain is an optional item to have. It could be mapped to, added on later, to your Microsoft 365 account. Are you using web hosting, or are you just using the name service for the name registrar that you ordered the domain from? Or do you even not need it? You might be happy just using your business name.onmicrosoft.com. A list of emails to create or migrate, and a plan with a timeline to go live. These are some of the things that we need to think about before we can go ahead and set up the Microsoft account, or at least you should, because you can't change it after unless you register a new account, and it would be a big mess. Now, if you're getting set up for a Microsoft nonprofit account, there are a couple other things that you need when you go to get your account. TechSoup account. You need a way to verify your nonprofit status, whether it's business or corporation number. And you also will need to send Microsoft a picture of the registration for the nonprofit account. Okay, so now let's talk about the planning and setting up for the migration of an organization to Microsoft 365. Let's say they just use their ISP email and they're going to move to Microsoft 365. Let's say they got a website somewhere. So what we're going to do is we're going to migrate a company that has their email on their ISP. They got a shared web host, and we're going to get everything running smoothly for them. What I like to do is go through what I call my pre-migration checklist. We go through some of the things that we already covered. The domain, how's it being maintained? Is it through a DNS provider or some sort of ISP? We get that sorted out. We check and see what the TLL length is for said service, and then we update those so that they get changed to a quick DNS TLL time so that the migration goes easier. As I said, if the TLL is set for a week, we have to wait a week for the DNS to update. How many email addresses are we migrating? How many accounts are we creating? And do we have a current backup of the email? And if we don't, and like I said, if it's a week away, then we really won't do the backup or anything until closer to the time that the migration's actually going to happen. So all this is more just kind of pre-planning, preparing and updating the settings that we need to update. So in this example we're going to be doing, we have a domain, optionkey.ca. It's hosted on a cPanel on a web host, and we're going to update the cPanel to have the new DNS information we require for the exchange, along with some of the optional features that are in Microsoft 365. So now I'm going to show you updating the MX record in the cPanel zone editor for optionkey.ca. I'm going to edit the main record to change the TLL from 14400 to 600. I'm going to save the record. And you can see that I have the MX record filtered so that it shows me all the MX records that I need to update for the domain. And I've updated them all now to 600 seconds. So in 14,400 seconds, the TLL should be 600 seconds, which is 5 minutes. And after that expiry time, once it's been updated, I will proceed with the rest of the migration, and that way then when I enter in the new information for the MX record, I just have to wait 5 minutes for it to update. Then I can change it back to 14,400 as per the hosting provider. All right, so after going through all that, we've waited the amount of time that we need. We come to what I like to call migration day, because typically with the clients I've worked with, the TLL for the DNS is typically a day. In this case, it's 4 hours or 14,400 seconds. We're still going to call it migration day. So we need to do a couple checks. Has the DNS TLL been updated? Are there any last minute changes that could cause a failure, such as an issue with domain registration or anything else like that? Do we have all the required account information for login required for third-party services, such as hosting, DNS providers? Because if somebody changed the password on the cPanel, we're going to have a problem. Do we have all the information required from the MX records when we log into our Microsoft 365 account? Do we have that information? And do we have accounts and email accounts to test and troubleshoot any email issues, failures, after the TLL update has put in the new DNS records for the email or MX record? So, like I said, we're going to verify the DNS TLL has been updated. We're going to use the Google Toolbox site for doing that. I'm going to put in my optionkey.ca domain. I'm going to select the MX record. And we can see here that the TLL is under 600. We'll just refresh. So it looks like we're in good shape here, that the MX record refresh is set for 600 seconds, and we can go ahead with our DNS update or MX record update. Now to do that, I need to log into my Office admin portal, office.com/admin portal, and I'm going to have to go into settings. And if you haven't already, you need to add your domain and verify the ownership of that. You go into settings, domain, and I already got a partial setup going, so I'm just going to continue that through the wizard. I'm going to select continue setup. I'm going to go more options. And I'm going to add your own DNS records. And then I'm going to select continue. So as I said, we need to add an MX, a C record, and a text record. So we're going to copy that record there. And then we're going to log into our cPanel and update the main MX record to our new value in Outlook. Okay, so I'm going to log into my cPanel now. I'm in my zone editor. I'm adding the Outlook Mail Protection MX record for Microsoft 365, and I'm going to remove the other two after I update this to 7200 seconds. And then I'm going to remove the other two records that we had updated to 600 seconds. Continue. Delete and continue. Okay, so we have that one all done. Now we have two more records to go. So now I'm going to add 3 domain records: the autodiscover.optionkey.ca and enterprise enrollment for Microsoft Intune. These records are able to be put into the zone editor. I'm not going to go over Skype for Business, as that setup is a little bit more, and it's not really required if you're just trying to get email and users off the ground for that kind of setup. So you can see here I have autodiscover.optionkey.ca set up. I have enterprise enrollment.optionkey.ca set up, and enterprise registration all put into the CNAME addresses in the zone editor. Now we're going to update our text record to include our Microsoft Outlook spam. So we're in the zone editor in the text record. We want to edit the record file. I'm just going to make this bigger here so we can see the whole thing. And right where we have the 50 tilde all, I want to paste in the new record, and I want to put a plus sign in front of it with no space. So you can see there, we have plus include.spfprotection.outlook.com. Now put into there, and with that, it's saved. And now we'll go back to our Microsoft 365 admin account and verify that the updates have taken place. So we're back in our Microsoft 365 admin account, and we can see that we have green checks on all the domain setup and that our domain setup is complete. So we can view our active users, and we can see myself there. And if we go to the domains, we see that it's all healthy. We have the optionkey.ca and optionkey.microsoft.com. So now that we have our domain set up, let's check our mailboxes. Basically, any users that you have created will have a Exchange mailbox, personal one for themselves. You can go ahead and create shared mailboxes and a couple other pretty nifty features in Exchange. So this is my email box from Azure. I was just using the onmicrosoft.com, But now we're going to do some testing. So I'm going to create a new message. So this is a test message. I'm going to send it. And we can see that I'm able to send the email. And now I'll do a test from my phone. And I will see if I get an email from another email account that I have from a different email provider. Just wait a minute for it to refresh. There we are. And now I got my email from myself. So everything appears to be working. So to wrap it up, have we disabled any mail forwarders that might have been using the old mail server or ISP, the mail provider? And did we receive email on the account? And the answer is yes and yes to both questions here. And we know that it's working. And with Outlook, as I said, when you create a user, they automatically get an email account, at least by default. You could set up different rules and whatnot for that kind of thing. And for a small business, going this route makes a lot of sense. It'll make things easier for you to use, keeps you in control of your data and also your staff's data. So for a summary, what kind of things can we do to move things forward, to make things as smooth as possible for the end user? Prep the domain for moving, set TLLs ahead of time. Double check, make sure everything is set and you have all the required information for accounts, settings such as the domain, any email boxes you were using on the previous account. Remove any mail forwarders, aliases that might be set up that could cause issues. Test and verify email accounts. Make sure they work from more than one source, preferably different sources, such as possibly in your old ISP email. See if you can send it out from the typical address that they would have set you up with, such as a shaw.ca address or at TELUSnet address, and see if you get the email. Google and your basic Outlook account would also be a good way to go. This concludes my session on Microsoft 365 Setup and Configuration. I'm Trevor Tye. You can reach me on Twitter at Trevor Tye, email trevortye@optionkey.ca, and follow my blog, optionkey.blogspot.com, where I also have links there to my YouTube page where I post various how-to videos with regards to all sorts of different technology. I would like to thank Dave and Cristal and the rest of the MVPDays team for allowing me to present at this year's MVPDays. And I'd also like you to follow them at MVPDays, #MVPDays. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trevor. That was a wonderful session. We truly appreciate, I think, was that the first time Trevor's done one for us? No, he's done a couple others, right?
Yeah, actually I think he did one on FreeNAS. He did a session on FreeNAS a little while ago. It's really good. And if we ever get our live MVP days running again here in Alberta, definitely.
Not if, when.
Yeah, hopefully we can see people again here soon. So
I'm going to jump us ahead to the next session here. I know Dave's I'm dropping stuff. Dave's very excited about this one. It is Sergey Chubarov. I hope I said that right. It's, what is it called? Sneaky Defense Evasion?
Yes, absolutely.
I love your guys' titles, by the way. They're awesome.
Yeah, ninja, black belt, sneaky. I think that's actually the first time I've ever seen the word sneaky in a session, so I like it. I might have to steal that for some of my own.
And what are we going to see in this session?
So we learned about having to take and set up things like App Locker in Sami's session earlier in the day. And we're going to learn a little bit more throughout the day on advanced threat protection and endpoint detection and response and antivirus with Defender AV. Sergey is going to take and show us how to get around all of that. And so where we would have some of these alerts tripped and triggered through normal actions, maybe something as simple as changing a file hash or a path or something like that could be an easy way to get around this. And he's going to take a look at this from the eyes of a threat actor. So what would a threat actor be actually executing in flight as he's taking and trying to encrypt your files and get the big cash from you?
Get the money.
And so from a learning experience, it's really important to pay attention and understand this, because this is what we're trying to defend against. Normally we just see papers and alerts and things like that, and maybe some step-by-step instructions. Very rarely do we get to look into the eyes of a threat actor. Not that threat actor, he's a good guy that helps us learn all of this stuff. But great, it's going to be a great session. This is one of the best ones that I've actually ever seen, and I've seen a lot of sessions. So really hope you enjoy this. Live chat's available on the right-hand side, and feel free to comment along as we go.
I think we should kick it off.
Should we let him have the floor now?
Absolutely.
Okay, sounds good.
Hello. Welcome to this session, Sneaky Defense Evasion, Windows 10 Security Bypass. My name is Sergey, and I will be presenter on this session. Let me say a few words about me first. I work in security domain for a long time. I do a lot of penetration tests. Also, I deliver security sessions, so I work as an instructor as well. And teach Microsoft, and not only Microsoft, security services. I speak on the conferences, also have different certifications and awards like MVP, that's why I'm here. And I also am OSCP, OSAP, EC Council certified, and so on. If you want to contact me, go ahead, do that. You may do it via LinkedIn, so here's the URL. And if you want to say something or ask something, you know how to do it. Let's take a look on our agenda. On this session, I will walk you through 4 stages, where the stages of compromise, and on each stage, I want to show you how the built-in security may be bypassed. First, we'll prepare our payload. In my payload, that will be reverse shell. I will show you different ways how can we evade Defender antivirus. Then we will download this payload to a victim machine, and to download that feature called attack surface reduction rules will stop me to do it, and I'm gonna show you how we can bypass that. Next, I will execute the payload, and AppLocker will not allow me to do it. So we must see how AppLocker may be bypassed. And finally, after all of the code execution, I want to cover my tracks, and so I will run ransomware on a target machine. But the machine will be protected by control folder access, which should stop my ransomware. That's our agenda. And the last thing that I want you to keep in mind, I'm a big fan of live demos. So I will show you some slides, but the most important and informative will be on live demos. All right, so let's take a look on the first stage, which is preparing the payload, and Microsoft Defender AV Evasion. If you want to bypass evade antivirus, first of all, some general thoughts. Forget about public obfuscators. What do I mean by public obfuscators? Veil evasion, fat rat, backdoor factory. Even Metasploit has its own obfuscator evasion module. So if you know them, believe me, Microsoft and other antivirus vendors, they know them either. And they know them very, very well. So they know how to block it. They know how to block the decryption routine. So forget about those obfuscators. That will not work. Not at all. Try to use, if your goal is to evade antivirus, try to use custom tools. Or if you're a defender, of course, then keep in mind that custom tools may be used by attackers. Custom tools they show the best result in antivirus evasion. And also, what is important if you are on that pen test side or red team, don't share your code. Try to not to share your code, because if people reuse this code, it will be blocked soon. So if you want this code to live longer, don't share it. And the last one, keep usage of public tools to a minimum, because even if you need to use those more advanced tools like Metasploit payload, try to minimize the usage of those tools. Alright, so let me jump to demo and show you a few ways how can we evade antivirus. First of all, I'm going to show you a workstation. By the way, each step I will show you on the separate workstation, because I don't want to mix different protection technologies. I just want to show you to them isolated. Alright, so the first workstation has real-time protection turned on, cloud delivered protection turned on. I only disable automatic sample submission, so I don't want this workstation to share the findings with Microsoft. So in this case, maybe the payloads will live longer. And also, if we look at the exclusions, there are no exclusions here. So that's the first workstation, which is pretty standard. So let's first try to use Metasploit. For these purposes, I'm gonna generate this, and so I'm going to generate the payload from Metasploit payload, and I call that MVPDays. So let me find it here. Yep, it's here. And if I copy it to workstation, look at this, flagged, antivirus flags immediately, and that should be removed really quickly. Even if I use evasion module, even if I use the evasion module of Metasploit, will be the same result. Any antivirus knows how to block that, or at least most of the antiviruses know that. All right, let's try something else. Let's take Netcat, which is the very well-known tool to establish reverse shell. One of the features of this tool. Let's copy it, paste here, and flags again. And finally, let me show you my custom tool that's already there, called My Custom. Let me just double click on that. It wasn't the goal to make it hidden, but let's see the result. Look here, I have a shell. If I type who am I, I'm a user, let's type dir, so I can see the folder structure. It's working. So custom always better. Of course, I will not share my code here, but just keep in mind, try to create your own payloads if you can. But since the goal here is to tell you how can we obfuscate, then let me give you a couple of ideas how can you obfuscate public payloads, public executables. So first, let's start with Netcat, because it will be pretty simple. So detection may be based on signatures, and by the way, many payloads may be blocked only on signatures. Based on the detection will be based on signatures. Netcat is not exclusion here, and when it comes to signatures, there are two type of signatures that may be found by antivirus. First of all, it may be found the hash of the file. In this case, it's very super straightforward. We just need to modify the hash. Any symbol of this, any single byte of this payload may be modified, and it will be new hash. Or what is pretty often that you may find, it may block static strings. For example, if I find here something like all -a records and IY and so on, so those strings also may be blocked. So here netcat is just blocked based on hash, and I want to modify the hash. Let me just modify any one symbol that should not break the program. Let's say I want to let me change this to capital L, and let's save that as nc-mvpdays. Copy this, paste here. No flags. All right, that's better. Let's try to run that. So I have a listener on port 555, and that's someone, I don't know who's that. Let's try to run this one. And netcat MVPDays, and I want to connect to my server using port 5555, and I want to execute CMD. Yep, that's working. That's working. And now I have the shell. So netcat now is working. That was this very simple obfuscation. What if you want to obfuscate Metasploit payload? Is it possible? Yeah, will be tricky, but that's going to be possible. Let me show you how we can do it. First of all, I want to generate shellcode in a C# format. C#. I don't want to have executable. I want to have a C# shellcode. All right, so now I have a shellcode. So step number next, I must encrypt shellcode, because Metasploit payload will be detected using signature-based detection, so static analysis, and heuristic. So first, if I want to bypass signature, I need to encrypt the code. If you can see, this code is slightly different. Let me just copy this and show you real quick. So if we compare what I have here and here, it's not the same. So we must take the shellcode, encrypt that, and decrypt using our custom routines. So like this, and so that will allow me to evade static analysis. But that's only half of our work, because we need to also mess up our behavior. And for this purpose, I will use sleep timer, and so we'll add a sleep to this program as well. Now, if I build that, hopefully it will work. Let's see. So first, let me clear that and run Metasploit listener. And copy my shellcode runner, paste here, no flags, run that. Yep, that's working. So I can run some commands. Let's say ps, works fine. dr, yep, that's working. Some commands, keep in mind, may be detected. If I say I want to run shell, boom, that shell died. So keep in mind, your custom is always better, because even if you obfuscate some public tools, they may be detected in some context. So keep in mind the minimal functionality, functionality, and custom is always better. All right, so that we evade antivirus. We have our custom payload. We have also netcat that can bypass antivirus, and we have Metasploit, which mostly useful, may be used in many contexts. So now let's jump to the next slide, and now we need to deliver this payload to user. One of the most common ways to deliver payload is to somehow trick user to open file, click on the link, download, run something, and very famous method is to wrap your payload into Word or Excel document. So we'll use that, but a workstation will be protected not only by antivirus but also by another feature called attack surface reduction. What is that? Attack surface reduction. That's a number of rules, and those rules may block something specific. For example, when we try to download something or execute, that may be blocked. There's a set of rules. You may find it in Intune and Config Manager. Also, on the Microsoft website, there's a list of GUIDs that may be enabled through group policies. I will use only one rule for the purpose of demo. So I will use the rule block all Office applications from creating child process. And so let's try to bypass that. How can we bypass that? We can dechain Office application and our payload. So our payload will not be a child process. It will create a new. So Office must create a new process that will not be child. Let's take a look first how child and parent look like, and then we will try to run my payload. So first of all, how can I enable this? I can enable that many ways to do it. I will use the quickest way for demo purposes, group policies. In the case of group policies, I must add GUID of this rule, and I made one, which means enable. Keep in mind, in the real world, if you use Intune or Config Manager, you will have the normal name, not GUID. So I'm using this GUID because I want to have this rule start to work as soon as possible, so I can turn it off, turn it on for the demo purposes. Let me turn that off first, and let me show you what will happen if I run my document. So if I run my child document, click enable content, and now I can see that CMD popped up. If I look at my code, this code is very simple. So it will run CMD with this command call shell, and it will, when I say enable macro, it will auto open this. So let's try again. This time I will first run Process Explorer. And so you can see here, not see it at this moment. Let me run this one. Go back to Process Explorer. Now I can see WinWord. So let's enable content. CMD appeared. And in Process Explorer, I can see that CMD is the child process, the CMD child process for WinWord. All right, now let's enable enable our rule. Close this, and turn my rule on. Okay, apply. So let's try again. Open this, run that, and look at this. Now it says action was blocked. You cannot run that. So now we cannot create a child process from Office. Let's see how can we fix that. Let me open an article on the website iread.team, and there's an article that says that show you different ways to spawn the parent process instead of child. And so you may follow this article and try everything yourself. Keep in mind, Defender Antivirus knows also those techniques and will try to block it. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. So if I try to run parent now, enable content, look at this. So it wasn't blocked by attack surface reduction rules, but Defender blocked that when I tried to use, oh damn it, sorry. When I tried to use one of those methods, when I tried to run CMD using this method. So generally speaking, we bypass attack surface reduction rules, but Defender antivirus blocked me. But that's and yeah, that's only half of work. And also, you must find a way to evade antivirus. I will not show you how I did that again, but let me show you that I can establish the shell. Let me run parent shell, enable content. So it runs PowerShell, and now I have code execution again. Yeah, this shell is not super nice, but that's a minimalistic shell. But at least I have something, and I can execute commands. So now we bypassed attack surface reduction rules when we dechain Office application and payload. Now we need to execute the payload. For these purposes, we just need to deliver. So we download the payload when we need to execute that, but a workstation is protected by AppLocker. Oh damn it! I can't just simply run that. We need to find out how to execute AppLocker, how to execute my payload, even the workstation is protected by AppLocker. So there are three primary methods you may try. First one, get admin rights somehow, and in this case, of course, admins, they may just bypass AppLocker easily. Of course, some rules may stop me from using from some of the application, but normally administrators they are not restricted. Next one, which I'm going to use, writable folders and files. This is folders and files. That's when we have writable folders in trusted locations or writable files in trusted locations. If we find writable folder, that's super straightforward. We can just put our executable there and run from there. It should work. If we found writable files, that will be slightly more complicated. In this case, you need to use what's called alternative data streams, or ADS. And so add your payload to the file which is writable, and run your payload as ADS. So slightly more complicated, but also possible. And finally, leaving off the land binaries. Leaving off the land binaries, that's the built-in binaries which are trusted by AppLocker, and some of them will allow you to run the code on their behalf. All right, let's take a look on last two methods: writable folders and leaving off the land binaries. I'm gonna jump to this another workstation called AppLocker, and here I have AppLocker configured, and I have, generally speaking, default rules, which is program files are whitelisted, Windows whitelisted, all files for administrator allowed, and also I add one more rule, which is very, very popular, to allow run all the code signed by Microsoft certificate. So all Microsoft software may run without any restrictions. And I'm here, a regular user. Let me try to run CMD as administrator. No, I cannot, so I'm a regular user. I copied here my shell. Let me check. I have the listener. No, I cannot execute that. AppLocker. Before we start to execute, before I show you execution, I must find. So if I want to use writable folders, I must find them. And for this purpose, I'm going to use tool signed by Microsoft, this tool from Microsoft and signed by Microsoft called Access Check. Oh, yeah. Access Check. Access Check. So with Access Check, I'm going to find all writable folders under Windows for user Jada, who's the regular user. And look at this. Just by default, we have number of writable folders. One of those C tasks, just the first one, and it says read write. And probably if I execute from this folder, I will be fine. So let me copy this name. And let's say I want to copy my py.exe to C Windows task. All right, that was copied. Now let's go there. Oh, let's just run from there. Let's just type py, check that I have my listener, and just run that. Yep, that's working. That's working. And if I look, where am I? As usual, dr. Oh, sorry, dr. That's working. All right. So you must explicitly check what folders are available for regular user and block those users as well. And the last one, living off the land binaries. So let's say that some administrator, they block something for everyone, for every location. So even trusted locations may not allow me to use some applications. What if I really want to use PowerShell, but PowerShell is blocked? In this case, living off the land may help run applications I want. Let me close all of this and create a new rule. And this rule will deny PowerShell for everyone. Let's find that. 32, Windows PowerShell, and here. So let me leave the bar and click create. Now PowerShell should be denied for everyone, including administrator, by the way. And yeah, that's denied. I can't run PowerShell at all. So now let's say I want to execute PowerShell commandlet. How can I do it? I will use one living off the land binary called install util. But first, and so what this util is all about? This util to install and uninstall. And what is interesting about this util may trigger installation for some external binaries, and uninstall routine doesn't require for me to have admin rights. So I can run that without admin rights, and I can trigger my code, my executable, using install util. But first, I must create a specially crafted executable. Now I have, that's the code that's supported by install util. And here I can say, what do I want to run? And this executable, the execution will not be interactive. So if I want to see the result, I must output the text file. And so let me just run simple thing like a get service. And of course, get service is a PowerShell commandlet and it should not be available because PowerShell is blocked. And also I want to check what is the PowerShell language mode, because with UpLocker, what you may do, you may enable constraint mode. And so with this, using this tool, it will always be full mode. I can build it, but I guess yeah, I already built that. So let me copy this. I already built that, and let me copy this to here. Let's copy here. Of course, I can copy that to task and run, but it will not work. It will not give me anything useful because this is especially crafted for install util. Let me open CMD and run this one. Nothing happened. nothing happened. All right, let's go to C tools. Let's try again. Yeah, it happened, to be fair. Just add output to the wrong folder. So now I didn't see it worked, but I just did. It appeared in a different folder. It looks like it's in a user profile folder. Yeah, that added to user folder. All right, let's go back to tools, and we can see here. Yep, that's working. That's working, and we have full language mode. So now we bypass BlockR, and we can execute our payloads. And before I finish, I want to cover my tracks. So I don't want to destroy evidences. I want to encrypt the workstation with ransomware, and so everything will be encrypted there, including log files and documents. And the security team will have problems with decryption, so they will not have time to follow me, to chase me. So covering the track, I will use ransomware for these purposes. But workstation and some folders of this, in my case, some folders of workstation, will be protected by a feature called control folder access, which will block unauthorized access to documents if the application that's trying to modify the file is not trusted. So how can we bypass control folder access? There are two primary ways. Method number one. If we have admin rights, we can whitelist our application manually, of course. But if we don't have admin rights, what we can do, we can run code on behalf of allowed application. So first one is obvious. I don't want to show that. Let's take a look on the second one. I'm going to jump back to the last workstation. And here, what I want to do, let me copy some files on Word files here. Yep. And what I want to do, I want to run my ransomware. And let's see if I can encrypt them. Just 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. Looks like it's already encrypted. Yeah, that's protected already. Let me disable protection for the moment. I will show you the result. Yeah, I will disable this. I want to encrypt in C docs, and password will be 1, 2, 3. And let's take a look. Yeah. Everything is encrypted. Now let me just decrypt that real quick. Now it should be fine. All right. So, as you saw before, if I have control folder access turned on, I will have folders that are protected, and one of those folders I've chosen manually to protect CDocs. Also, there's a user profile. Some companies prefer to protect even the whole C drive and then add a bunch of exclusions when they really want to be protected from ransomware. So let me try to run my ransomware again. You already saw the result, but let's try again. So let's say encrypt C docs and 1, 2, 3. Nope, it doesn't work, and files are still unencrypted. Now, how can I encrypt those files? There are some applications that are trusted just by default. For example, Word. This application is just trusted. And what I can do, I can execute my code on behalf of Word application. And for these purposes, first of all, I want to establish Metasploit shell again. Yep. You remember, if I type shell, I will be detected. So I don't want to do it. So what I want to do, if I want to execute code on behalf of Word, I want to migrate to that process. So let me find WinWord process. Where is that? Oh, here we go. 9348. I'm gonna copy this and type migrate 9348. And now my code is injected into Word process. So next step I want to take, I want to load Python. All right, and the last thing, let's see here. I want to run my Python script that will encrypt those documents. And fingers crossed. Yep, they're encrypted. Yay, they're encrypted. And so on behalf of Metasploit, on behalf of Word, I can do it. All right. Now let's jump back to my slide. So we bypass different Microsoft built-in technologies. What if we have all of them together? Everything is, so we have AppLocker, we have attack surface reduction rules enabled, of course antivirus and control folder access. Is it possible to bypass? Yes, but much harder, because the weaknesses of one technology will be compensated by another technology. So when we have all them all together, that will be very hard to do, especially when attack is automated and attacker cannot have time to just experiment and check what is around. And also, by the way, even if it's not automated, attacker will be detected by security team, and so the attack will be finished on them. So I hope that was informative for you and you learned a bunch of new things. Of course, there was not a goal to teach you hacking or whatever it may be. The goal is to, if you want to run pen test, give you some ideas. How can you protect? So how can you check your environment? And also, but the primary goal is to show you like the possible vulnerable deployments. So it's not about vulnerabilities in the technology. That's about how you configure that. If you just deploy AppLocker using built-in rules and nothing else, then there is a number of ways how those rules may be bypassed. So I hope that will help you to protect your company even better. All right, thank you very much for your participation. If you wanna find me once again, here's the URL. Feel free to ask any questions. Bye bye.
Shimmy out of my blanket here.
They're telling me my sessions are scary.
Right?
My sessions are scary. Yo, yeah, that's one for the vault for sure, because taking and being able to execute those and run active pen tests and red blue team tests and things like that. It's amazing to see what technology can do into the hands of some very smart individuals, and that one. Honestly, that was one of the most interesting sessions I've watched in a very long time. So, Sergey, thank you very much for putting the time and effort into that. That is going to be a very popular session post when people are able to view on demand. Up next, we have MVP.
MVP Jen Sheerin.
She is going to be talking
to us. Sheerin?
I don't know. We'll have to ask her.
If so, I know who I'm going to hit up for entertainment at our next live event.
And so she's going to be talking to us a little bit about automation and how we can take and automate the process of deploying Windows Virtual Desktop using Terraform, which is actually a pretty cool technology that I've been meaning to dig into a little bit more.
Which I have not dug into, so I'm actually pretty excited to watch the session.
I'm waiting for the one-click show where we can take and hit one button and fully automate the deployment of an environment. I'm big PowerShell lab builder, so anything like this is really cool to me, and this is a pretty relevant technology. So, Jen, the floor is yours.
Imagine typing a command to trigger a series of tasks to build out your WVD infrastructure. Today, I'm going to show you how it can be done with Terraform. Hello and welcome everyone to my session on Write, Plan, Apply Terraform for WVD. My name is Jen Sheerin, and I have decades of experience in infrastructure. I am not a developer. Earlier in my career, when things were much smaller, it was easy to do next, finish a couple of times, and the job was done. It was about 8 years or so when I realized that wasn't going to work anymore. It was right around that time the word agile started being used a lot. And lucky for me, I had already been using some scripting, mostly PowerShell, to do what I needed. At the time, I worked at a company that chose to use Ansible. And somehow I managed to avoid getting involved with that and stick with PowerShell because there's only so many hours in the day and my focus was on Citrix. So I had the mindset that infrastructure as code was essential, but I didn't find the tool I liked until I discovered Terraform. And before I share with you more about Terraform, briefly, a little more about me. You can see I'm active in the community. I'm a Microsoft MVP, awarded in the Enterprise Mobility category, and a Citrix Technology Professional, or CTP. I am the founder of the US Windows Virtual Desktop User Group, and everyone is welcome to attend the monthly virtual meetups. I am a Citrix User Group Community Woman in Tech Mentor and one of the CUGC Tampa Bay leaders. I work as a post-sales senior delivery engineer focusing on end-user computing, especially Microsoft WVD, Citrix virtualization, and Citrix networking. As a delivery engineer, easy to use, repeatable, less manual intervention, version control code on infrastructure, and trackable are all valuable to me. You may be wondering why I use Terraform, especially since Project Bicep is easier to use than ARM. For me, I also like the multi-platform and cloud agnostic benefits of Terraform. So first we'll need to do some level setting with some of the basics of Terraform. I'll go over what we need to get started. Then I'll show you my methods for deploying WVD, including the supporting infrastructure, and along the way, I'll highlight some key points. As I talk about some basics, for those of you that already know Terraform, please be patient. Terraform is an open source templating language created by HashiCorp. The initial release was in 2014, and the current version is 0.14.10. Some of you may have already heard of HashiCorp if you are familiar with Packer, which is another HashiCorp product. Azure Image Builder is built on Packer. When I started learning Terraform, I found a wealth of information and tutorials on the Terraform website, terraform.io, and I highly suggest you taking a look if you want to learn more. According to the website, Terraform is a tool for building, changing, and versioning infrastructure safely and efficiently. So it's a tool that can be used for provisioning. It is not used for configuration of infrastructure. What do I mean by that? If I were using scripting for deployment, I must script what I want and the how or directions and the order. In Terraform, I define what I want in HCL language, and Terraform takes care of the how to produce the desired state. Cool, right? So how does that work? In part, there is something called providers. The provider is responsible for understanding the API and interacting with the resources. As you can see, there is an Azure provider along with several other vendors. A few months ago, the desktop virtualization resources were added to the Azure RM Terraform provider. And all of us in the WVD community was really excited because that meant that we could now use Terraform to deploy WVD. Before we dive a little bit further, you should know that Terraform has a state file. When you use Terraform to deploy infrastructure, it stores information in a file with the extension of .tfstate, which is a JSON file. It contains information on what Terraform has deployed and is used in future deployments to apply changes incrementally. On the screen is an example of the state file from the deployment I did for this session. Terraform state can include sensitive information. By default, Terraform state is stored locally. But locally does not work well for collaborating with a team, and you should store Terraform state in a common area. One option is to store Terraform state in Azure Storage. Another is to store Terraform state in Terraform Cloud. For the demos today, I use the default for simplicity, but it's not the best practice. When I first started learning Terraform, I found versioning a bit confusing, and I had some errors. If you look at the Terraform block here, you will see that the required version is greater than or equal to 0.14.0. And down here, I'm setting the required Azure RM version for 2.4.7. So let's see what happens when I initialize Terraform. I'll scroll up a little bit so we can see a little bit better. Aha! So I have a warning letting me know that the expressions are deprecated. I also have an error that my version is unsupported. Terraform is really good about giving me feedback and letting me know how to resolve my issue. It even says this configuration does not support Terraform version 0.13.5, and I should choose another. You saw me earlier run the init command. Before I can run other commands, I must run Terraform init to initialize the working directory. Running Terraform plan will show my changes, and after reviewing the changes, I can run Terraform apply to make the changes. And since this is my lab, when I'm ready to start all over, I'll run Terraform destroy to remove everything. Let's go over what I need to get started. To start using Terraform on my Windows machine, I need to go to the Terraform website and download the exe. There's just one file, terraform.exe. I need to make sure that the terraform.exe is added to my path. And don't worry if you have other versions like Mac, Linux, Solaris, they're all supported. Not required, but I like to use Visual Studio. I find it easier to use and it's also free. I also installed two Visual Studio Code extensions, the one from HashiCorp for HashiCorp Terraform and the Azure Terraform extension. Before we move on, I want to show you another thing about Terraform init. When I run the Terraform init, it creates this hidden .terraform directory that is used to cache the provider plugins and all the other bits. Now, I had to view my hidden in order to see this directory. Terraform reads files that have .tf extensions. I can put everything in one file, but that makes it difficult to read. Typically, there's a file structure of a main.tf, variables.tf, outputs.tf, and providers.tf. But it also makes more sense to me to set my variable values in a separate terraform.tf vars file. This way, I can modify just the .tf vars file to make changes for my different environments. I am using modules for collections of reusable files. Terraform will look in all the folders within the initialized directory. As you can see here, Terraform found the modules folder and all the subfolders as well. I have a module for building a single Active Directory domain controller in Azure. I have a module for the shared image gallery and one for storage and of course for WVD. The backend was initialized and then the providers that are needed as well. The random provider that you see here is needed because I used the random to create a random string to randomize my storage name. Terraform installs both the Azure RM provider and the random providers for me during the initialization process. So if you remember from my graphic in the previous slide, you will know up next is running Terraform plan. And immediately you will notice that there is a log file created for our state file while in process. Let's scroll up to the top so we can review the plan. And there's a lot of items here because we're creating out the whole entire infrastructure. Taking a look at the constructs of the resource block, I have a resource type and a name. The type is dictated by the provider, in this case, Azure RM _ resource _ group. The name can be anything. It is used by Terraform. So in this case, it's just example. The two things together become the resource ID that Terraform uses as a reference as well. Notice ID equal known after apply because it has not yet been created. And you'll see a lot of those. The location is my Azure region. And the name is the name of the Azure resource that will be created. So if I go in the portal after I apply my Terraform code and I look for the resource groups, I will see a resource group named WVD-RG. So as it continues to scroll along, we'll see the shared image gallery. It is created and the definition for the image is also added with the right resource groups and location and even some tags here. We can see the storage accounts for the file storage, and there's quite a lot of information that was automatically generated here. And notice there's also the green plus sign next to every item. That means those things are going to be added and now we're seeing the file shares. We have two file shares, one for MSIX and another for FS Logics. And there's a lot of known after apply here. You also see the random string that I used to create that unique name for the storage account. And now we're seeing the WVD resources, host pool, and the application group. And after those they are created, then they'll be associated with the right host pool. I also added a VM for Active Directory domain controller because in my lab I didn't have a domain controller connected. And you're seeing some PowerShell script that was used to configure the domain controller. And then I also built out a member server as well as a job box. So you'll see a little bit of additional resources here going through that was not required for a WVD deployment. So altogether, I had 26 items to add in this plan. So that all went by pretty quickly. So let me show you what is in my main.tf files. At the very top, you see I list the providers, Azure RM, and I didn't put the requirements here because I have a provider.tf file that sets the required versions for me. On line 5, you can see where I start calling the modules. So I have a module for AD, and that is used to build out the Active Directory Domain Controller VM. Notice that this is listed at the top, but Terraform knew what I was doing, and it put that at a later time when we looked at the plan, because those tasks showed up at the bottom. So the order was handled by Terraform. I have my location set as a variable. That's why you see var.location. So the variable is defined in the variables.tf file. You can also see that I'm referencing the modules, and some of them have some variables that I also set in the variables.tf file. I also added a log analytics module after I took the last demo, so we'll end up with some extra resources for the log analytics here when we do the next demo. You know what comes next? Terraform apply. So I type Terraform apply and we're off and running. I'm prompted to enter yes here, but if I want to do more automation, I can give it a switch of -- auto approve to make sure I don't have to manually type yes every time. I fast forwarded the video since we already reviewed it during the plan, and it took 20 minutes for the whole thing to complete. Ooh! Now you can see, we go into the Azure portal and you can look at, there's my storage account that got created, and here are the file shares for MSIX and FSLogix. If we look at the WVD hub, here we can see that the host pool got created, and under the host pools we have the application groups, and we also have our workspace. So everything got deployed for WVD, and if we take a look at the shared image gallery, you'll see here's my shared image gallery, and there's also an image definition, and in the definition we also have the appropriate information for publisher and offer and SKU and even the operating system. So the final step for me is to do some cleanup in my lab. For that, I run Terraform destroy. So you can see that the items that are marked with the red negative symbol, because it's taking away those items, and there's also the red destroyed to let you know that you need to double check and make sure that you really want to do this, because this completely destroys everything. So as you can see down here, my destruction completed in 47 seconds. And I did have the few more items from the first video. I had 32 items destroyed because I added the log analytics after the initial take. So here you have it. If you notice, I didn't have a session host after the build was completed. And that's because I didn't build in an image into the shared image gallery to create a VM. For that, I used Packer, and I was able to create it in 40 minutes, and it's a little bit more than we have time to talk about today, but I used a shared image gallery, and then I was able to create the session host for my host pool. I've talked about a lot of stuff today, and you may have seen other options to deploy WVD. Well, hopefully you were impressed by the 20 minutes it took me to get this whole thing done. I showed you that Terraform maintains a state file and use the basic commands of init, plan, apply, destroy. There are other commands, but these are the main ones. I went over the file structure and modules, and we talked about .tf files and how all the subdirectories are initialized when you run init. I went over the use of variables, and I put all my variables in the terraform.tf vars file. So I have one file to change because I can keep reusing my code. I broke down the resource blocks to show you how it is written, and we talked about using modules for grouping, and I deployed WVD with the supporting components in 20 minutes. So now I have time to relax. Maybe you're wondering why I didn't take it any further and do some scripting for app installations. Well, that's because I was thinking about integrating Terraform with the Azure DevOps, and that would make it more powerful. And I also want to use managed identities. So that's what's next for me. And I hope that I've inspired you to work on your own Terraform project. I want to say thank you for listening to me talk to you about Terraform today. And I've put all the code that I use to build out the infrastructure on my GitHub. So feel free to go grab it and get started on your own project with Terraform. Reach out to me on socials. If you have any questions, you can always get a hold of me. And thank you again for attending. And a special thank you to Dave and Cristal for organizing this great event.
I'm going to pretend I'm trying to get more on camera, but I'm just trying to steal all your heat. Good job, Jen.
You're in my bubble.
I'm in your bubble.
Yes, absolutely. Great job, Jen. I actually learned a lot inside of there. I want to spin that up and try that in my lab environment for sure, because using Terraform for deployments and things like that is an interesting technique, and I learned a ton, an absolute ton in that session. And up next is actually a really amazing speaker, Ryan Mangan. And Ryan is a MVP, and he is an expert in application delivery and MSIX. So along the same lines as our dear friend, Mr. Kevin Kaminsky, who unfortunately couldn't be on the show this time. It only takes one click to submit a session, Kevin. So shout out to Kevin. We want you too. But Ryan's going to be.
Are you shaming Kevin for not putting in a session?
Maybe that's how this works.
No.
Ryan's going to be talking to us about MSIX app attach. So MSIX, newer technology that's out for packaging our applications. And I had a chance to take a sneak peek at this, and it looks really good. We're actually going through a couple projects right now where we're looking at converting a lot of packaging over to MSIX today. So this is going to be very important for you to pay attention to this for your modern desktop projects. So with that, Ryan, floor is yours.
Hello, and welcome to this MVPDays presentation, Overcoming Application Delivery Challenges with MSIX App Attach. My name is Ryan Mangan. So just to get started, I've been in the EUC industry for 15 plus years and focused on desktops, VDI, EUC in general. I have a blog, Ryan Mangan's IT blog, which has got lots of content on Windows Virtual Desktop, remote desktop services and VMware. Before we start the presentation, just going to quickly show the disclaimer. We've basically done our very best to ensure that all the information is correct. So, just to kind of set the scene, previously or traditionally we would go out and buy servers, networking, software, and build a solution, a VDI solution specifically. And that takes a bit of time to acquire, procure all this hardware, build it all and set it all up. And with the adoption of cloud, this has sped up that process. We can use a web browser most of the time to deploy services into a cloud subscription or tenant or instance. And that's great because we can now do things much quicker. However, we build out this brand new shiny environment, but we're still sat with the same challenge we were before. We get to the end game of installing new infrastructure, but we're then sat with all these applications we can't move. And we've only realized, or we've thought about these applications at the end. And this is quite a common thing. Some organizations don't realize the applications they don't have, and where they sit and how they work. Or someone's moved on, the person who used to work there knew all about the application doesn't work there anymore. And this can be quite complicated and frustrating when you get into the higher number of applications. So then when we look at the challenges with a VDI environment or desktops, you've got things like image management. So if you've got a large number of images in your organization, they all need managing and maintaining. How do you ensure that they're updated? How do you, what happens if there's image corruption? Do you have to build that image again? Can you automatically template out again? All of these challenges have an impact on time and resource. And then things like app layering, which did help improve that, still today has challenges of its own, where it can take 8 days a month to do all the layers again. It's not really as efficient as it could be. And then you've also got things like app sprawl as well, where images are just getting updated and old ones are not getting removed or being missed, and that creates a weaker image as we go on. So moving to kind of looking back in time at applications, just to build a bit of context around all of this. If you look here, I've got a number of images showing previous versions of Windows and Windows 10 at the bottom right hand side. As we go down the versions of operating system through time, when we get to Windows 95 and Windows 98, some of them applications on these two operating systems still are in use today. Some go back to 2000. When Windows Vista was introduced, we found a big change where they changed document and settings to users and program data. And this obviously had an impact to applications. And then obviously with Windows 10, 16-bit on 64-bit version is not supported and doesn't work. So you can't use 16-bit applications on Windows 10. Natively, that is. There is ways and means of doing that, but it creates a complication. And then when we look at the challenges when we're looking at migration today, things like compatibility on newer operating systems, there might be installation gates, 16-bit applications which you can't get over. Clock speeds is another one for the older applications where you've got to deal with that clock speed. Things like missing DLLs, which are associated with the operating system change and then DLLs don't exist anymore, or it's looking in the wrong area because of the change in the version of the OS. UAC, the introduction for the user access control. And then another one which is quite sometimes amusing is the dongle. You sometimes find the old application still requiring a dongle to run today. And then moving on to looking at some of the application delivery options out there today, we've got things like the traditional install, going around installing apps manually. PDQ deploy and System Center Configuration Manager, kind of mass deployment through AD groups. Image deployment, so just blanket rolling out a new image on top of the OS, which can have an impact to the disk itself, if you do that quite often. App layering and app streaming, so you've got things like the Citrix app layering capabilities and Numisance cloud paging technology. You've got Chocolatey's script-based kind of installation as well now, that is becoming popular. Then we've also got the last three, which is the Microsoft kind of components, which is like Microsoft Store, which allows you to download MSIXs onto install into the operating system from the store, as well as do the offline of downloading the files so you can repackage and distribute out centrally. Winget, similar to Chocolatey, there's currently a Microsoft Central Repository where you can access some of the applications from there. And then finally, we've got the improvements or the additional functionality of MSIX within MSIX App Attach. So when we're taking a look at MSIX App Attach, first we need to understand the basics of MSIX. So what is MSIX? MSIX has been around since 2018, and the previous was Apex, which you'll probably remember from Windows 8. A lot of people complained about, trying to clean up Apexes, and these reside in the Program Files Windows Apps folder. Essentially, an MSIX is a bunch of files in a zip. The manifest, it basically controls the functions of the MSIX, and the MSIX is effectively a container. So when an application is running in an MSIX form, it's running in container, and essentially it has read access, global read access to the system, but no write. So what that enables you to do is basically isolate your applications much better than installing them natively. We'll get on to obviously some of the benefits shortly for the container, but I just wanted to kind of cover off a few more points. A bit like the MSIX package itself, you'll notice that the VFS folder is similar to AppV. It is effectively the bigger brother of that version, and MSIX uses native APIs of the operating system. So it's not going out using agents or anything like that. It's using built-in OS APIs to kind of run them applications, and it supports both x86 and 64-bit applications. Point to note though, I always mention this before and after, if you are using self-assigned certificates with MSIX, you need to ensure that you have installed that certificate on the device in question. So if it's a laptop or if it is VDI environment, you've rolled out that certificate to all of the required session hosts of physical devices or virtual devices. So taking a look at the MSIX container itself, what we have is two distinct areas. We have the package payload, which is the application files, and then the footprint files. The application files are self-explanatory, but the footprint files, the app manifest, like I said, is the brain of the operation. It has all the configuration of how the application should work and run. Things like firewall rules, file extensions, etc. can go into there. You've then got the app block map file, which we'll cover shortly, and then if it has been signed, the app signature file in there as well. You may see registry and user data within this as well, and you can see that in here. So what I've done is I've taken a MSIX and changed the extension to a .zip, and you can see that there's registry dat, user dats, as well as the kind of core things like the VFS and the Apex manifest. So what can you package with an MSIX? That's a good question to ask. Files, registry, services, URL protocols, file associations, and fonts. And you can even create font packages on their own and install them to users on your networks. Then briefly, just to cover Package Support Framework, which is an open source thing from Microsoft. Essentially, if an application doesn't work, and we'll cover compatibility shortly, you may need to use a shim, which is effectively a PSF launcher, which uses a configuration file in JSON format to fix an application which isn't running. It might be runtime fix-ups, it could be other DLL fix-ups, or registry, so on and so forth. You can even use PowerShell to kind of carry out some of them fix-ups. Point to note, the PSF Package Support Framework should be used as a last resort really, rather than as a standard thing, because it does impact the speed of launch time of the application as it is in front of the application. It's an application launching an application. So now I've kind of given you an insight into MSIX, just kind of whittle off a few key features. The first one is Microsoft suggests or state that claim 99.9% success guaranteed install rate of an MSIX. So because it's in container form and it's not etched into the native OS itself, the registry and things, it doesn't produce WinRot, which is a benefit because some of the kind of slowdown of devices is based on WinRot. Files left over, remnants of uninstalled applications or older applications. Network bandwidth optimization, it uses the app block map file, XML even, on a 64K block to transfer, which basically speeds up, or improves downloading. Disk optimization, it can basically access files across apps, and basically they still remain independent of each other. So it kind of reduces the size a little bit. And then success rate. So some claim 90, some claim 20, some claim 60. Truth of it is, you need to use multiple different techniques with applications, packaging techniques, to kind of achieve a higher success rate. A lot of the third parties today are achieving high success rates, whereas the Microsoft packaging tool, the MSIX packaging tool, is suggested to have around 40 to 60. I've seen higher rates, but that depends on the applications you're trying to capture. The larger complex applications have a few more challenges than the smaller applications, naturally. There has been reports of some organisations who have a plus 90% portfolio of MSIXs within their organisation. So the point to make really here is success rate is based on the application and the techniques used to get them applications onto the latest operating system. So what we're going to do is cover a quick demo of creating an MSIX package using the MSIX packaging tool. So what you can see here is I already installed the MSIX packaging tool. I'm then going to click Application Package on the left hand side. Create that package. I'm then going to wait for it to do its checks, make sure the packaging tool driver is working, and then disable the search for Windows. And then I'll select the installer, and today we're going to be doing the boring Notepad++ like everybody else does, because of time and size. And then, as you can see, I've already pre-populated the settings for this tool, for this certificate. Enter in the details, the version, and the package description. And once you've done that, we can then progress on to the next. Let's give it a quick note there, call it test out, and click next. And then we go through the process like most application packaging tools like FinApp, and we'll just run the installer or at volumes. Similar sort of process. So we'll install that app. You should really launch the application when you're doing this to make sure it captures everything. And then when you're finished, you can then finalize the capture, as it were. We're going to move on now to the kind of service report, make sure there's nothing else there, and then we're going to create the package. So all we need to do now is make sure we specify the path for the package, and then I'm going to click create. Because we've installed this on the same machine, we need to now go into the program files and delete, uninstall the previous, the install we just done, because we want to test this with the MSIX. So I'm just going to remove that quickly. Also, point to note is when you run the MSIX, it won't appear in here. It'll appear in the other location, which I'll show. So I'm going to now run the Notepad++, MSIX, and I'm going to click install. As you can see here, the add and remove programs is where an MSIX will reside. I'm just going to show you that now. And we're just going to install that MSIX. And there you can see we've created a MSIX. So moving on, what is MSIX App Attach? So MSIX App Attach, I like to describe as a vehicle of delivering MSIXs to a desktop or a VDI environment. It was originally released for WVD initially, but the APIs and the support are supported on any build 2.0.4 onwards. So if you wanted to use MSIX App Attach today, you can do that. And one of the demos I'm showing is actually running on a virtual machine outside of Windows Virtual Desktop. So what is MSIX App Attach? Well, MSIX App Attach is effectively a disk or an image of the application extracted, unzipped into like a virtual disk, as simple as that. And it uses the operating system's APIs to register that application to the desktop or the user in question. And people are like, well, why? Because attaching applications rather than installing them is much faster. That's proven, and we'll cover that. Some of the things as well is compared to other technologies that it's much faster in the sense it's using the OS's APIs. Low a packaging overhead, and it can be used outside of Windows Virtual Desktop. And one of the other things is low impact to user sign-in. When we're looking at the formats available today, you can do VHD, VHDX, and SIM-FS, which is a composite file system. I'm not going to go into too much information about SIM-FS today. However, you can check out some of the blogs and the information I've produced on that. Some say why use VHDX and why use VHD. Well, VHDX does offer the ability, more functionality from a PowerShell perspective, manipulation, editing. So, you know, it works with all three. It's up to you, your preference. And then what we're going to do now is just take a quick look at the kind of structure of an MSIX image, which is used for MSIX app attach. So we have the VHD itself. We have the MSIX expanded and then the app within inside that. The reason why we depict it this way is you can have multiple MSIX applications within one MSIX package. So you can have 3 packages within an MSIX, or you can have, just to make it more complicated, multiple MSIXs on a virtual disk or an MSIX image even. So next I'm going to show you quickly using the community tool, which you can also find from a GitHub, the creation of an MSIX image. So what we have here is a app I've installed from GitHub, downloaded that, which is my MSIX community tool. I'm going to create an MSIX image. So I'm going to select the MSIX, and the one I've already previously created was Foxit Reader. So I'm going to grab that, I'm going to select VHD, and then I'm going to select the image path for where I want it to go. And I'm just going to call that MSIX AA Foxit, and then save. And then just click create MSIX image. So the kind of Microsoft way of doing it is a lot more steps. So what I've done really is create a tool to kind of really speed up that process. And this only allows you to create one MSIX package within an MSIX image. But there you go, simple as that. If you open that up, you can see that it's unzipped the files and applied all the security permissions ready for you to then use with MSIX app attach. I've obviously run that, mounted that, and as you can see, it's attached there as well. Okay. So some of the kind of process terms for MSIX app attach, we've got expanding, and this is basically taking an MSIX package and then converting it or expanding it into an MSIX image. So basically it's extracting it from its zip and applying the appropriate ACLs to that MSIX package folder structure for it to run properly within MSIX app attach. Staging is where it notifies the operating system that the package is there, and then registering is actually assigning and running that application for the user. Delayed registration is where you may wish to do it after logon, and then on demand is where you might want to fly release applications to users while they're in session. And this is quite interesting because MSIX app attach offers some kind of flexible capability here. User rings the support desk, says I need this application. You can deliver that application to that user while they're in session. You can remove an old application while the user is in session. So it gives you a little bit more flexibility and lower impact to the user. If they need another application there and then that application can appear during session, or you may need to do an upgrade, or there's been a serious vulnerability with an application, you need to remove the old and add the other. There's all sorts of abilities and functions you can do for them users by using MSIX app attach. And then just to kind of make it clear, because there's been quite a bit of confusion, MSIX app attach is general release. The APIs, the framework for MSIX, the packaging tool, are general release as well. So if you want to use app attach in terms of, outside of a Windows Virtual Desktop environment, as long as you have the correct third-party tooling or PowerShell, you can do that today. Windows Server 2019 is not supported, but could possibly be available in future versions of the Windows Server OS. So if you want to do it on Server 19 today, that's not possible. And then if we look at, I kind of call this like a deconstructed breakdown of MSIX app attach in process. So so first of all, we've got the gold image, which has the common applications installed on there. When the user logs on, the first thing you get is their user profiles assigned. And the second thing is, depending on what department they're associating the user groups for AppAttach, their specific applications were assigned to them users. So what you can do with departmental applications, rather than creating complex filtering rules using FSLogix, you can basically use AppAttach to deliver them. You may wish that common applications are not required, and you may wish to attach all them applications onto the user session during session. So let's have a look at a demo of MSIX AppAttach in motion. So here I have a desktop booting up, it's logged on, and this is the virtual machine, and you can see there Affinity Photos just attached. I'm just going to go open up disk management. Please note as well, you can't see SimFS using disk management. You have to use the tools which are provided in the wiki, and I'll tell you about that in due course. So I'm just going to run that application, but as you can see here, it's different in the sense it is shown as an MSIX because it's attached as an MSIX using MSIX AppAttach. So let's run that. And there you go, we're running this application now. No different really in terms of the experience. It attaches on logon and it runs just like a normal application or an MSIX. The only benefit is it's a faster kind of attach than it is to install it natively. Results, which we'll cover in a minute, actually on that shows the difference between natively installing and attaching. Cool. So performance testing. So staging and registering. As you can see here, we've got I've deliberately put PSF in there and native, so without using the PSF fix-ups. You'll see that we've got MSIX natively, VHD, VHDX and SIM, and then same again using the PSF as well. And as you can note here, the installation of an MSIX natively is much longer than attaching. So this is a small app, and we can see that on average, under a second, to kind of stage and register two processes, stage and register under. And then looking at installing that MSIX natively, that is up to 2.5 seconds. So as you can see, attaching apps is much faster than installing them, and very useful for something like a VDI environment where you want to add and remove applications specifically on the user requirement. And then when we look at app launch testing, what you can see here, which is quite good, is the difference between using the package support framework and using the MSIX without. So as you can see, SimFS comes out on top here, which offers more better improvements in performance and less resource overhead on the session host, or depending on whatever device you're using. But what you can see here is by using the PSF launcher, there is an impact to be aware of. So some of the delivery options available to you today are PowerShell scripts. I don't recommend using PowerShell for delivering MSIX AppAttach. However, it can be done for testing. It is useful for testing. There's AppCure's delivery agent called ADA, which is now available. You can use on physical devices, Citrix VDI, anything running Windows 10 build 2004. AppVentix, which offers a central management solution and an agent to deliver AppV, MSIX, and MSIX AppAttach, and covers all three formats, SimFS included. Then you've got AppVolumes, which is using VMware's capabilities to deliver MSIX AppAttach using AppVolumes 4. And then naturally we've got Windows Virtual Desktop, which currently is in public preview for MSIX AppAttach. So some of the community tooling out there today, we have, I've produced a wiki, which you can find on Ryan Mangan's IT blog under GitHub. So if you search for our MIT blog, MSIX AppAttach, you'll find currently about 22 pages of goodliness on MSIX AppAttach, and that's from tooling to fixing issues and also to making sure that you set it up correctly today. It also includes PowerShell scripting for you to test outside of a Windows virtual environment deployment. And some of the tooling which I haven't shown you today is the SimFS tool. So if you want to test SimFS today outside of WVD, or you want to see more about it, or packaging, and there's a mount and unmount tool as a part of the Microsoft, my MSIX app attached community tooling tool, which you can find again in the GitHub. And this allows you to mount a SIM as a GUID or as a drive letter, as you can see here, which is great if you want to have a look inside of the package itself. And then also, for all those who want to find out more about MSIX App Attach, I produced a book called An Introduction into MSIX App Attach, which covers quite a bit of content just to kind of get you started on the subject of MSIX App Attach. And I just wanted to say thank you very much for taking the time to watch my presentation. If you want to find out more, please contact me over Twitter, and there's my handle. GitHub, as I mentioned previously, and also my blog, which you can see the backdrop, which is Ryan Mangan's itblog.com. Again, thank you very much for your time today.
Ryan, whoa, great job. All of our speakers today.
I know, we're so lucky. We really are.
this is such a great show. And, you know, I have a son, just turned 18 years old, and is looking to travel the world. And we have friends all over the globe from our MVP days and MVP community. And
fair warning.
Fair warning.
That fair warning. He might be knocking on your door. Hi.
MVPs that are out there, you might have a Kawula, you might have a traveling Kawula coming to visit you soon. But you know, guys, girls, thank you very, very much for all of your hard work and effort in these sessions. That was another great one, Ryan. We really appreciate the effort that you put into it. We know that it's not just a magical thing to be able to create a slide deck, create your demos, record everything, post-production. It takes a lot of effort.
It does. And we appreciate that effort
really
very much.
Yeah. And so up next, a very hot topic actually with our pandemic era lifestyle that we have, Microsoft Teams and Telephony.
Telephony.
Stop, it's telephony.
I'm reading it right here. Telephony. I got glasses now. I can actually see, so I can see what that is. And so Thorsten and Michael are going to be talking to us about must-haves for a modern workplace and how this really fits in with the new work from anywhere conversations that we have out there. So many companies maybe not even looking to go back to the office at all. Extending Teams out and having dialogue capabilities is very, very important. So
absolutely.
Guys, with that, floor is yours.
Hello and welcome to our session about Microsoft Teams and phone system, and why we think it's a must-have for the modern workplace. So let's start with a short introduction. My name is Michael. I'm an MVP for Office Apps and Services with Teams focus, and I'm also a co-founder and CEO of a small company which is doing basically Microsoft Teams projects combined with change management, user adoption, and basically Office 365 topics. On my spare time, I spend a lot of time in the community and talk about my favorite topic, Teams, adoption, everything you will hear today as well. I'm running a show which is called Talk Microsoft 365 together with Thorsten. And we are talking about the new stuff, the exciting stuff, and how to use these new things and exciting things from Microsoft 365. I'm also the lead of the Teams user group Germany with a chapter in Munich, and I'm running a adoption and change forum. And now, Thorsten, next to you.
Next to me. Yes, thanks, Michael. Also from my side, welcome to our session. A short introduction to myself. My name is Thorsten Pickhan. I'm working as Microsoft UC consultant almost 10 years now here in Germany. I have a blog where I'm writing about Office 365 with a focus on Microsoft Teams and Skype for Business. And for the German attendees and listeners here, I also have an own video channel on YouTube where I'm releasing on a weekly basis short quick tip videos about Office 365 dedicated to end users. So the topic here is to bring the new features or to bring the new features of Office 365 to the end users and to show how to use them. And also, as Michael already said, I'm talking with him about Microsoft 365 in our podcast and videocast, and also I'm the host of the Teams user group in Germany for the location in Bochum. And now I would say let's start with the session itself.
Okay. So let's take a look into what you can expect in this session. We will talk about some secret ingredients, but basically we talk about
the why, the what, and the who. So why we guess, why we think that Microsoft Teams phone system is a must-have for the modern workplace, and also we will explain and give a brief overview what is the phone system with Microsoft Teams and how to implement it.
Okay, was almost a spoiler. So let's go into the in the real slide deck here. Okay. So
requests for a modern workplace, or how we will define, or how the modern workplace is defined in the past. First of all, the modern workplace is defined by that we would like to work from anywhere. It doesn't matter if we are in the home office, in the office, if we are mobile, in the Starbucks, a restaurant, on vacation, I don't know. It doesn't matter where we are. We should be able or could be able to work from anywhere. Also, it's important that we have a full access to our data and our programs, and that in a secure fashion. So it's important that the access is, of course, safe, so there are no viruses or malware in our data, or that we do not upload any malware to our server system or to the cloud, and that we are protected against accidental deleting of our data, and so it's loss-free. At the end, of course, it's also important that we can work together with our colleagues, of course, during that time where we are working from home most of the time, and we have COVID-19. So we have to work in a team, but also with other departments or other sites. And this should be a successful together at the end. And the question is how to achieve this. And here we have the next slide, please. Yes, Microsoft Teams as the modern hub, the hub for our information workers to do. The information hub, Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams fulfilled all these requests. We have Microsoft 365 as a secure platform behind that. We can use Microsoft Teams to work together. We have the chat functionality, the communication functionality, so we can do calls in a team, we can do meetings, and all the stuff we need to collaborate together on a document and to work together. But perhaps, I don't know if you all it's the same for you. Most companies forget what about the phone system. So if I'm in the home office, how to get the office phone number to my home office. It is possible to be reachable there, and this is a question here. And of course, this is possible with Microsoft Teams phone system. And now Michael will explain us the two options here.
Exactly, because the idea is to make the right choice. That sounds complex. It is a little bit when you go very deep in the details. And we will talk about the details, but to give a very high-level understanding for the different choices you have, first of all, you have just two options. When you would like to have telephony, traditional telephony into Microsoft Teams, you have just two options. The first one is cloud only. Microsoft offers a great, and I really think it is great service for telephony right away from the cloud. So no local components, work from everywhere, work secure, but there are some limitations. And that's why there's another option as well. Cloud and local. This is a combination of cloud, but with local components. These components are crucial for the connection with the traditional telephony with PSTN. There's a public switched telephony network, but they give us some advantages compared with the cloud in some situations. And you have to go a little bit deeper into the options to find the right option or the right selection, the right choice for you.
And I will explain these two options now. So when we are talking about Microsoft Teams phone system, as Michael already said, we have two options. The cloud-only way, this would be Microsoft calling plans. And this means, for both options, you have a basement. This is Microsoft Teams and phone system licensing. So if you have the all-inclusive license in case of a E5, Microsoft 365 or Office 365 license, the phone system is already included, and of course Microsoft Teams. If you have an E1 or E3 license, Microsoft Teams is included in your package, but you need to license as an add-on the phone system itself. With these two components, Microsoft Teams and phone system, you are able to do outbound and to receive inbound phone calls from the PSTN. And now we have two options. The first option are calling plans. This means Microsoft becomes your PSTN provider. So you have the option to buy new phone numbers by Microsoft or to migrate your existing phone number to Microsoft. And then Microsoft is your single point of contact regarding PSTN and phone system. The second option is to use Microsoft Teams direct routing. The base is here the same. So Microsoft Teams and the phone system add-on is required. If you have a E1 or E3 license, you have to buy the phone system add-on separately. If you have the all-inclusive package E5, then the phone system is already in your licensing package included. And to be more flexible here, you have the session border controller. This is a requirement piece and the local component, as Michael already explained in the last slide. And what a session border controller is, I will explain in a few minutes.
So let's take a look into the pros and cons of both worlds. The first one is the cloud one. And the idea behind that is Microsoft is your only contact. Microsoft will be your provider for PSTN, for telephony, and you have a single vendor who's responsible for your environment, from Teams as a software for collaboration, for communication with other parties via internet, but also for telephony. And that's good. That's good. It's definitely something you can work with because it gives you a single contact, but it's limited. It's not available in every country. You can see it on the map here. It is basically available in the most countries of Europe, in the US, in Canada, in Japan, in Australia, and New Zealand. In Australia, via another provider, so it's not Microsoft directly. But in the rest of the world, it's not available. So it's maybe for a global company not the best way to use it right away. If you have a location in Africa or South America, you will have an issue. The same for Russia. And of course for China. So there are a lot of different countries where Microsoft is not available as provider. And the other one is you get the user and you pay per use, but you pay a specified fee per user instead of a combined fee for everyone in your company. So let's estimate you have a company with 2,000 users and you have an existing PSTN contract. Usually you have a specific amount of calling minutes for your users based on the existing real calling behavior. This is something you do not have with Microsoft Teams. You can just estimate how the users will use the telephony, and there are different types for the telephony license itself. So you do have a national calling plan, which is for, obviously, national calls with 120 minutes. In an enterprise agreement, you can get another one with 240, but it's for national calls only. The other one is a national and international calling plan together. Therefore, you get a 2,100 national minutes and 600 international minutes, which got an upgrade in some countries like US. There you got 2,400 and 1,200 minutes for international calls. So the first one was national, the other one was international. Unfortunately, these licenses cannot be matched in a single calling minute plan or pool. So let's think about the users. You have 10 users which have the national calling plan. You get these users pooled, and you get these users pooled together to 1,200 minutes per month. You have 10 other users which got the international plan with 1,200 national minutes and 600 international minutes. These users get pooled as well, so you get 12,000 national minutes and 6,000 international minutes, but you cannot combine these different user groups. So the 1,200 national minutes cannot be combined to the 12,000 national minutes from before. So you have to make a good estimation for your licensing planning. The good part is you can add a communication credit, which allows you to make some international calls when you have a national plan. It's just a different rate specified from the country you're calling from, and you try to reach on the other side. So it's a bit complex. And you have to make a good calculation before you start with a licensing buying. The other one is, and it's definitely a pro, you have a single point of contact. So as mentioned before, it's the only provider here. The other one is cloud and local. And that's best of both worlds, because you're more flexible. You can use the existing connection and you can use the existing contract. So you're not forced to move your current contract from your current provider on a specific date to Microsoft and move over your telephone numbers to Microsoft as new provider. You can use Microsoft Telephony a bit faster, not related to your current PSTN contract. And of course, if you have a specific contract with cheap calling minutes, you can use it as well, because it's on your hand, the provider is on your hand, and every complex scenario for dialing is available with the local component SBC. Another one is you can add legacy devices, products like analog and fax devices. And last but not least, you can use something like a centralized SIP trunk strategy, where you select multiple countries, use a single SIP trunk instead of multiple in the different countries. You combine it in a centralized SIP trunk, and everyone is using the internal network instead of have a local PSTN breakout. But it's depending on your strategy.
So what we have to consider when we would like to move to Microsoft Teams phone system. First of all, we have to look at our users, of course. Users are currently Users are currently different options with the classic PBX currently. So there are some users are using traditional desk phone. Some users perhaps are using soft client. So they are using headsets, and I guess you will also have some users which are using the desk phone in combination with the headset. And there's a question, can we fulfill all these requirements with Microsoft Teams? And the answer is yes, you can. So we have the option for headsets, desk phones with Microsoft Teams. The only exclusion here is DECT. If you have DECT, this is currently not supported native in Microsoft Teams. Then we have the other options or components like conference rooms and also in public areas where we have more not named accounts for these devices. And here we have special license options in form of the Teams room license for meeting rooms and the common area phone license for public area. And from device perspective, we have also some special devices for the meeting rooms with audio and video integrated. And for the public area, we have normal desk phones, which are also able to do a wall mount and can use them here instead of a PC with a headset. Then we have also to consider the switchboard or hotline if it's in place in your infrastructure. So if you have these requirements, and most companies have almost a switchboard in place, what are the options here? Of course, we can use headsets and the IP phone if necessary, and you also have some onboard products provided by Microsoft. They are called Auto Tenant and Call Queue. With these both tools, you can implement very tough switchboard and hotline scenarios, which are not the professional ones where you have very detailed reporting, but with these two tools, Auto Tenant and Call Queue, you can transfer a lot of functions from the classic PBX to Microsoft Teams. And last but not least, as Michael already told us, there are analog endpoints we have to consider. So there are always fax machines, modem connections, door opener, alarm systems. And here it's important to know that when you decide to use Microsoft Teams calling plans, these analog endpoints are not supported currently, so there's no option to connect analog endpoints when you move your phone number to Microsoft Teams. You have to choose another option to connect these endpoints to the phone system. And if you decide to use direct routing, it's possible to implement them because we can route on the SBC itself inbound calls for analog endpoints to the endpoints itself. So now I'm talking a lot of SBC, and Michael too. So what is an SBC? Here the same SBC anywhere. An SBC in general translates the provider zip to Microsoft Teams supported zip. That means of course, there is an RFC for zip, which describes how the message structure is and what types of messages are supported. But as always, every vendor interprets this RFC on its own, and therefore we need an instance between our provider and the infrastructure behind or own infrastructure like a PBX or Microsoft Teams. And this can be an SBC, so it will receive the zip trunk messages and will do some translation so Microsoft Teams understand what we would like to do a phone call from A to B and vice versa. The second thing we have when we are talking about an SBC is some kind of firewall. It's not a firewall, but it's some kind of firewall for zip communication. So the SBC terminates on a public IP address, mostly the zip trunk from our provider. And on the SBC itself, we can configure routing rules and also some firewall rules where we define from which endpoints we would like to receive or from which endpoints we allow to receive zip communication. And therefore, we protect us with the SBC against zip fraud. And then it's also important to know that the SBC itself could be a physical machine, but also a virtual machine. And in time of cloud and public cloud, it's also supported to implement the SBC on public cloud provider like Amazon AWS or Microsoft Azure, of course.
We have got some information about the technical part, but the technology is not the only thing. I've mentioned it in the introduction. I'm often in a situation where the technology is the main focus and the users will be forgotten. And that's the wrong way to work. You have to go to the users and to explain why it's important to change, the change is important, why they may have to change the way they currently work. And that's where user adoption is coming in. First of all, you should be aware of your users. You are usually aware of your users in some kind of way. So you may know how their C-level, your executives are working. Maybe you maybe know how the IT department is working, but do you know how the sales department is working, the marketing department, and maybe if someone in a on the manufacturing level is working? So you should be aware of the different ways and also for the trainings how to address the change to the different users. The next one is, if you get the idea of your users, you should create some personas. And maybe you get the idea behind that when the users are combined in a group of users, how they work. That's how personas works. So when you create personas, you are looking for who is working like another group of them. and you get the idea behind the users in the different departments, for example, sales, and get the idea how they usually work, and maybe find another group of people who is working the same way. So you can add them as a persona, and you can specify the way to address your change to the users with the right idea behind that, the right way. And it's not only for the way how you address the change itself, it's also about the devices. When we make a change from the telephony system, like a traditional telephone, which has no soft client at all, you get some really interesting questions. Like, what happens with my desk phone? Can I have a desk phone? I don't like headsets. I don't like something in my ear, on my ear, over my ear, on my neck, over my head. Or can I use something different? And there you get some ideas when I just click on the next slide. Are a lot of different options. For the headsets, for example, you can select something which is on single ear, mono ear, or it's on both ears. So some users don't like it to have it on both ears, in ear, over ear. These are options too. Desk phones. If you are, say, you would like to have some desk phones, which are not the best way when you have a flexible office or using home office a lot, then you have the same options as well. There's, I don't know, 20, 30 different devices. And some are for different use cases. Thorsten mentioned it before, for the conference rooms or for common area phones, you may have some different requirements. The next one is room systems. There's also a lot of different devices over here, and it has to fit into your strategy, in your company strategy for your meeting rooms. Also, if you are traveling with speakerphones, we are traveling, the speakerphones can help you with some kind of small conference devices. They are good for the audio quality, and sometimes it makes sense to use them on the one way or the other. In the home office, it maybe makes sense as well. It depends. And the different options you have should be addressed to your users. So when you switch from a traditional telephony system or even another soft client, you will have some options, and you should provide some options to your users to make them understand, maybe that's a good point to work better, maybe with a small headset, or even understand how the new Teams room this will work. What is our conclusion? Of course, we have said Teams and phone system is definitely the best for a modern workplace. I hope we could deliver some ideas behind that, why it is. Teams is already the hub for collaboration, but with telephony, it's getting flexible and reliable.
Then you have a lot of devices for all types of end users available, and that's why we think that Microsoft Teams phone system completes your concept for a modern workplace. That's it.
That's definitely marketing, of course.
Yeah.
But it is. So you have a single solution for everything. But yes, that's from our side. Thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of the event. See you at the next.
See you soon.
Guys, thanks a lot. That was a really awesome session. We really appreciate that. That one's going to be one I'm probably going to watch again, I think, at the end in the post recordings, because
Who are we kidding? We watch them all.
Some additional techniques in there that I'm quite interested to learn a bit more about. Up next, though, is going to be another session from Peter Daalmans.
I was going to say, Peter's up again. Managing your Apple investments with Microsoft Endpoint Manager.
Yeah, so you're
the good old Apple, world of Apple, not just the world of Microsoft.
And we're seeing iOS and Android very, very popular platforms, and being able to manage those through a cloud-based solution like Endpoint Manager, Intune, is really important. And Peter is one of the foremost experts in the world of doing this. So his sessions are always very popular, ranked very high at the conferences that he speaks at around the world. And we are very pleased to have him be able to deliver this updated session for us. So with
Absolutely.
that, Peter, take it away.
Hi, welcome back at my second session at MVPDays Online. My name is Peter Daalmans, and in this session I will talk all about managing your iOS devices with Microsoft Endpoint Manager. In my daily job, in my daily life, I'm a trainer, a Microsoft certified trainer, an architect, an author, and in my free time I'm also leading the Workplace Ninja user group in the Netherlands. If you want to reach out, here are my contact details, and feel free to reach out if you have a question or an idea for an upcoming blog or an upcoming session. In my earlier session, I discussed why we should use modern management instead of mobile device management. This session will be all about, or almost all about, mobile device management, because there are still some use cases. You know my opinion about bring your own devices. They should be managed modern, but there are use cases for modern management, for mobile device management. If, for instance, we want to have more control, to lock down a device which is maybe a kiosk device in a shop, using for only one purpose, and that's starting an order app at a restaurant, for instance. If we want to deploy apps, if we want to deploy VPN, email, Wi-Fi profiles, or if we want to deploy certificates. And maybe there are much more use cases to be using MDM. So, to be honest, we won't get rid of MDM pretty soon. If we can manage a large population in your environment in a modern way, we don't really need to care about those thousands of devices. We only need to care about the devices which we really care about, and those often hold more secure information. If we want to manage iOS or iPadOS devices, we can do that in different ways. And we discussed the bring your own scenario in my earlier session, and that's basically app protection. And in favor is the app protection without enrollment. A second, a little bit more restrictive way of managing mobile device, bring your own devices, is by using the user enrollment. And this user enrollment is there already quite some time now, and it enables you as an administrator to create a business partition on a user's device and only manage that part of the device and secure only that part of the device. If you're familiar with Android devices already had Android for Work already for a long time, and nowadays it's called Android Enterprise Work Profile. It's there already for a long time. And iOS, Apple decided to create a similar scenario for bring your own devices. Device enrollment is there already for a really long time. And basically what we do is we almost gain full control of the device. So for instance, we're able to completely wipe the device if necessary. With user enrollment, we are not able to do so. If we really want to control the complete device, we can use automated device enrollment. And basically, we already have that also for a long time, and that's used to be called Device Enrollment Program, DEP devices. So those devices are added to a portal, and nowadays the Apple Business Manager, and they will sync down to your Intune environment, and you can assign them a profile which needs to be deployed when the user will activate the device for the first time. And from there, it's supervised and fully controlled. So Apple is slightly moving over a lot of controls from the device enrollment scenario to the automated device enrollment scenario. So where we were able to almost fully control a device via device enrollment, Apple is removing a lot of functionality from there. So be aware of that if you are choosing which scenario you want to support. But first, let's talk about how we are able to connect to our Apple iOS devices if we use Microsoft Intune or any other MDM. Connecting to your Apple devices is always done via the Apple Push Notification Service. And this is a cloud service maintained by Apple. And basically what we need to do is to configure a certificate, set up a connection by requesting an Apple Push Notification certificate that we need to import to Microsoft Intune. And if that's done, a connection is being set up and we are able to send notifications via the Apple Push Notification Service to devices that are managed via Intune. We are not able to directly communicate with from Intune to our mobile devices. This is always done via the Apple Push Notification Service. The devices, however, are able to report back via the app of the company portal to Microsoft Intune. So the information which needs to go back to Microsoft Intune can be shared directly. This certificate you need to request and to set up the connection needs to be renewed every year. So be aware to don't use your personal email address or your personal Apple ID, or don't let an external consultant use their personal Apple ID or their business Apple ID, because if somebody leaves the company or the external consultant is going away and moving also jobs, you don't have access to that Apple ID anymore, and therefore you're not able to renew the certificate every year. And if you're not able to renew the certificate, it will expire and all your devices will become unmanaged, and therefore you need to re-enroll all of your Apple devices. So be aware that you don't use a personal Apple ID, and configure a non-personal Apple ID with an email address that goes to a distribution list, because you will be notified that the certificate will be expired. You will be notified via email. You will be notified from the Intune portal. And to make sure that you won't expire the certificate, because if you see something like this in your tenant, you have a big problem. If 182 days your push certificate is expired, then you have a big problem. You need to re-enroll all the devices again. So if you have the basics already, and I'm sure you already have looked at device enrollment, we might want to look at the user enrollment scenario. What is so cool about the user enrollment scenario? And it's basically the fact that the user enrolls the device into Intune, and a separate volume, a separate partition is created, which is managed by the company by Intune, but everything outside of the partition in the personal space cannot be touched. For instance, one of the good reasons, one of the reasons why a lot of employees were hesitant to enroll their device via device management is that a company could wipe their device and could therefore remove all the personal stuff. With user enrollment, an admin is not allowed and it's not able to erase the device and not remove personal apps or have inventory about the personal apps. So it only is able to manage the corporate space on the device until a certain point, of course. I won't sort of highlight all the bullet points, but I think you get the point. So how does this look like in a picture? In this device, we have a personal volume in blue and in white a corporate volume. A user enrolls a device, the corporate volume is created, and the user already has Outlook in the personal volume installed. So Intune of Microsoft worked together with Apple to make sure that you don't need to install Outlook twice to also access the corporate space of the corporate data. So they make sure that the app protection policies fully integrate with the new user enrollment scenario. With that said, in the app on the personal space, there's corporate data. In the corporate volume, there's corporate data, and they can all be protected by app protection policies. So what happens if the device or the corporate volume will be deleted? Then the white space will be deleted, but also the corporate data in the personal apps. And instead of, if you would use device enrollment, then Intune would take ownership of the Outlook app during activation or during enrollment. And when unenrolling the device, then Outlook would be removed. In this case, Intune doesn't have ownership of the personal Outlook app. It only has ownership of the corporate data, so it will only remove the corporate data and not the complete app, which is, to me, a way better scenario and a way more user-friendly scenario. So how does this look like? I recorded a video for this. So the user starts the company portal, and of course I already signed in, but I'm prompted if I go to devices to begin enrollment. Here I'm able to choose, okay, who owns the device. If I select the first option, then it will be enrolled in device enrollment. Let's quickly pause here. So if I click that the company owns the device, then it will automatically enroll into device enrollment. Since I select that I own this device, it might be enrolled in user enrollment. The second option, if the user wants to entirely secure the device, then it will be enroll in device enrollment again. But if I only select to secure the related apps and data, then user enrollment will be applicable. So next I need to walk through the steps and I see what is managed, what can be done, and so on. And I need to download the management profile. To activate this profile, I need to go to the Settings app. And in the Settings app, I need to enroll my device into Intune. And for this, I need to authenticate with a corporate Apple ID. And this Apple ID can be federated with Azure AD, but you also can create those managed Apple IDs in the Apple Business Manager. I will show you later on in this session how to federate your Azure AD with the Apple Business Manager. But in this scenario, you have a private Apple ID for your private apps and your private volume, and you have a managed Apple ID, in this case Mike@windowsinsider.nl, which is taking care of the app deployment or access for your corporate volume. So if we proceed and sign in, the device will be enrolled using the managed Apple ID. And enrollment is successful. So if we move back to the company portal, the device is checked and we are ready to go. So notifications can be enabled and we're ready to go. So how do we federate your Apple Business Manager or Azure AD with the Apple Business Manager so that you don't need to add for every user a managed Apple ID? We can do this in the Apple Business Manager by going to Settings and then going to Accounts, and here we can set up federation. So first we need to connect to Azure AD. We need to sign in. And I blurred a couple of accounts because it was my business environment. We need to consent and accept that the Apple Business Manager can retrieve information. We need to add the domain which we want to federate. And from there we need to prove that the domain we are adding is our own. And a way to approve this is by signing in with the user with the UPN, in this case daalmansconsulting.com. And after this is done, the federation, basically the connection, is being configured. What happens next is that the Apple database of Apple IDs will be checked if users already had an Apple ID with the company email address. So in my case, no conflicts were found, but if there was a conflict, so already somebody was using Peter@Daalmansconsulting.com, then that email would be flagged as a conflict. The user would be receiving an email with the message that they need to rename their personal Apple ID. Otherwise, this will be done automatically, and the user will receive a new Apple ID for that. So what's new for iOS lately? There's more support for certificates. We can disable MAC address randomizations for Wi-Fi networks. We have some new VPN profiles per app account, per account VPN connection profiles, block app clips, support for 200,000 iOS devices per enrollment token, and this is when using the Apple Business Manager. It was like 60,000 devices, and there's an improved notification experience in the company portal. So my last subject of today is how can we provide access to on-premises resources from iOS, because when you manage a device, you may want to also access internal resources, because that could be one of the use cases why we would use MDM. So we have basically two options, and one option is by using the Microsoft Tunnel solution, which is still in preview, and it's basically a VPN solution from the Endpoint Manager team, this case only for iOS and Android. But what we can do when we set this up, user logs in to an app or browser, the MDM managed device has been provisioned with a VPN profile, will connect to the Microsoft Tunnel, which is basically a Docker image on a Linux device, which allows access to an internal server. Of course, Azure AD is able to control access via conditional access, and the Microsoft Endpoint Manager is configuring the service, of course, but also the VPN profile. A second option, which is there already for a long time, is by using the Azure App Proxy. And with the user of the Azure AD App Proxy, we install an agent which we connect to Azure, and over that agent we can publish internal resources. So in short, how does this work? We have our mobile device or our Windows device. We log into a browser and connect to a public URL pointing to the Azure App Proxy. And the user will be redirected via that app proxy to the service which is published via the app proxy agent. This solution can be configured also with conditional access. It has DDoS protection out of the box. We can use pre-authentication, or you can just publish an internal web server and have the benefits of the DDoS prevention, for instance. A small comparison sheet, because there are two solutions. When do I need to choose which one? So on the one side we have the Azure App Proxy. It can be used with MDM. It can also be used without MDM. So in this case, conditional access can decide for you to use a managed app, which I discussed in my earlier session, or just use any app on a compliant device. We can only publish HTTP or HTTPS. It is applicable, supported for all platforms. And in this case, no ports to internal services need to be opened for the internet. On the other hand, we have Microsoft Tunnel, where we require MDM because we want to publish a VPN profile. Basically, all tunneled protocols are supported. It's only available for iOS and Android for now, and at least 443 or any other configured port needs to be opened so that the tunnel instance can be accessed. So let's quickly have a look at what tunnel is. So let's first look at the client side of the things. Here I have my tunnel agent, which is connected now for a couple of seconds with my tunnel instance in my data center. If I start the Edge browser, and then let's first choose the other one, we can connect via 10.0.0.9 to an internal website, which is running in my data center. So in this case, you see that I'm just using an internal IP address, and I'm able to access the website via the VPN tunnel. If I use a public URL, internal.daalmanslab.com, this is a website published currently via conditional access and via the Azure App Proxy. And because my device is managed, I am allowed access. So 2 easy ways for users to publish internal resources. So here we are in the Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center. Under tenant administration, you find the Microsoft Tunnel Gateway, which is still in preview. In this case, you see one tunnel which is active. And basically what you need to do is configure a server configuration, a site, and then install the server which is running on premises in your data center. And this is a Linux VM. And this is all pretty well documented on via the blog of Marius Sandu, which is listed in the earlier slide. And if you want to start using this is pretty easy. So what you configure in the sites, this is basically the external URL and the server configuration. And in the server configuration, you configure things like the DNS servers, which are internal, your IP address range you want to use, how to configure split tunneling, your DNS suffix, and so on and so forth. Like I said, read the blog of Marius, and this is really straightforward if you want to use this or test this in your environment. For the Azure App Proxy, we need to go to Azure AD, and let's quickly do that also. And the Azure App Proxy, which is basically the agent running on a device, on a VM in my data center. And this one is also listed here. And you can create more, or you can add more and put them in different groups. But if we look at the app which is published, and this is the internal one, you will basically see the app proxy, basically see the internal URL of the website and the external URL. Since I used my own certificate, I'm able to use this URL. You can also just use one of the MS App Proxy Net URLs. So of course, if you like this, if you work with Intune or Config Manager or Azure AD, go to User Voice and see what's coming, because this is a good source to see where the product develops. But if you have a request or an ID, submit it also over there. And of course, join the community. Be active on Reddit, be active on the Facebook or YouTube, and join the local communities, the Workplace NIA community or MMS, and share your knowledge, because by sharing your knowledge, you will gain knowledge also. Because if you have a conversation with somebody about your subject matter expert in, you will learn also from others. With that, thank you very much for joining me. Hope to see you in person really soon, and have a nice day with MVP days online.
Thank you, Peter. Wonderful session as always.
Up next, we have
crazy
three
people.
amazing MVPs. Top shelf.
Top
Probably this is going to be the session that will just blow your mind.
Who could it be? Oh, wait, it's us.
That's right, it's us. Not one to toot my own horn, but toot toot. Toot toots. Our
I
session,
don't even have anything to say to that.
Our session that we have coming up here is on locking down a modern desktop with security baselines and all of the other things that you should think about along with your security baselines. We are joined, both Cristal and myself, by John O'Neill Sr.
We are not joined by John O'Neill Sr.
Spirit.
In spirit. Yes, in spirit. John O'Neill Sr.
He's not
decided
gone.
that swimming with sharks was more important than hanging out with us.
I did advise him, though, that if he keeps doing that, he might be gone one bite.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Swimming with sharks is dangerous.
No, it's not.
So John helped us.
I've seen it in movies. It's safe.
John helped us author the content for this this amazing session. We really appreciate the time and effort that he put into that, as well as helping us organize the show here. And with that, we will take it away. Hey there, MVP Days fans, back for another session with you here. This time we're going to be talking about something that is so important for everyone to live in our post-pandemic, actually current pandemic era. And with me today, I have an amazing presenter.
Hi guys, it's Cristal Kawula.
And my name is Dave Kawula. We're both Microsoft MVPs, and we have a third presenter.
Who's not presenting?
Because he's under the sea.
Under the sea, playing with the sharks.
That's right. So Mr. John O'Neill Sr., amazing speaker, couldn't be with us here today during the recording of this session. And he's actually taking some much-needed me time playing with sharks. So
me time.
He was instrumental in the content and helping build this. So thank you very much, John. So more than just a nice little notice for you for helping us do that. He's a big part of us being able to do a lot of these shows with MVP Days. Now, we've had the fortune of working on some very cool projects here in 2021. We've been working a lot with what's called a modern desktop, Cristal, and a modern desktop is basically a desktop that is a cloud-connected desktop. The project that I've been working on has actually been a what we'll call a research project to completely remove Active Directory and see how far we can get with just an Azure Active Directory connection.
That feels so counterintuitive. After all our years of getting Active Directory in there.
I know, but we want something that's cloud ready, cloud everything, right? So we've been playing around with this a lot, but one of the things that is important is that most of our security and lockdown policies that we had in the past came via our group policy engine. So we would get templates that would be provided to us by our security teams or security professionals. We would take those group policies, we would load them into group policy objects, and we would distribute them out to the enterprise. And that would be what we would typically use to lock everything down. Now in a new modern world, how are we going to do this? There is no group policy engine because there is no Active Directory domain controller to connect to. So with that, we're going to take a look at something called Security Baselines with Endpoint Manager, and I will call it Intune throughout this session, but that's okay. And so where we're going to start off, though, is we're going to start off with something a little scary, Cristal.
Tell me a story, Dave. Tell me a story.
I do love to tell stories, Cristal, and
scary story.
I've actually been informed recently in some of my presentations that my presentations are a little bit scary. So if you are feeling the slightest bit fearful right now, well, you should be.
Absolutely.
Because this is important information for us to take and go through with you. So let me see if I can work the amazing slide clicker.
You're good. You're a good clicker.
And our story starts off on a pristine lake.
No, it doesn't.
It's a glassy lake, and it's one Friday morning, sitting out by the cabin, and you're out there looking at the lake. You got a little bit of frost.
Finally got a day off.
Frost in the air. We finally got a day off. It's probably our first day off in over a year, And we get the phone call coming in. And the phone call comes from an unusual source. It comes from, somebody that we hadn't heard from in a little while. And this is basically the way that the conversation went.
Help.
Yes, it was help. And so what we were looking at was the conversation started off with, "Hey, Dave, they got us." I said, "They got us? Who is they?" "We're not really sure, but someone's inside the network right now." And the first question I ask is, "How bad is it?" And they said, "Well, they're on the domain controller." Did they get domain admins?
Why, yes. Yes, they did.
Yes, they did. And how bad does it look right now? Well, their profiles were still logged in, and what we're seeing on the firewalls right now is about 2 terabytes of data leaving to a foreign country right now. And my friends, immediately when they told me this, I knew it right away. This was a ransomware-less attack. And you're thinking,
what do you mean ransomware-less?
So most of us have had the
heard.
fear driven into us about ransomware. Somebody is going to encrypt your files. The only way to get your files back is if you pay them the money, you restore your files, or you get the encryption key from one of the decrypting websites. There are websites now where the actual threat actors are out there. They've said, "We've made enough money, so we'll just give you our key now. So if you happen to get hit, maybe you're lucky enough, maybe not." But the new way of doing this is
It's basically just a ransom attack.
And what we'll call the new currency in the modern world here, Cristal, is data. Your data is the new currency. We'll call it the IT cryptocurrency, because I tell you, that stuff is worth a lot of money. And so in this attack, this type of attack, and we heard this earlier in Jeremy's keynote presentation, because he had actually the exact similar situation as to what we had here. And it's funny, it looked almost like the same note that they left as well. And in this case, the bad guys feel that they don't even need to go through the extra effort of ransoming your files because they have your data. And should we see what
So they didn't encrypt it.
They didn't encrypt it, but they left all their sessions logged in.
Yeah, they didn't lock them out of it.
Mm-hmm.
What they did was they took a copy of everything.
Yes, and this is what the note looks like. If you are reading this, that means that your network has been compromised and your sensitive private information is stolen. We breached your security and downloaded, look, even 2 terabytes of data. They're nice enough to tell us that. And if you don't pay, this is what's going to happen. We're going to release this publicly, and it's going to be very bad exposure for your team. And oh, by the way, here's screenshots from your accounting departments and all of this confidential information that we have now scraped. And in going through this process, they were actually nice enough to leave behind, Cristal, all of their tools behind as well. So the rest of the screenshots in there are some of the tools. And I'll tell you right now, one of the things that they were going after, everybody likes to take and have a password vault, a key pass vault. And so they were going and hunting the network for all of the key pass files in their searches. And they were nice enough to let us know that. So if they grab those key pass files, then they're going to try to crack those. And so in situations like this, what can we do to secure and lock this down? Now, funny enough, Cristal, this environment was secured. They did have good group policies in place. They did have good benchmarks. They did have good templates. And this is why I wanted to add this into our securing a modern desktop, because having a security baseline may not be enough.
So how did they get in, Dave?
How they got in. What a great question, Cristal. What a
very
great question. Poor administrative practices. When we take and when we have a situation where IT pros will and I'll use the word, maybe try to take a bit of a shortcut. There is one group by default that has full access in Active Directory to any workstation account that is joined. And that group by default is the domain administrators group. The domain administrators is a local administrators on everyone's workstation. So when we create a service account for some type of IT deployment tool to deploy software, patching, monitoring, alerting, whatever for the desktops, and we're using secured credentials like that, especially highly elevated secured credentials, and that machine might be living somewhere at somebody's house because maybe that's where we're doing some of the deployments from across a VPN connection. Guess what happens when that machine at that remote endpoint, that work from anywhere device, gets compromised?
The whole network gets compromised.
Yes, because now Mr. Bad Guys have domain admin access from an endpoint workstation, and this is really not good. So as Jeremy was talking about in his session, we can do things to prevent this, like implementing LAPS, the local admin password solution from Microsoft. We can have better administrative practices, which we'll talk about a little bit later with the privilege of the least privileged principles that are out there, and zero trust. Okay, and so what I want everybody to understand is, regardless of how good we are as a security team, poor administrative practices will always take and trump those. Okay, they will always take, and if I give out the keys to the kingdom, somebody's going to come knocking, and they're going to have, as Jeremy said, the skeleton key to get into every single door.
You can
we don't
put
want
42 padlocks on your door, but if you hang the key outside, it's not going to help you.
That's right. That's right. So in my world that I live in today, in 2021, I really honestly believe that there's something that all IT pros must pick up, and that is being a security practitioner. You don't have to necessarily be an expert, but everyone on our team needs to be a security practitioner. We all need to be aware, and we all need the right tools in our tool belt to do the job, because it's an evolving threat landscape. We don't really know what's out there, and with that, what type of tools can we use? Well, I'm a big fan of Microsoft Defender endpoint protection, and so with Defender ATP, Advanced Threat Protection, this is a view of a Windows 10 workstation that I loaded into my lab, and I basically just did a next finish install from the ISO. I wanted to see what it looked like. And right out of the box, with just Microsoft Office 365 installed and no other applications, we saw one high vulnerability assessment along with 66 active security recommendations. And so it's interesting because I always like to see the before and the after picture when we're doing things. It's not just being able to prove our work, it's also understanding that these tools will help us improve our security posture. So
you loaded this, and then we were secure.
We loaded ATP, and it told us that we had all of these holes, and it gave us recommendations to going through and fixing them. So what I did is I went into Endpoint Manager, also known as Intune, and they have a section in there under Endpoint Security called Security Baselines. I loaded the security baseline, and I basically just did a next finish out of the security baseline, and I loaded it up on this exact same workstation. And this is what it looked like for us after we took and we loaded the security baseline. There was no more vulnerabilities, and now we were down to 20 active security recommendations.
So now we're secure.
Well, we're in better shape. Doing something is better than doing nothing, okay? And so what I want everyone to understand as we go through this, it is an ongoing process. Cristal, is security a set it and forget it?
If you forget it, someone's going to get it.
Well, absolutely. It is a full-time job. Honestly, this is a full-time job for our teams to be looking after this, because the bad guys don't sleep. And because the bad guys don't sleep, that means that they're always looking for the next hole and the next vulnerability that's coming through. I follow a lot of the threat sites that are out there to see what's coming down the pipe, and it's on a daily basis. There's something new that's coming out. So it's nearly impossible for us as individuals to stay on top of this. So we need tools like Defender ATP to help us with this.
Just like protecting our networks is our full-time job, there are people out there who getting into your network is their full-time job.
And it's a business for
It
them.
is, 100%.
Let's understand that. This is not just some geeky kid sitting in the basement that's doing this for fun just to prove that they can do this. This is highly organized organizations that are out there that do this as a for-profit business, 100% for-profit.
And it's big business.
And it is big business, and there's big dollars when you get a breach. So when we take a look at what some of those 20 holes that were left inside of there were from Defender Security Center, I want to just point out that getting to a utopia where that number reads 0 potential recommendations, you've closed every hole, that's not reality for any organization. There's certain settings inside of here that we'll tweak and we'll tune. They may still show up on a report. We just have to be able to justify why we didn't configure that, because maybe there was some type of a critical line of business application compatibility issue. Maybe there was something else that was going on. For example, the one at the very top of the list, enable automatic updates. That's actually not for Windows updates. That's actually for Microsoft Office updates. So I hadn't on this system pushed any of the Office security recommendations because Microsoft has a whole separate site where we can push Office 365 policies down to do things like block macros, block malicious content. A lot of attacks, believe it or not, Cristal, come in through macros that are embedded into Excel documents now, where you say, yes, I want to run this macro, and it could be some VB script that runs behind the scenes on your system, and then the bad guy might get you with that, okay? And so what I wanted to point out was that even although this reads 20, maybe we get this down to a number, let's say 10 after we've tweaked these, and that might be good enough. But does that mean that we never come back to this again?
No.
Or do we always keep reviewing this?
Like we said, I mean, it's an ever-evolving beast that you need to stay on top of.
Yeah, and like some of these things, like setting minimum password length and, enforced password history and things like that. Now we look at alternatives inside of here. One of the things that's not listed is, hey, maybe you should consider using some type of passwordless authentication. Maybe you should use some like Windows Hello for Business. Maybe you should take and use some type of multi-factor authentication. That's not listed in here. It just says passwords, right? So maybe we've gone to a passwordless solution, all right? And so you can see one of the big ones in here, though.
The important thing is to go through them all.
Well, and
right, and figure out which ones you need to change and which ones you don't.
Yep.
And make sure that you have your reasoning behind it. And that reasoning might change down the road. And when it does, then you need to come back and reconfigure.
Well, and,
or reevaluate.
And there's two big ones in here that should be evaluated, right? So, for example, the local administrator password lapse solution actually doesn't work on a modern desktop. There is no solution that is out there that you can use from a group policy perspective for a modern desktop that's non-Active Directory domain joined. And so if you're running a modern desktop that's AAD only joined, this will always flag as on. You just, like I said, have to be able to justify that in your audit report as to why. And things like disabling local storage of passwords and credentials, well, we don't want to have things like pass the hash attacks where we can use tools like Mimikatz and things like that to go scrape credentials, harvest and move laterally through the environment and bounce around through different pieces of the infrastructure, okay? So, like I said, this is evolving, and this is something where we have to look at, it's not a configuration with a security baseline where it's going to fix every single problem that you have, but it's a starting point. And this starting point is better than a next finish install of Windows. For example, tweaking the UAC settings and stuff like that on your infrastructure. Having a better posture for your standard users versus elevated users. Just better general security practices. And I guess the next question is that, with these security baselines, can you do more with them than just Windows 10? And as you can see, we can actually do some Defender settings inside of here. We can do Microsoft Edge security baselines. And actually, since the release of this video, there's a new setting inside of Intune and the Endpoint Manager console called the Settings Catalog. And we can actually do some significant tweaks to Edge now, right from the Settings Catalog. instead of having to do custom OMA URIs for every single setting that we want to have to look at.
And I think that's an important point as well, is like already there's different updates and more to this product because it is so pivotal in your environment. Microsoft's putting a lot of development into it and a lot of money into it and a lot of backing and knowledge, and it is something that it's so very important that it will continue even from when you guys see this to the time you get to actually go out and work with it and everything. It will have changed already. It's that important.
Yeah, and the other thing I have to say with the security baselines is, you know, the question always comes up, are security baselines good out of box? Well, yeah, of course they're good, but are they perfect? No, nothing's perfect.
And are you done once you put it in with the baselines?
Absolutely not. They always need tuning, and you need to test inside of your environment. One of the things that we find is that certain templates and certain baselines are too restrictive for certain environments. Not everybody needs a Department of Defense standard Windows 10 image build for the SMB shop that's got 10 to 20 users. Right? That might be too tight. If I can't just access a file server because the security restrictions are too tight, there's got to be a balancing act between security and usability as well.
There's app restrictions as well, right? Certain
Yep.
apps need to have access to stuff that we would normally lock down, and you just have to make sure that if you are leaving that vulnerability, you're finding another way to block it, right?
Absolutely. And with the principle of least privilege and reducing administrative rights on the desktop and the modern desktop, one of the things to remember is that, you know, most malware is going to come in the form of some type of an executable that's going to be driven off of your system. And so maybe looking at something like App Locker, configuring good App Locker policies. Our good friend Sami Laiho takes and he has a full-time business configuring App Locker for customers all over the world. Jeremy Moskowitz, his products, they configure App Locker and App Locker-like policies across all versions of Windows. And so that's also additional pieces that you can layer on. The security baselines are exactly that. They are a baseline. They are not the finished product, okay? They're going to help us get to the end, towards the end of the journey, but it's not all the way there.
Like a lot of Microsoft products, right? They're going to take you 80% of the way, and then it's up to you to get that other 20%.
Yeah. Often we get asked the question, Cristal, is that are security baselines NIST or CIS compliant? And if you're not familiar with what NIST and CIS are, they're standards that are out there that are driven for different types of computing and modern computing environments. And so, for example, if you want to pass a particular audit or something like that, you may have to take and showcase the fact that you do have the NIST and CIS compliant benchmarks in place. I'm a big fan of the CIS benchmarks because they've got a fantastic scanning tool that can kind of prove the work that we're doing. Very easy to set up, very easy to use. And I think the big thing is that when we take a look at these benchmarks that are available for us, is the benchmark that we're getting from Microsoft going to be fully compliant with those?
No, but it will take you part of the way there, and then it's up to you to get yourself the rest of the way there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Microsoft actually provides these security baseline templates for general Windows computing environments and what we'll call non-modern desktops, where we're just in a hybrid or we're just in a full Active Directory, via the Security and Compliance Toolkit. And interestingly enough, it is actually the same team at Microsoft that builds the Security Compliance Toolkit for group policy, as well as the Intune security baseline. So it's the same team that works on them. So when they're working through and deriving the best practices and standards that Microsoft is recommending, because what we can consider is that this security baseline is a Microsoft recommendation. Okay, and then you'd have to layer on and add on some of these other pieces for CIS and NIST if you want to become fully compliant. Will they get you closer to where you have to be?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. And remember that these settings are better than doing nothing. And like anything in this world, test, 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 okay? So you're going to want to take and work through your security teams. Hopefully you're in the process, if you haven't got it already, forming red and blue teams, active testers and active defenders on your networks.
Wait. You don't just throw it out there and hope for the best?
Oh, no, you just throw this directly into production and you wait for all the tickets to come in. That's how you figure out what's wrong.
That's how you figure out what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. What's tests? My production is test. Some of you are laughing.
I don't always test, but when I do, it's in production.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a great way to hear from your users as well. So
that's right. If you're lonely,
that's right.
You absolutely throw this out in production right away.
If you're finding you're not getting enough help desk tickets, please deploy full lockdown benchmark baseline policies, and you'll get a lot of tickets coming in from very happy.
Unless you blocked them all.
From very happy end users. Unless you block them from sending email, then they won't be able to send emails. So that could solve your problem as well.
And you get more time off.
All right, so just a quick rundown of some of the setting groups that are available for us inside of the security baselines, Cristal. Couple of these in particular are a little on the light side, and I'm actually thinking I might jump over to just a quick demo here. Should we see a quick demo?
Yes, I prefer demo.
Okay.
I love slides, but I like demo better.
So there's about, I think there's about 30 odd setting groups that are inside of here. And one of the things that I want to point out is that there are some better places to configure these settings outside of the baseline so that we have a little better flexibility and control over them. For example, one that really sticks out to me is drive encryption.
So can you configure these in the baseline?
You can configure portions of them inside of the baseline.
But should you?
Yeah, and so for me, if I've got a portion of it in the baseline and I've got a full-fledged policy down below and different portions of the UI that give me a better management experience, I'm probably going to want to take the full.
So just leave it as unconfigured for now, and then we go into it after and
that's right.
Change it.
That's right. And in that slide we showed earlier about the Defender Security Center with the policy changes, it doesn't really matter how the policies come down to the system. It could be from a baseline, it could be from individual policies. It doesn't really matter how they get there as long as they get there.
And from experience, there's a few that we prefer to configure after the fact, right?
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if we can go ahead and get into this. I might have to take this out of big presentation mode here, Cristal. And then I'm going to have to go log back in here.
Can you type, or can you talk and type your password at the same time?
Believe it or not, it's a new trick that I have here. So we'll go back into my nice little lab environment that we've got here. We'll come down to endpoint security. Under endpoint security, we'll come under security baselines. And this is where you're going to find your baselines. Now, interestingly enough, you don't have to do anything. Microsoft actually preloads these baselines inside of your portal for you.
Thank you, Microsoft.
And so when I click on Windows 10, for example, I can see that I've got the December 2020 version. And I find that these come out, I don't know the exact timing for them, but I think it's every 4 months or 6 months or so. I think the last one came out around August before this. So it's probably that's like a 6-month cycle that they would come down. I would have to double check to be 100% sure. So when I click on the security baseline, you can see that I'm definitely working on things in here. We've got some errors because, of course, this is my lab portal here. And
it's not as pretty if it's all fixed.
That's right. Who has a completely working environment? And then we can come down and see all of the different setting areas inside of here. So for example, let's check out that BitLocker setting. So that BitLocker setting that we have, you'll see that there's actually not very much in here. It's just, okay, I want to configure BitLocker's removable drive policy. So if we went ahead, I'd have to actually edit the configuration and get in here. Go down to BitLocker. And I could go ahead and configure that, and I can say, yes, I want to block write access to removable drives that don't have BitLocker. Well, that means that any of your external USB hard drives might all of a sudden become inaccessible in your environment, so that may not give you the desired results. You may want to test. Now, what I want to show you is that that's it for BitLocker policies inside of here. So I might want to just leave that as not configured inside of this example, come back to endpoint security, come back to disk encryption, and I may want to take and create myself a new policy in here. So if I create myself a new policy, create a new BitLocker policy, I'm just going to show you the settings inside of here. Type anything in. We're not going to save it. Yeah, that's the naming standard that we have. Look at all the other default settings that we have inside of here. So do you see how there's removable drive settings? Look at all the rest of the settings that we have. Remember, there was only this setting here. Now we've got additional settings that are available for us. And I can choose encryption methods, and I can choose a lot more options other than what are the stock defaults that come in the security baseline.
So this is where we were talking about why it sometimes, even though it may feel like you should configure these things, sometimes it's better to leave it as not configured and then come back in and configure it a little more in depth afterwards.
Absolutely.
The baseline is better than nothing. Absolutely. But certain things you may want to leave undone, for lack of a better term, so that you can fix it. Or
Defender security settings are a good one as well, because there's a lot of settings in there that Microsoft is recommending. I just like to look at it to see what Microsoft is recommending, but then I'll go create my own Defender security policy that's mine that I can manage a little bit better from within the UI. Okay, and so that was just my point, is that that baseline, you might want to not configure all of the settings out of there. If there are other blades that you can configure with more usability options, you may want to use those instead of just using the stock baseline. I'd like to see the settings, but I may not use all of those settings out of the baseline. So I kind of look at the baseline, I take the baseline, and then I create a light version of the baseline, and that's what I'm going to take and I'm going to use kind of moving forward. Okay, so let's go back in here.
I think you can go through.
And so these are all of the different setting areas. So those are all in there. So we can do like Defender settings, local security policies, and even the local security policy settings. There's new options that came out since these baselines came out, and this may change with the next version of the baseline. But like, for example, local security options inside of there are very limited in the baseline. And the local security policies that were available for us when this came out, you have to configure custom OMA URIs, which are just individual settings from the configuration settings providers. And now we can use the settings catalog, which is a way easier way to take and to configure a lot of these settings. Okay. All right. So now we're ready to use this security baseline. So what are some of the key things to note, Cristal, before we take and we move into production?
Always deploy directly into production.
Yes, yes.
If you're lonely.
Of tickets. Lots of tickets.
If you're not lonely and you don't want a lot of extra communication, test first.
Yes, so we'll create a test group, right? So like anything, we'll have a test group. I like to think of the same way that we have Windows updates and we have different rings for Windows updates, ring A, B, C, D kind of updates for who's going to get them and how we're going to test and roll through. Think of exactly the same thing. Have different ring levels that you're going to have with your security baselines, match kind of your existing policies that you have in place today, because your advanced testers that you have are probably going to be very willing to test these new security settings that you have as well. So that
I'm very willing to give feedback.
Give a good test bed, right? And how about this one? Intune policies tattoo on the system.
Okay, what do you mean by tattoo on the system?
Okay, so with group policies,
we all love a good tattoo.
Yeah, well, I do, and I have some tattoos. And so with tattooing settings on your system, what it means is that I'll apply a policy, and what it's going to do is it's going to lock in, kind of hard code that setting. So if I just say, oh wow, that security baseline really messed up my system, so I'm just going to turn off the security baseline and my system's going to be completely back to normal. Not necessarily true. So you may have to actually create an undo policy to reverse what it is that you did in the first place. And that's why testing is so important. And certain group policies would do this in a similar fashion, where you could make the setting, and just because you fell out of the scope of management with group policy doesn't necessarily mean that that policy setting is going to be removed from your system. So many of these settings will get tattooed onto your system. And I've even found that on some systems that fall out of even licensing compliance, for example, Cristal, the user is no longer licensed for Intune anymore. Those settings are still locked in on their system. Okay, so they're not just going to get removed. We could actually probably disjoin right from and go over to another tenant if we had to, and these settings would still be on their system. So a lot of testing is required.
So what goes on must come off, basically.
Yeah, or what goes on means an autopilot reimage. All right, so a couple notes from the field that I have just from recent deployments that we've done is don't deploy BitLocker settings from a baseline. We talked a little bit about that. Configure only the generic Windows Defender security settings inside of that baseline, because you may want to get specific for different business units or groups. For example, antivirus exclusion rules, firewall rules for different departments, things like that. They probably want to be customized. Now, you can only do a limited subset of that in the baseline anyways, but I do recommend that you use kind of the security blade that's available under Manage to do antivirus, encryption, firewall, EDR, attack surface reduction, and more inside of there. Use those blades. They're there for a reason. You get more configuration options inside of there. All right, this was just a view of the BitLocker policies. We kind of showed that a little bit in the demo. And some final thoughts that we have here, Cristal.
Main one for me is the simple, this is not a set it and forget it type of thing. It is literally something you have to come back to again and again and again. Not just because your business needs will change, but what's available to you will change, as well as the threats that are out there will change. It's an ever-evolving process, so you need to have at least someone staying on top of it consistently.
Yeah, and a couple of the ones that are in there for me are endpoint security, including the baselines and looking after this, including advanced threat protection and EDR, are full-time jobs. This is a cybersecurity engineer position. If you're not actively looking to fill that in your organization, we highly recommend looking at adding that into your org chart, because this is something that needs to be taken very seriously. You do not want to be like your customers that are down the street that got hit with ransomware and they got shut down. You don't want to be that organization that has to go inform all of your customers and employees that you're now, basically, for lack of better terms, out of business until you get this fixed. Fix it before it becomes a big problem.
And I want to address the whole antivirus is not enough. There are a lot of corporations out there that when we get in, that's exactly, well, we have antivirus installed. We should be fine. We're protected. We have, it's not enough. Not in today's day and age. It is one measure. It's not going to keep you as safe as maybe it once would have.
Yeah, exactly. And some of the other things to remember is that consider Policy Pack from our dear friend
Jeremy Moskowitz.
Absolutely.
Fellow MVP.
He is the godfather of group policy. He is the godfather of configuration settings inside of mobile device and modern device management. Make sure that you take a look at those products and platforms. He's got customers all over the world, been doing this forever. There really is nobody that has a deeper skill set than Jeremy out in the field today. Great resource, and thank you once again, Jeremy, for doing our keynote. You want to implement the principle of zero trust today. This is where we have, and simply put, we have domain administrators should only log into domain controllers. Server admins should only log into servers. Workstation admins should only log into workstations. We shouldn't have workstation admins logging into servers. We shouldn't have server admins logging into workstations.
And that piggybacks onto the whole training your team, right?
Yes.
You need to train your team. That I know everybody wants access to everything, and everybody wants to be able to not have to go through all these steps to access something that they need once a year. But guess what? That is a necessary thing now, and you're going to have to train your staff to understand the risk, understand the reasoning behind why you're not going to give them access to everything, and explain why it's so important, right? A lot of people just don't understand. Well, why would they want to get into my picture folder? Who cares about what I have on my machine? I'll tell you who cares. The guys out there that want what's on your entire network. That's who cares.
And the last piece that I want to bring up is that in this modern pandemic era that we're living in, COVID-19, your remote workforce are easy targets for threat actors that are out there today. And so make sure that you lock them down and do what you have to. Everyone, be safe. Thank you for attending MVP Days. We really appreciate all of your support. Remember, if you like the sessions and you like the channel, you smash that like button and you subscribe. We're trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers here. We really appreciate all the support that you've given us over the years. And Cristal, any final thoughts here?
No, just thank you. Stay safe and keep it locked down.
And we're done ours.
Yes.
And there's one more left.
We hope you enjoyed that.
Yes.
We took and we put a lot of effort and thought into that session. And hopefully you're able to pick up a few gold nuggets from it. We really appreciate that. Remember, if you like the sessions, remember to smash that like button. Really smash it. That's what I hear. That's what I hear all the young kids saying these
You
days.
see your breath when you're like, smash.
Smash. And subscribe to the channel. We really appreciate all your support. We've got tons of views coming through in there, and we really appreciate it. So we got one session left to wrap up the day.
Emile wrapping it up for us.
And
taking it, I don't even know, what are we doing for this one?
We're going to be talking today about Mac management on Intune. Ooh, very interesting session. Haven't seen much out there on this, so some brand new fresh content to wrap things up. I'm very excited about this session because there are some tricks to getting this going. And with that, Emile, take it away.
Thanks, Dave, for the warm welcome as always. Hi, everyone. My name is Émile Cabot. I'm an MVP in Cloud and Data Center Management based out of Calgary, Canada. And this session is going to look at Mac management on Intune and how far it's come over the last few years. So when we look at Apple in the enterprise, the reality is it's already there. Really, the question is to what degree, right? Everybody has a few Macs. Now, unless you've got many, many hundreds of Macs or thousands of Macs, chances are you haven't gone down the road of implementing a tool like Jamf, or formerly Casper. You've looked at maybe some other solutions around there, but either price point or other consoles or the integration components just weren't exactly that right fit. And so what ended up happening is the Mac guy at the organization, the one guy who actually knows the tool inside out and backwards, ends up becoming the support for the entire organization. Now, chances are he's not in the service desk. He's probably not even in IT, right? Oftentimes it's guys in the marketing department, the graphics department, or, even in the developer side that ends up being the one that went towards the Macintosh route and becomes the support for that organization. This is actually a pretty big problem, right? From a productivity standpoint, that guy now has to do a lot more work that he was really not hired to do and is probably well overqualified for. And of course, that's a problem for management because now they have issues tracking his productivity for his assigned role. For IT management, now we have a whole suite of assets that we effectively don't manage and don't have control over that life cycle for. So from a security perspective, what that means is there is no real assurance that we don't have a major case of configuration drift across the Mac environment. And we really don't have visibility into what controls have or have not been implemented. So looking at what's been added into Intune for us to manage Apple, it's incredibly developed since I first looked in there. The last time I looked into Macs, which frankly was quite a while ago and a couple of console revisions ago, we basically just had the ability to import custom scripts to configure the devices, and that was it. And from a adoption perspective for a new tool, that really didn't drive much help. Now, in the last few months, I worked on a project where I actually had resources from Apple engaged, and we went through all the settings in here and configured them optimally for the organization. And it really did. It blew my mind as to the stuff that was now available to us, right? So when we look at a workstation, and I guess specifically a Mac workstation, we'll first ask ourselves, what do we actually need to do to manage that? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to get that out-of-box configuration done. We need to get the device enrolled into Intune. We need to get it listed in supervised mode so that we have additional management over it. So that means it has to be into Apple Business Manager. We're going to want to put down some device configurations on it. The home screen or the startup screen in a Mac has all the accounts by default, right? We need to change all of that. We've got to get our device connection certificate for port authentication turned on. We've got to get the wireless profile configured for the Macs. A lot of these don't have network cards anymore, or Cat5 cards anymore, so they only rely on wireless, right? From an ongoing perspective, we'll need to manage, just like Windows, right? We're going to need to manage those Mac OS level updates that come down to remediate security vulnerabilities and introduce, the new features as a user on a device would want. Over and above that, of course, we're going to need application deployment capabilities for a managed Mac. We're going to need to make sure that Office can go down at a bare minimum. We're going to need monitoring on the device. We need to make sure that the update policies and the configuration policies that we've assigned to them have actually applied. Maybe we're going to need to employ some restrictions onto there to prevent things like AirPrint. And what else would we really need? Right? And that was kind of how we looked at it. And going through and setting it up, it really showed that, we went back through and looked at the configuration docs that guy had been using for a couple of years now, and literally just walked through and line by line were able to implement every single option that he had on that document. So I was very, very impressed with what was added. So from what we have Intune MDM. You can't do mobile application management for Mac OS, which gripes me. But in reality, Mac OS is not a mobile operating system. It's a workstation operating system. So I kind of understand the logic there. But again, looking back and really from a high level perspective, a lot of times I see the Macs in enterprise, or some Macs in enterprise, are personal devices, right? Procurement would not buy them for them, so they went out and bought them themselves. And it would be nice to have that light touch ability to control access on Mac OS devices. Apple Business Manager, I mentioned earlier, is a free service from Apple. And effectively, all you need is a Dun & Bradstreet number and an incorporated organization to set up. What's funny is if you've corporate purchased devices through, CDW or whatever distributor, the corporate provisioning process requires those devices to be added into Apple Business Manager. So if you guys haven't done this yet, that means that the people that you bought your devices from actually have your device in their Apple Business Manager, which is fine. It's perfectly fine because that's the procurement mechanism. But if you're going through and you want to take your existing Apple iOS devices and Mac OS devices and put them into your Apple Business Manager, you're going to have to go back to the organization that you originally procured them from and have them port the serial numbers over from their portal to yours. Now, based upon the method that they originally inputted those devices into their business manager, they may or may not have them tagged with the purchase order number for the actual order. So depending upon the company that you've purchased them from, they may need you to actually provide them with a list of all of the serial numbers that you own before they know which ones to port over into your Apple Business Manager tenant. Once all the devices are in Apple Business Manager, then what you can do is you add a connector to Intune, and you just assign Intune as the MDM authority for those devices. And then within 8 hours, they're enrolled. It's pretty seamless, actually. Now, one of the gripes that I did have about going through this process came down to application deployment and the whole process to get a application packaged and deployed out to Macs. So this isn't, I'm not even really going to point the finger at Apple here, because really the process for packaging applications for Windows devices is pretty crappy in Intune as well. Effectively, what you need to do from a Mac perspective is, you need an actual Mac. So you got to have a IT test device already to properly manage this. And that means a purchase for a lot of organizations, right? Because that guy that did it before, he had his own Mac, right? So we're going to need to buy a Mac. And on that Mac, just like in Windows, you've got a wrapper that you need to run to package up the Mac application, and then you can upload it into Intune for deployment. Okay, so device features inside of here. Lots of different places for domain options. I was very surprised looking at, if you look at the Windows configuration, they almost force you to go down the AAD only world, and it's really a lot of effort to get the domain portion, the AD domain portion integrated. From a Mac perspective, domains are everywhere all over this configuration, so we're allowed to define all kinds of trusted domains in here. And when a domain is trusted inside of the Mac, that basically includes all the applications and stuff that comes from those domains and things that comes from that source. So it's really, really neat, especially for schools, right? Because inside of schools, what this will allow us to do is fabricate out our labs based on domains and subdomains and all kinds of cool, wonderful stuff. Anyway, so after that, we have content caching. Content caching is kind of like Apple's version of branch cache. And what it'll allow you to do is download content to a device and then share it out from that one. There's configuration settings in here so that you can select or isolate a device for content caching. And then you have options, configuration profile options in here to ensure that, the device can't be shut down, so that it's always made available. And then there's full SSO integration in here with Azure AD and also Kerberos for those domain join machines. You can domain join a Mac in this process as well. You just need a connector, and that works pretty seamlessly as well. So from the device restriction perspective, there's not a lot that we can do in here, and that's kind of what you'd expect from Apple, because Apple really doesn't like you to alter the end user's experience. What we do have in here is some stuff for the camera, which is a required it's required to be disabled in a lot of organizations once you come on premises. So all cameras have to be disabled by policy. So that's one important one that's in here, and that is in here. We also have the ability to define the iCloud backup settings. And this is very important from a data loss perspective, because if corporate data is allowed to be backed up to iCloud, then let's say that we go through and we back up our device to iCloud today, and it's got a whole bunch of corporate data on it, and all that gets backed up to iCloud. And then tomorrow I get terminated. On Wednesday, I can go in, or on Thursday, I can go in and restore my phone from backup. And then as soon as the restore is done and it's rebooted, I can take it off the network, and then I have access to that data until I turn online again. So there's a data loss issue there that we really need the ability to block, and the setting does allow us to do that. Connected devices allows us to configure some very limited settings on our Apple Watch. Not really much in there. Password is effectively the same password settings that we have on group policy. And we need to make sure that password settings inside of the Mac, both the Mac configuration and the Mac restrictions, there's a place in there to configure these password settings. If you're going to configure them in both, they need to be exactly the same in both. If you have overriding or conflicting policies inside of your device device configuration and device restriction policy, it's going to cause you problems. So make sure that those are 100% accurate before you go through and turn this one into policy. One of the big things that we don't have in here, both on Mac OS devices and on iOS devices, is the ability to prevent screenshots. Although anybody that's arguing this point can say, I can use another device to take a screenshot of what's on the screen of the first device. And yes, that's true. But in the same respects, from a data loss perspective, I can't prevent somebody from looking over your shoulder and viewing what's on your screen. That doesn't mean that I shouldn't implement DLP on your device because somebody has the ability to do that. I think I still need that extra control. And I, especially implementing MDM, iOS MDM into finance, the inability to prevent a managed corporate owned device from being able to take a screenshot is an issue. Endpoint protection. The endpoint protection options inside of Mac OS are pretty basic. Effectively, we have the ability to turn on or enforce File Vault, which is the Apple's file repository storage thing. We have pretty good firewall configuration in here. We can configure the endpoint firewall on the device very, very well. But that's really about it. There's not much on here. No native antivirus. Now, in the last couple of months, Microsoft and Apple have released the Microsoft Defender ATP client for iOS devices. And right now, it's still pretty early on the dev cycle. There's not a whole lot that you can do through it, and it's not even providing a whole lot of monitoring right now. But it does connect. So we at least see the machine in the list. Where I'm hoping to see ATP go, the Microsoft Defender for ATP client go inside of Apple, is provide that full level of antivirus on the device that we've grown accustomed to with ATP for Windows. So where having your Macintosh environment integrated into your Intune environment really helps is the biggest one is conditional access policies. The conditional access policies, as I mentioned in my other session, have chances are already been implemented in your organization prior to deploying Intune. It's usually one of those things that you do when you start making your workloads accessible from Azure. So having macOS managed will allow us to configure or alter our conditional access policies to include macOS compliance as well, which is important because, as I mentioned earlier, macOS can't be done through MEM. Not only work from anywhere, but this will allow our end users to work from anything. So whatever device they're comfortable with, Mac users, like Windows users, are comfortable with their platform, and making them change because they have to go to a different location to work, as an example, is unacceptable to them in the 21st century. So, this gives them the ability to work however way they want to be most productive. Now, from IT, this gives us the ability to manage our inventory data and get a full list from a single console of all of the devices that we not only manage, but also are connecting into our environment. And of course, from a sign-in perspective, this will allow us to know how often these devices are being used. And it puts the device into that same management life cycle as everyone has grown to accept with the Windows world, right? So now security can go to the same point of contact inside of desktop engineering to get compliance reports for Macs as they do with Windows. That sounds small, but it's a very, very frequent request. And without having that single pane of glass to provide them, usually generates both more work and more questions. So if you have Macs in your environment in closing and you don't have a management system for them today, look at using Intune to manage them. You will require an MDM license for the user that does connect with the Mac. So it does require that Enterprise Mobility plus Security bundle or the Intune license. I hope this was helpful for everyone, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks.
Thank you, Émile. That was a wonderful session to close MVP Days today, and well, actually 3 great sessions from you today, and I truly appreciate those. And I think that was our last one, right? So we're all done for Endpoint Management Day?
We are done. Absolutely done. And we really hope everyone enjoyed the show. Remember, check out our blog at www.checkyourlogs.net. Subscribe and like the YouTube channel. We'd really appreciate that. We've got a whole series of books that are on LeanPub, www.leanpub.com. You can search for either Cristal, myself, or Émile's name up there. You'll find lots of them up there. We actually just published a new book, which was a conversational piece about looking at group policy versus PowerShell, desired state configuration management versus MEM-CM configuration items, and some good stuff from our friends at 1E Software. So they're Tachyon solutions. So hopefully you guys check that out. The book's up there, and all of our proceeds, by the way, for any of our book sales go to our MVPDays Scholarship Fund. We'll wrap up the show with a great announcement for you. We are pleased that we were able to give away $5,000 in scholarships this year from our book sales. So that is great. That is all support from you and the community. We're able to pay it forward that way, and thank you very much. And with that, Cristal, any closing thoughts?
No, just thank you for attending. Thank you for staying connected with us in this currently very disconnected world. And we really, really do hope to see all your faces in person again soon. And stay safe. Keep reaching out. And yeah, we miss you all, but we are very happy that we have each other in this world. So thank you and have a great day.
Cheers, everyone.
Bye.